For those of you on Zoom, my apology, we just opened the meeting. We have a motion on the floor from Armstrong to approve our agenda with the amendment of removing discuss and sign final voucher for EWP 9 project.
I'll second that.
And Jacob seconds that. So we have a motion and a second for the amended agenda. All in favor, say aye.
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 All right, our pledge of allegiance, please. Stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we are ready for JD. If you come to the podium, please. And Jacob, do you want to assume the role? I think he has some pictures today. We have a book back here that we've kind of kept. We collect them. And
No, the only photograph I have is one that
send it electronically.
I saw
Okay.
I mean, I can bring it.
No.
Okay, well, when you bring photographs, then we've got a 3-hole punch somewhere. That's a stapler, or is that the punch? We've got a 3-hole punch. Oh, it's over there, right there by that book.
I'll keep track of it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning. It's a fine morning in Page County. The sun is shining and we can see it today. It was shining yesterday. You couldn't see part of the day anyway. The change to the agenda was driven by PCI. They haven't finished their review of the final numbers. Just as the board signs the final voucher for each project, and it's project for site 8. It's EWP 19, except
Yes, I'm sorry, I haven't.
it's not quite like that. And so we should have that, the work's complete, we should have that by next week,
Okay,
back from PCI. So the update was sent out yesterday afternoon. I'll just to hit some of the highlights. Given the weather of freezing overnight, but greasy in the afternoon, we're burning brush and doing a little cut and brush where it's suitable. In other words, it's not suitable in the steep ditches with unfrozen top. The blades are out yesterday, scraping some ice in corners and working over some of the roads that were ground up recently, former seal coats. So we'll continue to work on that. The maintenance crew also sent some help to the shop where they're mounting wings on motor graders. As of Monday, 3 were on, 2 were put on Monday, and there's 1 wing to mount on grader number 3, which is in the northwest. So we'll get that mounted yet this week. Tandem came back from Omaha, had some electrical issues, and they found that was a wire under the floor mat. And the number 6 motor grader, our sole John Deere, had some minor equipment issues. Moving to the engineer side, still working on EWP projects. This is the last one up on 110th Street, west of Lumber Avenue. We have a French drain in the east bank, trying to dry out the slough there in the swamp. That the water there contributed to the embankment failure. So we're working on that first. Now we're shaping the bank, and they should place rock yet later this week. Weather's conducive, except for the greasiness of the top. There's that note about site 8. We have requested reimbursement from Hungry Canyons Alliance for a couple of the earlier projects. And I have here, which was also sent with the read-ahead packet, sent a hard copy of the current status of our reimbursement. This is, we track this, but it's also, the intention is to let the auditor and the treasurer know that we do have money coming back. We've requested 2.7 million. We've got 1.3 back, so we're still looking for $1.4 million coming from the NRCS. And that is put, and we should have it by June, since the government's not shut down allegedly. So we should be able to get that in this next 6 months.
Okay, the Hungry Canyons money, will that?
That'll hit, yes, we're planning, I've amended the budget current year to that end, that we're gonna get the Hungry Canyons money, and also that's about $400,000. And,
So will that not happen until their board meets to release the funds, or?
no, I think, John Thomas, the executive director, has the ability to do that as long as the paperwork's
Okay.
done. Other work going on. We're continuing to develop the bridge B61, which is on, in Buchanan Township on 280th Street over Buchanan Creek. We put together a set of preliminary plans, 3 or 4 sheets only, and that'll provide information to go along with our permit requests from the DNR and Corps. Actually, the DNR will tell us that we don't need a permit because we're under 100 acres of drainage, but we check in the box. Work is proceeding suitably on the bridge on G Avenue north of Norwich, T13. The piling was driven on the north pier, and they were cut piling and welding a cat beam on and putting it together yesterday and today. Tomorrow they're going to move the crane around to the south side and drive piling and do the same kind of fix on the south pier of that bridge, which carries traffic over the West Tarkio River. And then the county forces will replace the deck. They'll tear off the old deck, which was the problem, and put on a new steel deck. In fact, this will get us out of the mud of tree cutting and onto the road. So we'll take up 1 or 2 panels of the steel deck, and then weld the new steel deck down and just proceed down the bridge. So we're certainly not going to strip all the deck off and have beams that we have to walk. We'll just replace as we move along the bridge. We've been in correspondence with AM Coron and Son out of Atlantic, who have the contract on the F20 bridge, which is J20, east of the Russell Corner, over I think that's a West Tarkio also. We're anticipating a mid-February start. So what I told the contractor was, in the beginning of April, let's plan for a deck pour in the beginning of April, and then backwards plan to when you need to close the road and demolish the bridge. And that'll be a short period of time, or we're certainly gonna intend to have the bridge closed as short as possible of time. It's one of our more high traffic roads. So I'd like to let the public know, the ag producers in particular, if you have, February contracts for grain, it'd be prudent to move it early February rather than late February. That road will be closed and the detour will be marked north on 130th Street, around Nyman, come out on 48. So that's the update for this morning. What are your questions for me?
I had or a guy talked to me actually, but what I was telling you last week, and he sent me pictures and I'll send them to you. He did on U Avenue going south, just off to Jerry Kaplan,
U Avenue where?
off Highway 2 going south,
Okay.
east of 71. Anyway, it was just where the snow was bladed, it was like this the whole way and it froze hard like a ripple. Didn't know if there was some way to do that different. He thought maybe slowing down would be an option, but I'll send you a picture.
I appreciate, thank you. We did struggle with that.
Yeah, I was just gonna say,
Countywide.
Yeah, I talked to both one of the drivers, or one of the plow drivers, and one from Fremont County, talking to last week, and he said it was just awful, and they went slow, they went fast, didn't matter what speed they went. It was due to the rain mixed in with the snow, the moisture content. He said it was just the weirdest thing they've ever experienced. Gary Neville from Fremont County has been blading forever, and he said it was the worst ever, so.
I'll tell him.
Yeah, so hopefully it.
So, I mean, it won't fix the problem,
No.
but he's not alone
Yeah.
Right.
with
Yeah.
this struggle.
He
Yeah.
sent me a picture, so I'll tell you.
Yeah,
I have nothing this morning.
yeah.
I'll see you tomorrow then with budget.
Yeah. Bring
Sounds
the-
good.
Bring the donuts, would you?
Yeah.
Well, wait, it's not.
All right. Well, thank you, Jason.
Will that help?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd bring some to Melissa first.
All righty, we're a little bit ahead, but Angie, if you don't mind, let's have you come on up here to discuss the semi-annual report. I know how you love the podium.
I do. Good morning.
Or-
I am here because Iowa Code section requires that I make a complete statement with the county semi-annually. So I hope that it looks like I can see that you received my attachments. The one that looks more like a report is the one that will be published in the approved county newspapers. And then the other one is just the depository listing showing that my office is indeed in balance, and that is where the funds are held. I do have, I don't know if you want it, I realized yesterday that I sent the shortened published version. I do have a longer version that breaks down more of the expenses and disbursements that I can give each of you.
Okay.
It doesn't attach that again, just in case you didn't have that.
Oh, okay.
But the semi-annual report is the long version that is not published. I believe I am just here to present that, and then after you receive it, then I then can publish it.
Okay. So, did anybody have any questions from the report that we received and reviewed prior to today? If not, would entertain a motion to approve the report as presented and give Angie the green light for publishing.
I'd make a motion to approve the semi-annual report for the treasurer.
I second that. We're approving it to be printed, right?
Yes,
I mean,
right.
I approve. Yeah, I'll second that then.
Okay, we have a motion, second, all in favor. If there's no further discussion, all in favor for that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Angie.
nicely done. Okay, discuss and approve appointing Milan Sorensen as attorney for the Magistrate Commission, effective a few days ago. It's a 6-year term. And If you're just joining us, we had discussed that a little bit as the meeting began, not knowing if this is a re-up or not. And I think Milan has been on that, correct? So actually a reappointment. So any questions, discussion, or can we have a motion?
A motion, we
Okay, we have a motion from Holmes to approve Sorensen.
I'll second that.
Okay. Second from Armstrong. Any other discussion? We'd like to thank Milan for agreeing to do that. So if there's no other question, we'll take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Okay, motion carries. So thank you, Milan. Okay, we are a little bit ahead of schedule. So can we just drop down and do the mask? Can we do the mask and then come back at 9 o'clock and get Amy? And the mask recommendation, the governor did re-up her 6 feet, 15-minute requirement through the 6th of February, I believe it was, Friday the 6th. And I guess that, we, on our courthouse doors and in our operations, secondary roads, in our offices, satellite from the courthouse, have required masks after the governor's mandate back a month ago. So it's been re-upped. Do we need to make any change on signage or procedures? Any thoughts?
Sixth.
Sixth.
I think the sixth.
February 6th, which is a Friday.
Yeah. No, and they've really stepped up public service announcements too. This morning on the radio, I think I heard it 3 times while I was taking a shower, that wash hands, stay 6 feet apart, and mask up. So I heard on the news this morning there's a lot of concern in the Capitol. DC is very concerned about this, and I see our positivity rates have remained high in the counties. 55 of 99 have been above 15%, I believe.
I think yesterday we're back 17.2 or 17.3.
of the people
Tested, yeah.
that test, not the county.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Yes,
people that test.
the people that test in the
Right.
county, in the county.
Yeah.
So, and then, it's interesting, early on, none of us have been in a pandemic like this. This has been an extraordinary experience. I know early on, when we looked at procedures in the courthouse and how do we operate, how do we stay open, I had consulted at great length with our legal counsel with Allers and Cooney. And I think it's interesting to note here that with what's happening in Washington, D.C. and our federal government, if you look at the legislation for CARES Act and the discussions for CARES Act, one of the key dividing points on agreement has been, do we write something in the law that keeps ambulance chasing attorneys from suing entities that could be claimed to be responsible. So let me back up. Early on back, I don't know what the month was, I talked with Ann Schmezak and Allers and Cooney, who we retained, and talked about legal ramifications. And what, of course, a lot has changed through the course of several months, but her advice to me as a member of the Board of Supervisors at that time was that we had better, as a county, dot the I's, cross the T's, because until legislation would take away the ability to sue, she said, if contact tracing comes back to the courthouse, you could be held liable. And there was, I think, great fear among the legal community of that happening. I'm not sure that's changed. And so my point in all that is that I think that being persistent with our requirement for masks coming into open spaces of the courthouse should remain in effect, because I do think we have,
Would not be in line with, you want to line that up with what the governor did or make your own?
well, the governor did say, 6 feet, 15 minutes, but you go downstairs to the courthouse, clerk of courts, the Supreme Court of Iowa said, nobody goes to the court system without a mask. You go downstairs and try to enter their room without a mask, you won't. They don't
We
care
don't
who
have
you are.
jurisdiction over that, I guess.
But that's Supreme Court.
The county doesn't have jurisdiction over that.
No, the county does not have jurisdiction, but the county does have a responsibility to protect their liability.
You know, breathing is not necessarily a gigantic liability. I don't know.
Pardon me?
I don't know when in history breathing is a liability. Are we gonna follow, so you want to go outside what the governor's proclamation was, or you want to stay within it?
I'm sorry.
For county property, do you want to go outside of what the governor's proclamation is, or do you want to stay within the proclamation? Because if you go outside of it, you gotta get pretty deep in definitions, I think, probably, if you go outside of this, because she's defined it. I don't know, what is that what we're trying to do, or I'm not sure what we're doing.
What our original intent, I believe, and Alan can speak up, our original intent was to ask our employees, when they're in open spaces in the courthouse, to wear a mask. That was our original intent. Before the governor came out with her mandate, that was prior to, we had checked in, as many counties did, about the home rule. And of course, the governor made it clear that, she was gonna retain that authority.
On September 15th, the only motion I could find was made in this board was to use the term recommend the use of mask in all common areas.
On November 17th, we talked about the word mandate, and we had a consensus. It was
Yeah,
not,
wasn't a motion, right, or anything.
no, but it was a operational consensus that we're gonna change the language.
Right, without much of a definition. So, I mean, if you want to go outside of this, you're going to have to define it, and see if that's even legal too. We make some kind of regulation. I don't know. I'm a strong proponent of individual liberty. The socialistic nanny state thinking is very dangerous, slippery slope. I think everybody should do their best to protect people, but I think we need to be very careful with regulations. How I feel about some of this. And we have a pretty big one that was passed by the governor here that defines pretty in-depth.
So what's your recommendation?
I just think, I would guess I'm a minority here, but I just think if you're gonna write your own, it's gonna have to get pretty detailed. If you wanna accuse people of doing anything right or wrong, you're gonna have to lay it out pretty clearly.
Okay. Well, to me, to me, mask required in the courthouse is clear.
When you're eating, is it required? When you're in your own space, is it required? That's why this thing's pages and pages long when you enter into that. And on December 15th, we can play the video if you want. You asked Carrie Polk if you'd like to take the mask down because she was 6 feet away from you in the public area, which I had no problem with. But that doesn't, mask required in the courthouse,
Right.
that doesn't apply. That's doesn't make much sense. So the sign didn't apply to that. So I have a lot of faith in Page County residents to do the best like they have in the last hundreds of years. I do not like proclamations, mandates, anything. I believe we have common sense to wash your hands when you're sick, stay home. I don't think we need big rules or regulations. It's going to become a giant thick sheet of paper and create a nanny state. Myself, I'm not for that.
Okay. So, do we keep the required signs up through the governor's?
I have no problem in keeping the signs up.
Okay.
I feel that it's not a huge requirement to wear a mask, and I'm not even so sure our society may get used to it to the point where stay healthier and stay cold-free and flu-free, we may be wearing them a lot more in the future, so.
Do you force that though?
Hmm?
Force
You know,
is different than asking,
Yeah,
correct?
sure. Yep.
And the sign down there said mask required per governor's proclamation
Mhm.
would be different than just mask required, because it's open-ended, it changes, and we pointed out, I've got a whole list here of inconsistencies, so. To make rules, you have to really make a lot of definitions if you want to start going down that road. We're currently operating under this anyway, aren't we? Under the governor's
Yeah.
proclamation, the whole state of Iowa is.
Yes, yes.
So, do we wish to just remain where we're at through the end of February 6th and
Mhm.
reassess it? Is that kind of where we're at?
I want to know what the definition is. Are we following the governor's, or are we following just mask required, which depends on who and when and how we feel at the moment? I want to know what is the,
Well, I will say this, and Alan can correct me, I believe I can speak for what the intent of the board was when this all came up. Civil liberties that you mentioned, I'll be very frank with you when it comes to a global pandemic. I see a lot of people without masks when I go to the grocery store, even though there's a sign that says mask required. You go to eat, there's mask required. I see people without masks. A lot of times, I mean, and I try to understand what is the thinking on, how, you know, the personal liberty that you, I mean, I don't think if you took a poll and it would say, take away our personal liberty, you view it as personal liberty, where I probably don't. I view it as, I don't look at it that way. I'm not saying you're wrong and
it's
I'm
a
right.
choice. You choose.
So, I just, in talking with the attorneys, when this all started, and the thought of how do we operate and keep services going in the courthouse, we felt it was prudent to take certain steps as we went along, as we learned. I think we're still at a juncture where we have new strains coming out. The vaccine has not widely been implemented yet. And so I think we still have some legitimate concerns about how do we continue to operate public safety, dispatch, county services. And so for that matter, I think we don't have anybody at the door. Our employees aren't police. They're not gonna police you, say, we're not gonna confront you. So, but I think most people, when they see that requirement, would give pause to say, okay, I don't really like it, but if it keeps these people comfortable, safe, makes them feel better, I'm willing to do it. I mean, everybody has that choice. But I would echo Alan that I think until, February 6th, we've had them on the door. People come in, most people wear a mask, some don't. We haven't policed it. And I get your point, the rules. How do you, when you eat, like, take a cup of coffee here. You go to the airline, you go fly in America, mask is required unless you're ingesting something, mask back on, they've thrown people off.
Do you think right now that Margaret or John here are endangering anyone sitting there if they're 10 feet from there, 15 or?
I don't know. Let's be realistic. 6 foot. Is it magical?
I know, it's had to pick a number, but I'm saying there's at what level, you've got to draw a line somewhere. If you're going to start drawing lines, then you made a big giant thing here, proclamation a while back. If it says required, if it's per governor's proclamation, then people are not, there's a lot of things you can look in here where if they didn't wear one, if they're sitting alone in the corner, they would be doing nothing wrong, according to the governor. So you're deciding to go past that, and you're going to have to define it, I think, myself. You're going to have to make a big definition. There's a lot of different scenarios. Otherwise, you're going to have unfair treatment. It's not going to be 7 days after
you asked Carrie Paul to remove her mask, or she said she could. You told me you'd prefer I didn't, the same distance. I can play the video if you want. I asked if I could take it down to read my presentation, and you said, I prefer you did not. 7 days before, you told Carrie it'd be easier for you to do that, you're 6 feet, it'd be just fine. So all these rules and regulations and mandates become very dangerous as to who's making them. I fully trust people can take the risk they want to take and are responsible. I know somebody personally who got bacterial pneumonia from wearing their mask religiously. So it's not a big hurt to wear a mask, but there is choice. Everyone has a choice to decide what they're going to do.
All righty. Could we have a motion to keep the signage up through the February 6th time period the governor has outlined?
I'll make that motion.
Okay. Do I hear a second? I will second that. Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign.
I vote no, and I'd like it on the record with no definition.
Okay,
There's no definition of what that means.
okay. Fair enough. All right, Amy, we're a little behind. Welcome. If I could have you come to the podium, please. Oh, Amy and John, we get both of you here today.
So Alan, Chuck, and Jacob, well, thank you for letting us speak to you today. Amy McQueen and myself, on behalf of Clarinda Economic Development Corp., you're seeing a couple different faces than you did a year ago. I'm here, I was elected to serve as president for the 2021 term for economic development. Lisa Hall has filled that role for several years. She's got a lot of things on her plate. She's trying to decrease them, but she's still our vice president. She's still the mayor of Clarinda, so she still will be very active. And then it's my privilege to have Amy here today. We hired Amy as our new executive director in December. We feel very blessed to have her on board, and we think she's going to do a great job working on behalf of Clarinda in this role. So today, Amy's going to share with you a summary of our accomplishments for 2020, our goals for 2021, and then I have a few brief comments to close our presentation.
Okay, sounds great.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So CEDC has been put in place to raise the tax base for Clarinda, but also surrounding areas. And so I just want to highlight some of the things that we've done in 2020 and going forward in 2021 to achieve those goals. So we are very, very focused on the housing program in Clarinda right now. In 2020, we sold 522 West Main Street, which was the inaugural home that CEDC started with, and then pre-sold a house on West Clark Street that is still in construction at this point in time, but should be completed within the next 60 to 90 days. I would hope closer to 60. And then in the Walnut Hills addition, there are 3 homes that are occupied in that addition, and then the 4th and 5th homes are under construction at this point in time. So the 2021 goals for the housing is obviously we need housing to fulfill the needs for our employers, which is what we're here to help them with. So we need to identify lots that we can possibly build on for that. One lot is currently available that we have access to within the city, and that is in communication with our housing committee to start building on that lot right now. We hope to work with an individual with property management experience to discuss and possibly toy with the idea of multifamily complexes, apartment complexes, whatever fits right with our community. So that's in communication also. The Housing Committee is currently researching and discussing the topics of smaller homes that would make it smarter for workforce, more affordable for workforce in our community. So the smaller on slab foundations versus a basement, because basements can get kind of pricey. And then the single family dwellings also. So not just the
multi-family facet, but also the single family dwellings also. We're also in discussion of a day of service. So for us as an organization to go back into the community and help those that don't have the resources to maybe paint their house or fix maybe railings on a porch or whatever. So that is also in discussion of how we're going to get that completed for 2021. For the talent and recruitment and development, we partnered with the IEDA Marketing Co-op and Hearst Productions to design and film a talent recruitment video. We served as a communication liaison for Iowa Works for a labor shed study for 2020. That's not yet completed. I think COVID had something to do with that also, but hopefully that will be released very soon. We led a student group with a bank, what they call the bank crawl. So our students from the high school they were able to go into the banks and have a high-level discussion with those employers to see what that looks like from an employment standpoint, and then served as communication liaison for Mid-American Energy for the electric charging station at Casey's. So in 2021, we want to do not just a bank crawl maybe again, but we want to do from a manufacturing standpoint because we are so rich in manufacturing, as well as the trades, carpentry, electrical, HVAC, so we can work that into our school system also. We are working very closely with the school district to identify those needs in our community and maybe start having those trade programs come into the school as an offering for classes. And of course, we're trying to retain the existing industry that we have here in town. You all know that from the business recruitment and expansion standpoint, we have AgriLand that had a huge expansion down there on the east side of town. We helped with that. Duke Rentals on the south side of town, that gained us 25 to 30 jobs here in town. Southwest Iowa Families with their expansion project, and then Fine and Sons with their expansion project down at Corinna Pavilion. So we kind of fostered those relationships and helped them find what they needed. What we'd like to do in 2021, find another opportunity and location for a business park. Obviously, bringing industry and raising the tax base is a huge goal for us. Market the vacant facilities, there's not a ton of vacant facilities in Clarinda right now, but what we can help with, we will absolutely do. Help the school with the Shopko building and bringing offerings into that for whatever they need. Broadband is a huge topic. We want to help expand with that. And then the daycare situation that we have in town also. So those are things that are goals for the recruitment and expansion. The funding, our budget in 2020 was $115,000. We received $50,000 from the city of Clarinda. We raised commitment levels from all board members, and then we increased our stakeholders that we had from the previous year. Obviously, we want to maintain or maybe increase our budget because of the preceding goals that we have for 2021, and then add additional stakeholders which we're in contact with as well. We do offer a revolving loan fund for existing businesses. We loaned $88,000 out in 2020, applied and received another $50,000 from USDA. All of the funds that we have available are currently loaned out. 7 businesses are receiving that revolving loan fund. We expect in 2021 to continue to offer that revolving loan fund for that gap funding for existing businesses. So we have a big plate and it's full, and we appreciate the opportunity to work for you guys, work with you, and hope that 2021 is as successful as 2020 was.
Well, thank you, Amy.
You bet.
Anybody have any questions? Oh, yeah, we got John.
Couple more, another minute, Chuck?
Didn't mean to cut you off.
Thank you. Hey, yeah, as you heard from Amy's report, there was a lot going on in 2020 and a lot we think coming up in 2021. And we discovered over the years that CEDC, we went through various periods, but that we need a full-time director to be effective in what we're doing. We've tried doing it with part-time, it just hasn't worked very well. And in order to have a full-time director, we need partners such as Page County, the city, Clarinda, and various businesses that partner up with us in our financial, to support our financial budget. And we believe that when CEDC or the Shenandoah Economic Group with Greg Connell, you know, when they're able to have success by strengthening the area businesses, by adding new businesses, increasing jobs, by building new houses, that it's a win-win for the county because the tax base gets built larger and ultimately more income comes in and helps your budget. And so we think it's a win-win, and we're on the same team pulling in the same direction there. So as a former CEDC member said several years ago, we're either going forward or we're going backwards. You don't just sit still. And so we want to move forward with Page County. We thank you very much for your support over the years to Page County, and we look forward to your support in the future. And thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Thank
John.
you very much.
Thank you, Amy.
Thanks.
Did you have any questions?
Well, any questions? I think it's wonderful.
Okay. And feel free, you know, another time, if you have questions, contact us at any time.
Okay.
So,
Well, we, as you know, our support over the years has come out from our local option sales tax proceeds, and we've been blessed. We've had a good year with that, and we will take a look. We started that look yesterday. We'll conclude that
sure.
later this week. But I think last year our contribution was $7,500 to you, $7,500 to the chamber.
Yeah.
And then since Shenandoah is combined, the whole 15 was split, you know, they kind of took the 15 check and split it internally. So I don't know what that looks like, but certainly appreciate all your efforts. And, you know, your world's a tough world because people judge you on things that sometimes are pretty harsh. And with the evolving retail shift in our country, I know a lot of folks look primarily at economic development strictly as retail, but as we heard in your report, it goes far beyond that.
Yeah.
And, you know, appreciate your vision and your board's vision.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So we are a little bit ahead. We've got John at 9:30. Would like to know if we could.
No.
Oh, did I? Who did I?
Janet's at 9:30.
Huh?
Janet is.
Oh, Janet's at 9:30.
And she is here.
I can't read, Janet, but
Have you got more coming?
is your board coming, Janet?
Okay.
Okay, so why don't we, I know Margaret was asking if we could have a recess. Would you be offended if we took a 10-minute recess? And then came back at 9:25?
25.
Would that be okay? Do I have a motion to recess? please?
I make a motion to recess until 9:25.
Okay.
All right, we are in recess till 9:25. So, Corey, can we use your office?
Hey, thank you. Wow.
Be gentle with me, Margaret.
Look at that. Oh. Whew. Thank you. That's really nice.
Is it less than $3? Okay. Then you can do it if it's less than $3.
I'm sure I'm gonna want something.
Thank you. How are you?
Doing fine, thank you.
Just learn from experience, John. What's that? Ashley, what? Ship. Melissa, put that right now, we can do it also like 6 o'clock. Or 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock. You go. You're probably there at 3. You go.
Yeah, how's that going? Fine. Good.
B-U-Y-E-R, I think. Or, I think so, fire. B-U-Y-E-R. I'm not the best speller in the world, sure. No, I didn't. No, didn't hear it either. Yes. Yep, that is correct. The kids like to watch. The kids like to watch, so she signs on. Yeah. Yeah, one time, they're gonna know more about a meeting than I have. That made it my first introduction to this kind of thing, trying to be. Tried out where at the office. Or interview, came in one by one, and they go through that office. I didn't know it was freshman. They put it at the page on the floor, you're supposed to see that. Didn't pick it up. I think I stood on it, probably, I was so nervous. I was shaking. Right. The jacket on. So.
I think they said 57 cars ran last night, so. The A main was, a guy by the name of Cannon McIntosh. I don't know, but I think he drives for one of the big names. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I never thought about it. Yeah. There should be approximately 300 drivers there. I tell you what, it was, you know, it was really a tough one because this was the first year they had limited people that could go, and I got tickets, and I hated selling them, but I just didn't know if I wanted to be down there amongst. I get 2 every year, so. It's just whoever wants to go, so. Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, if you were, I don't know if your dad was still interested, and if you're interested next year, if we can schedule this all around everything else, let me know in October, November, before I decide if I'm keeping or selling it. Because I can always save, you know, because I don't really, you know, after going for 20 plus years, I don't have to go. It's so much fun. It's just really exciting to be down there. Yeah. Whenever I get the tickets, I'll make a note to remind you that if you guys want to go, pick a day. So, yeah, or 2. But with that mask restriction, they're checking temperatures every time you walk through a checkpoint. They're doing everything they can down there to keep it confined, and it's just I just didn't want to be in that environment. It's really, the methanol is really, well, it depends. Up until 10 o'clock, if it's not too cold out, they open up the doors, so it kind of helps vent really well. But after 10:30 or 11, they have a noise ordinance in Tulsa, because see, that track is located with housing all the way around it. It's really kind of a weird deal having an indoor track there in a residential area. And so they have to shut the doors, and that may have changed. 4 years ago, when it was a real big legal issue, one of the councilmen, his mother lived in that neighborhood, so he made it, they got it enforced where they could not have the doors open. And one year, I just about passed out. It was so heavy fumes, and it was really bad. And there were actually people wearing, some people were wearing the gas mask type deals to help vent themselves. So, and the people were in and out the doors, and they weren't out there to smoke, they were in and out to get fresh air. But the last two times I went, it wasn't near as bad. So it's more the dust, the dirt, because even though you're sitting away from the track, the dirt clods are just like they are at Adams County, you know, it's crazy. So, but the noise is unbelievable. Those little cars can really make a lot of noise when they're going 80 miles an hour on that little tiny track. Quarter. Yeah, it's pretty fascinating. If you get NAV TV on your, NAV TV, they'll have the finals will be on NAV TV Saturday night. So, and if you've got a good system, the sound is almost like being there when you're watching it on TV. They do a very good job of telecasting that. I think watching Tony Stewart running the grader, because he helps design that track every year for it. And watching him out there, just as wealthy as he is, to see him running a CAT out there, a tractor out there, blading and everything else, is just fascinating watching that. Just to see somebody that at that point in their life, the love of racing, what it is. Do I need to go get shot? Do I need to go let him know the process is over, or do we just go back in and start? We're 5 minutes over. Yeah. Okay. Do I need to do anything, Peter? Is it on? Okay. At this time, we're going to move out of recess. Janet? Do you want to go ahead and come on up and give us a little preliminary of your? Oh, I'm sorry. Make a motion. Second. Okay. Okay. Janet, if you want to come on up, and Chuck hopefully will be back in a second. I know that we received some information, I think. I got you somewhere around here.
Okay, so take a quick look at our budget sheet there, gentlemen, if you will. There's not very many changes. We've tried to keep this in place and do everything we can to work with the county and spend as little as possible, you know that. And this year we're doing all the cleaning over there ourselves. It's working out just fine, so that's helped. We cut back the commissioners back to 3. So that made a difference in that line item, and that would be in your 1,000 block. Okay, 03200-121-21. Says General Basic Fund Administration Veterans.
Okay. Okay.
Find it?
Yep. I just want to make sure.
Right. And you'll notice that there is a 74% deduction in that. And we asked for 900, that's 75 trips for my commissioners times 12 months, or $75, I'm sorry, times 12 months. They each get $25 when they come over, okay? Then if you'll drop down to 372-21-333. Now that's the allocation funding. And as of yesterday afternoon at 4 o'clock, we have no guarantee that we're going to get that $10,000 allocation.
Right.
So what I had done is requested an increase in the training, because that's the big reason that we spend that. So if you'll look at 422-2125, General Basic Fund Administration, Veterans Education and Training, that increased $2,000. And even if they don't send us to Des Moines and down to Texas this year, there will be an online controlled class. And it's probably going to be up at Council Bluffs. So I'll keep everybody informed when we know.
So our ending administration is going to be 72,171. I'm sorry, 73,171. So we are actually just a little bit less than last year.
Yes,
How do you feel about the $10,000? How long did it take last year before you found out if you were going to get that?
well, they're going to tell us so that we know, so we can prepare and plan our budgeting. And right now, it is a no.
Sure.
So as soon as I get some kind of solid information on that, then we'll adjust the budget. But doing this covers myself and Denise so that we have our training hours and can keep accredited. Okay? And that is the only thing I did to your budget. See how good I am?
Yep.
I didn't mess with nothing.
How's everything working with 3 people on the board?
It's doing fine.
Doing fine?
All 3 of them are representing a different area. So that makes it nice for me because I can actually reach out and assign them either a person, an event, or a situation. So here in Clarinda, Gary went to a gentleman's house and checked on him for a wellness check and took care of that and took some food and stuff over for us.
Sure.
So there are our outreach. So we're not doing everything. They work with us. These guys are doing fine. Pardon me? Ron Gibson represents Shenandoah. Okay. Wendy Davis represents the middle of the county. And Gary Alger represents Clarinda. Now, that being said, my biggest concern, and I know you know this because we talked about it before, and I'm going to bring it up again when we have our meeting this week, is that I do not feel like I'm covering Clarinda properly. I have to do so. For a while, we came over to the American Legion and invited them to come in and did claims and so forth, and that worked. Now with COVID so much worse and everything going on, I can't do that. So someday in the future, in Page County, I would really like to have a little office over here, even if it's only open 1 or 2 days a week.
Sure.
An extension office.
We've talked about that in the annex.
Okay.
Doing that.
Yeah. I just don't feel like I'm really finishing my job and my requirements.
So how does your board feel about that? I mean, are they?
They're
okay?
supportive.
They're supportive, okay.
Yeah. Yes, they are. And I wouldn't do anything without their okay. So,
Denise sent, and I don't know if anybody else, and I'll pass this around, a list of the different things that have been accomplished from this year past, this particular form she sent to me.
oh,
And I'll share that with, I just wanted to say, it's pretty amazing of the involvement that the VA has had over the last few years. Question I have for you, and just so I can make some notes, 21-0966 intent to file, what does that mean? Is that them coming in with questions?
no. The 2122 is the form that we send in that says that we would like to have an organization represent that veteran.
Okay.
Oftentimes I use American Legion because they're the biggest office and they're in Des Moines. But we've done Purple Heart, we've done everyone else. The old 966 locks in the date of the claim.
Okay.
So if I send that up there and they receive it and I have a stamp that it got faxed and they got it, it doesn't matter if it takes me a year, that veteran's going to get paid back to that date that we filed. And then I want to kind of stretch that out a little bit for you. Some of this will make sense, some of it will not. These are my annual reports. I'd like to cover them briefly with you gentlemen. Because, like I say, some will make sense and some won't. On the first page, with the yellow highlight where it says year veteran population, total expenditure, et cetera, that information is taken from the state of Iowa. And that covers what's happening in Page County. Now, don't be confused, because it says in 2019, we had 1125 population. Our population right now is 1,579 veterans. But if you look at the top of that report, you see the 3 zeros? We paid out to my veterans $1,125,000 in that year. That was a little higher last year. The COVID did us. Mainly, I printed these out so you can see consistency. And the total expenses for Page County, Iowa, which includes everything else in yellow at the top of that form, is $10,306,000 expended to my veterans in Page County. So to give you an idea, a gentleman comes in and he's filing a Vietnam claim, Agent Orange, and he files with me in September. He doesn't get all of his medical reviews and everything that he needs to get done until the following August. It's very likely that he's going to get a check for $16,000, $17,000 back pay. So I just want understood that there's a lot of money coming into this county from what we're doing. Now, the next pages.
And that's the one I received.
Yeah, so that'll give you an idea. The next page where you're looking, I think that's the form you have, the 0966. In 2020, we did 41. 2019, we did 16. So I was here in 2018, 2019, and 2020. And I'm trying to have a consistency. If you check those, I believe that our office is consistent. We're doing our homework. We're pulling files and making sure nobody is filed away that didn't get attention. And we constantly make phone contact. That's one of my big things. I reach out. And the next 3 pages, yes, sir.
Just real quick, what's the SC claim? That was the other one. I wasn't sure what the SC stood for. On the third, SC on the third line of that.
Page 2 report.
Oh, the 21,526 is a claim that is for the veteran's spouse.
Spouse, okay.
And most often that claim is filed after his death. But if I have a veteran that comes in the office and he's a veteran with 10% hearing, that's all he has to have, tinnitus.
Right.
And they put his wife in the nursing home, then she's entitled to aid attendance payment. So I work with him and her and get her some kind of a payment into that nursing home or assisted living. Does that make sense?
Yep. Nope, that's exactly
Okay.
what I was wondering.
The 527 easy, that's the veteran. Aid attendance? Is that what you're asking me? The only time that anybody is eligible for that is if their husband was a veteran, 20 years either in Army Reserve or a veteran in the military that has a service connection. And I'm not understanding, I'm sorry. No, if somebody has tinnitus and gets 10%, that's a rating. He's gonna get $148 every month the rest of his life. Okay, that rating allows him to file for the aid attendance for his wife. And if you follow my website, I tried to make that clear. I rewrote that so people can understand, because now the nursing homes, and people are going into the nursing homes, they're asking if you would file that if you're a veteran. That isn't that easy. You have to be eligible. There's 7 to 9 forms that go with that, and it has to do with how much money you make. So there's guidelines. I'd be more than happy to sit down with you or any of you and go over those guidelines sometimes so you know.
Sure.
And yes, ma'am? Okay, the 534 form, that's the widow's pension claim. That's different than the 526. There's a pension claim, and then there's a benefit claim, and they're 2 different things. And I have a book over there that tells me all this about that thing. Okay, now that 1010 easy form, What that does is we assist the medical side. So that would be the CBOC and the new building that we're building over there to get new customers. So they come in, we fill that out for them, they take it to them and they approve or deny. We don't have the right or the power for approval. Okay. And the SF 180 is an information form. We send it to archives and try to get a hold of the DD 214. They've been closed, we've had some real trouble, but we dug around and we found a group that's allowing us to go in and search through their webs, and that is the claim office that's down in Atlanta, Georgia. So they're working with us and allowing us to send requests, and they're sending them up to the American Legion, who we file through. Then they just notify me and say, we got it, we can file. But it can't come to me because of all the laws with that. So, but I thought it'd be interesting for you to see how much money comes through.
That's just amazing, $10
It
million
is.
a year.
It is, yeah.
Benefits, that's phenomenal.
And it's gonna be better next year.
Yeah.
I guess if I had to say anything, gentlemen, I'd like for you to know I love what I do. Absolutely love it. You're welcome anytime to come to the office and sit down and we can go over things. I'll answer questions and you can get some of the details on this.
We thank you and Denise. It's wonderful to get the information, and it's wonderful to see the positives, the growth in that department. So it really is.
Well, I'm proud of Page County, and I think that it's really important that we support her and that we get this going forward and that we're recognized. And right now, this office is recognized because our stats are a lot higher than a lot of the rest of them around us. So,
You still spending a fair amount of time mentoring the new Montgomery County director?
no, he's back. He had COVID, he's back and he's taking his position. And so I'm sending my people that came to me that he can handle back to him. Now, this is touchy because we cannot turn away any veteran. But I can't be spending all my time on a veteran that doesn't belong to Page County or traveling clear over there to visit with someone to get information. So it's a back and forth pull. But when possible, I send him home. He's competent. I trained him, we work together, and sometimes he'll come to my office and meet with that veteran with me.
Right.
But I can't honestly feel secure doing that or even taking Taylor County veterans. And that DSO will be moving on probably this year. He's been really sick,
Okay,
an older gentleman. So,
so that kind of is part of my question, is 1579.
mhm.
Are those the veterans that you helped, or are those Page County residents?
I have 1579 veterans in Page County that I know,
Okay.
that I'm aware of, and have been given information on. Of those, we put that 1,125,000 out to the veterans that have applied. I'm not done. A lot of them are in Clarinda. I have to reach out and find them. Has to do with trust and working with them. And, I want to applaud you and thank you for what you're doing for the office and helping, because helping and paying for those events is how we get them in the door.
Sure.
Alan's been wonderful with his organization. I am going to have, probably against your policy, but I have an awful lot of PTSD clients, and we're going to open up a PTSD room by invitation, 1 day a week. Let the guys come in and talk to each other, because that's how they get along, and play cards or whatever. So I will be doing that, but I'll follow all of your COVID. And it's not open to all the public. It'll be individuals, okay? That'll be starting. And then the next thing is our end of life planning, and that's gonna be open to the entire community. Everybody in Page County is invited to come in. We have the information packets, how to fill them out, what the funeral homes can do for you, how do you prepare? I mean, right down to, we list everybody's credit cards for them, and anything that the family needs to know. And then that's put in lock and key so that it's safe and secure. so the family knows where to go. But that's, we're offering that for the, not just veterans, that's for the whole county.
Okay.
Okay.
Keep up the great work. I do have one comment. We, a week or so ago, had the exit interview on our state audit. And, you know, the state auditors, did a comprehensive look at everything. We have a very good audit. But the one comment that was made is that we have to make sure that in the programs that we run that involve gift cards or credit cards, that we have very detailed explanations.
Okay, and I believe we do. We
Okay.
never use that at
Okay.
all unless we have a full audit trail on that.
So, yeah, just keep up.
You're aware of that, sir.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, that was the only thing.
So I can't go out and buy cigarettes in a car?
Well, you know,
Preferred.
we prefer not.
No, we're well aware of that.
So, yeah. just
And,
keep
but
up the
that's why it's so
documentation.
nice to have some extra funds that are provided. We do, cans, everybody brings cans in, we take them up and crush them, and we use that money. And that money is, that's probably not legal, but that money is just set aside for a veteran that might need gas, might need help, might need something. So we do that, but my office does not do that. I have a veteran doing that.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah, Jacob, just for clarification, what Janet was talking about to me, the Elks organization has grants available for different projects, and we're able to award usually every year some dollars for the Veterans Affairs Office in Shenandoah to use for projects throughout the county. This year it was approximately $1,000. Denise puts together different activities. Well, a couple of years ago, it was pretty elaborate because there were no rules, no COVID-related rules, but this year it's been a little bit more complex. The Christmas time, they were able to do a lot of gifts for the veterans that were in need, a lot of different things, and really helps out. It's kind of an in and out. We work through their office and through the auditor's office. We send the money in, and then they keep very detailed, close receipts, and then we have to turn that back into the Grand Lodge of Elks or to get reimbursed. So.
and we really appreciate that. And the other
So-
thing we do is work hand in hand in the food banks.
Mhm.
If somebody needs food, we arrange it, we go pick it up and deliver it. So my vets are extreme. I've either got the young ones coming back that really don't know what they're entitled to, that have all the questions. Then I've got all the guys over 70, and some of them are in trouble. So it's interesting.
Mhm.
It's interesting, but it's neat because I know every one of them. So, any other questions?
I can't think of any. I apologize for being a little late.
Oh, that's fine.
And thank you, as to echo what Alan said, thank you and Denise. We're very proud. And, you know, these numbers are what really help inspire us.
Yeah.
My grandpa did all of it with his own career, and.
I'm aware of that.
Wonderful asset.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. And it's sad because they don't know what they can get, and they might get a small part. And I can go right in behind them and get them a real benefit. So,
He had to do a lot of those numbers, I figured that out.
yeah.
I think the one thing that-
Oh, that's what we're there for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jen.
I brought you an orange pop.
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
so you're Casey's club member.
I
huh?
figured everybody likes orange, right?
Yes.
It was a bribe.
You already drank
Just get ready for this year. Thank you. And if you ever have an opportunity to come over to the office, I'd love to have you. Thank you.
Keep us informed on your discussion with the board about the presence, an office over here, so we can, you know,
Mhm.
keep that moving forward.
Yeah.
Because I think your point's well taken. You've done a lot of work in and around Shenandoah, and you've attempted over here, and I think there's more need here than has been serviced to this point.
Thank you for understanding that, because with the COVID, and I can't use the places I'd like to use.
Right.
But if I had an office, I can put up my plastic divider and have them come in and help.
Sure. We have space.
How's the CBOC? What, have they got a date yet?
Oh. Second week of February, we take over the building,
Mhm.
and probably the second week of April, we'll accepting our first clients, our first patients. It's beautiful. If you follow the website, I'll have a copy of pictures and a walkthrough
Good.
on it. What we can offer now is going to be amazing. You won't have to go to Omaha to get x-rays, anything. EKGs, CAT scans, prosthesis. So this would be nice.
Yeah.
I'll
Awesome.
keep you informed.
Okay.
That was a nice article.
I was on KMA yesterday.
Yeah.
I probably can tell you guys that I'm going to do that in case I get in trouble.
Oh, no, it's easier for us if we find out afterwards.
Is that affiliated and so like the VA hospital in Omaha, or is there an affiliation?
Okay. The CBOC, which is the community-based organization that's an extension arm from Omaha. They put it in the community because of the need, because we have so many veterans, not just here in Iowa, but Kansas, Missouri, and Nebraska. So there's patients that come from everywhere, which brings them into Shenandoah and Page County. So I work to give out gift certificates or anything else that I can get a discount on food to get them in town. So that works well. But yeah, I don't know how many miles it is, 56? To go to
To the
Omaha?
VA.
Yeah.
Approximately.
Yeah, isn't that right?
Is that the doctors and stuff that work there, is that through the Omaha affiliation?
They're hired in Omaha. Yeah, Dr. Longacre came from Omaha, the new doctor, which is Dr. McQueen, not Steve. He is from Point. His family's all from there, so he knows a lot of the people. And I liked him. And then Dr. Shelton is our backup doctor, and he works at Clarinda. So I like that, because then people can know him if we call him in, or the veteran goes to him. We can still outsource. If there's a problem or they need something done, I can still go ahead and do a voucher and let them go to the emergency room or private care or whatever. But they can't do it without permission. Their doctor has to sign off.
Sure.
So, okay,
All right, thank you, Janet.
thank you,
Yeah,
sir.
you bet.
You bet.
Thank you.
Pardon me?
Oh, Janet said, thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. These need to sign by you two, and this is just a letter that we received. So you can read that at a later time. Just want to pass it over for.
Well, we're a little ahead of schedule, so we'll wait just
Not
a
very
minute.
much. Got more coming than Miss Kathy? Just Kathy. Everybody else is scared.
I'm great.
Oh, I'll make a motion to approve the VA budget.
I just have a question. Are we gonna come back and stuff, if we're raise it or lower or anything?
Yeah.
We might come back.
Yeah, because we're gonna have a lot of discussions between now
That's my question.
Yeah.
Do we accept it, approve it? Not know. What's the correct way to do it? If we're approving, you can vote on it, and then come back and change it. Oh, it's not done.
Yeah.
But
Why doesn't the meeting go back?
and if there was something that wanted to be discussed at a later date.
it's like we're kind of going through all this, I kind of figured it was last night.
Why change it around to approve it at the time that they were moving forward? But at any point, we can always come back and get some jobs. It's just kind of a.
Until we get to the end, there's so many open ends.
Yes,
Bring this all back together, so I don't.
We have to,
Like accept it.
Yes.
See it, accept it, but I don't.
we can approve it, but we can also come back in and put it back on the agenda to discuss any changes at the end that we have.
Because until you have the public hearing and finalize it. Really, it's all, I mean,
It's just
it's really discussion.
open canvas.
I mean, that's been kind of the,
We're going to approve it all, going yes or no. It's like it's done, but then we have.
yeah, but it's really not done. And to your point, the language is a little confusing.
Yeah. Probably just gonna change, I don't know if it was necessary. But it was kind of a way to think of it, we don't even feel like it's like after the math, it was not good. So then this way, we kind of knew where we were, I think. That would have to be like, we went through the special on it. It's not just, you know, I mean,
So what, I mean, are you
I
thinking
think
of
we
the,
accept it, like we accept it, I don't know if I word it, to approve it means it's not done, but it's done, it's approved, so we're gonna come back to it maybe.
are there points beside the 4% in that budget that you would like to discuss?
I don't think so, there's things yesterday, I think I studied it, let's got the yesterday morning, I think kind of few things I want to ask about, something already. So it's kind of,
Right.
I don't know how to do that. I wanna,
When we come back, I mean, we'll come back and we'll take an overview of the whole budget and what the impact is on all the levies and all the funds. And then, those questions would be appropriate to go back in and then dig at that
and
point.
we trying to adjust things to try to lower the tax burden, that could affect almost every one of them a little bit, whether it be a salary or something else, not even salary, something other,
Right.
find a little here, a little there. I just don't think we're approved, we all know, yes, to approve it, seems like it's done.
Yeah,
But
okay.
It's not what it is, it's not.
Yeah, I
I want to know
understand.
how I'm voting. There's some things I want to maybe, we're gonna have more discussion, maybe word that differently, we want to vote.
I think the salary, you know, the 4% across is gonna impact every budget. That would impact FICA and IFRS, et cetera, and create changes. My understanding of the process is I mean, that final determination on salaries comes really late in the process. It's gonna impact everybody, but in the sessions that we're going through now, I think we wanna be pretty close. So if you have an objection to an item besides the salary that goes across the entire, budget.
We might have to officially. Yeah, but
So, I mean, it's not really, ultimately can be discussed on through the hearing process, but it's just like, you know, rely on you, kind of, you know, do it more now, you know, leave it open to you to revisit it.
I had a couple questions from this last night from the 99 section. I don't know the right time to do that, but yeah.
Well, yeah, that's really at the
Okay,
end.
that's fine. Just that's the things I've already approved of, and now I found, maybe talk about it.
And I think those are things you just need to list out, and at the end of this, we
Go
sit
back.
down,
Yeah.
and talk about it. Yeah. Yep.
So, but yeah, until we have a public hearing, I mean, any of this could potentially change.
Even though we approved the budget, it's not.
Yeah, it's a misnomer. Yeah, no, your point
Is
well
there
taken.
a word to approve,
No, unfortunately, no.
accept the budget, or that's
No.
not.
Based on the information we have today, we're approving it, but there could be additional information as discussions occur, if that makes sense. Well, we're at 10 o'clock. John, Kathy? And John, you gonna present? Oh, yes, I'm
I
sorry.
made the motion.
I'll second it as long as it's not done. I'll
Okay.
Maybe come back.
We have a motion and a third.
Okay, all those in favor?
Okay, all those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, great, thank you. Procedurally, we forgot that. Okay, John, we're ready for you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. And we're looking, I'll just give you just a quick overview. We are asking for a small increase in our budget this year. Comes out to about 1% over last year's. The big, I guess, changes on it would be, we can just start at the top. My salary, we had a meeting with our board about possibly increasing my salary because kind of the 1 year period was over. And when I was hired on, they said that after a year, we'll kind of review your progress, see where you're at. So I think they were very happy with my progress and went through a lot of the accomplishments and kind of how our department's moving forward. So that was probably the biggest increase. That was almost a 13% increase. That does not include the 4% that was talked about for the counties, because I figured if my board's approving a pay increase, I don't need the 4% from the county too. The next line, that 4% for the basically Charlie's salary, we did put the 4% in our budget already for that. Everything else on that page has pretty much stayed the same. We did figure FICA and IFRS because of the increases, those numbers went up. Then park supplies, maintenance supplies, everything stayed the same. Our natural gas and electric, we did do just our normal 10% increase, which kind of what the electric companies told us to go off of. Major deductions, we did take another 10,000 off of our vehicle line. We're sitting very good on vehicles and equipment right now. So we didn't see the need to have that for a large line item again. We took that from 30,000 to 20,000.
Hey, John, if I could interrupt you.
Yeah, no, go for it.
I want to follow along. What page on the budget are you on?
Right now I'm on page 5. I'm just kind of going through the ones that had changes.
So the decline in the vehicle on page 5?
Yes, on page 5, you have the maintenance operations motor vehicle.
Okay.
That's the fund we use to buy like any new mowers or any new vehicles. We're good on mowers. Like I said, we only have one vehicle that's questionable. And that's why we kind of left the $20,000 in that line.
Which vehicle is it?
It's the old tan truck. We kind of just use it as a kind of a runner right now that does.
Is that one that, if we have at some point in time another sheriff's vehicle available, is that one that it could be used, or?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because it's we don't use it as like a heavy tow or anything. It's just kind of a runner vehicle for this side of the county. So yeah, definitely not anything that needs to be special or that we'd have to buy new.
Yeah, we did that a couple of years ago, so. Its trades are so good. Yeah, right. Yeah, so we can discuss that too and see where that goes over the next year.
Okay.
So.
Okay. We're hoping it'll last at least another year, but it's getting rough.
Never noticed this before. What's the AMVETS property? I see we have water use.
It's the conservation office. It's just looking at the AMVETS property.
Gotcha.
It's the old AMVETS building. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Then page 6, we're getting into the actual money we have specified for each park. We changed some numbers around. We took 2,500 away from RAP, just because a lot of our big cash projects or big cash flow projects we're going to get done this year. But RAP still does need a lot of work, so it's still a rather large line item compared to other parks. The roads are going to be an issue out there again. Then we took the 2,500 that we usually had at RAP, we put towards Pierce. Because with our 5-year plan, we want to get a shelter out there at the North Campground.
Speaking of roads, how did that work the last time we did the cross sharing between county roads and secondary roads and you guys, how did that, were you on board yet when we did that, Kathy? So do you have any thoughts on how that worked when we did that before? Was it a good deal, a bad deal? I think Pat came out and reworked it a couple of years, 3 years ago, maybe 2 years ago. Then we paid over to the secondary roads for their use. You remember that? I mean, because we've talked about doing some more, in the future. So that would be something for you guys to discuss and maybe invite conversation with JD to see what we can, to help.
Which they haven't,
Yeah.
that they did.
Yeah.
Ask her across all the parks, but. yeah, we're at the point we're gonna need another load of gravel.
Right.
You know, definitely some serious work on the roads. And that was pretty much the last page on the expenditures, unless you had any questions about any of the line items.
Where, I know I came to your meeting, and I'm reviewing these notes. And what I stated, you know, you kind of wanted to do this reserve fund, which I think is not a bad idea, but we've got a lot we're learning, so we could table that for a year. What I asked your group to do was to bring for consideration a project in the $8,000 to $10,000 range. Where is that in this budget?
We submitted because we were looking at to see what park we could really put that into, but we've got so many grants out right now that it's all gonna depend on what grants get approved and what don't, to where we're actually gonna need the money. So yeah, we were initially wondering if we could just put the $10,000 into that reserve account, and then we could use it towards whatever project doesn't get grant funding.
In there, I said, you would have
Okay, so it's not in this budget, I agree.
No.
Okay.
it would be at the on page 6,
Okay. Got it.
that 3,000.
What all grants have you got written, John?
We've got, right now, we're looking at one from the Rat Foundation over in Chan. We asked for some funds to finish the bathroom. The land water conservation grant, we also put in for the bathroom too, just in case we didn't do that. We're doing another one from the Omaha Foundation to hopefully cover the shelter at Pierce. And then we're still trying grants for Pioneer. Unfortunately, we lost out on the fisheries grant. And a lot of that you could probably blame for COVID. They kind of cut the money in half. There was like 2 projects that were funded out of 11 or 12 that were submitted. So we've got a lot of projects that hopefully we can get some of the grants for.
So in this budget, on the revenue side, how many dollars are grant dollars?
On the revenue side that we have listed, we don't have any grant dollars listed.
Okay.
This is just basically our revenues are from our park revenues.
That's good. You know, sometimes temptation puts grant dollars as revenue and the grants don't show up.
Yeah, we try not to do that. It's kind of one of those, you know, until I got the award letter for the grant and count on the money. We'll say revenue wise, this year we're halfway through our year, and we're, you know, probably 74-75% of our revenues. So
I think COVID was a blessing for campers, you know. People stayed home and that park out of the ramp was full all summer. I couldn't believe it.
And that was statewide, just talking to some of the other directors, it was, yeah, camping was really big this year. So hopefully some people got the bug and we keep camping next year. So we know. But yeah, we didn't adjust any of the revenue numbers. We didn't want to increase them just based off this year because we don't know how next year's going to be.
Well, this is for Kathy, and again, just for discussion, I appreciate what you're doing. I think we have some wonderful parks, and I'm fully behind conservation. As a camper, I really enjoy the treasures we have. I am a little concerned about the increase of the salary, and I'll just be honest with you. I'm not saying you don't deserve that, don't take this wrong, but the board has a recent history of allotting more money for a department for the intention of it going to the improvement of that department, and it ended up in salary. Now, you're being very transparent. You're saying, here's what I want, but as we look at some of the needs, just moving forward, thank you for being transparent. We've had some history of, again, we need $10,000 more for X project, and then X project didn't happen, and it ended up in a director's salary.
Gotcha.
And so for that reason, on the earmark funds, I would really appreciate if we had something more concrete. And again, not to hold you guys to a higher standard, because we all navigate the world and we make mistakes and we learn from the mistake. But the shelter house debacle is still fresh in our mind as a board, the dollars that, you know, were dedicated. We offered, you know, here, we'll get one of those prefab, oh no, we'll get it built. And we still don't have a shelter wrap, do we?
We've got actually one, it's basically the Connex building that we're gonna end up burying. They went ahead, they got the reinforcement on there. All he has to do, we're using a local company, the fabrication company out of Coin. He's got a little bit of more work to do on the door, that we're gonna bring in some more bracing, and we're actually just gonna end up covering up with dirt. Which will, I already checked with FEMA, it covers all of their service. So yeah, we will have a shelter, and then our hope is the shelter building that was originally a shelter, is actually gonna get turned into a modern bathroom, or a semi-modern. We'll have stools in there and then kind of go from there.
Okay. And then I'd be less than honest if I wasn't transparent on this. I think that you guys have done a good job of getting the parks available for all diverse users versus where we were 5 years ago. But I am concerned that we stay on that path, that we are fair to people who want to use it as a campground, as a horse riding trail, as a gun range. And at the meeting I went to, John, there was some controversy about the posts that had been removed and the trees being protected. And I ran into Lindsay, the arborist, and I think he stated at the meeting that that the trees were frostbit. And when I asked her about that, she said, no, they wouldn't have been frostbit, said those probably were good things. So I just want to caution you and your board to ensure that we do everything we can to accommodate all users in fairness, and knowing that we all deal with challenging personalities, but at the end of the day, those are treasures for all of our citizens to enjoy in whatever capacity melts their butter.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
Yeah, and then the other thing, I know that when you were hired, there was some hope from the board that you were going to get training to be a gun carrier, to be a law enforcement, or however that works. As far as how is that going? Is that still in the works, or is that an abandoned issue? Or
I think for the most, because since, Kathy can correct me if I'm wrong on this. When we dug more into 350, as long as I'm in the parks, I have full authority.
you have full authority?
Yes. So, and you know, the sheriff's department has been a great asset. Pretty much if it's anything that's above, you know, a park regulation,
Right.
I call them and they come out there. So it's kind of one of those, if I went to it, yes, I would be certified. Would it give me any more authority in my job?
Okay. Yeah, I couldn't remember how that worked out, so thank you.
And as for the earmarked funds, I don't know the time frame. About February and March is when I'll know on a lot of the grants that have been put in. So definitely then I would have a better idea of, hey, if we got this or.
Yeah, and at that, we're still gonna be talking a lot about the local option sales tax. There's a lot of things, you know, I'm definitely not against the involvement of dollars to start having a bank account there available for something bigger. I just want to make sure that we know where that's going, because too often with our changing the board, with your changing the board, the structure, it needs to be a plan written out where everybody can look at it and say, this is what is planned, and make sure that we don't lose direction. Because just putting money in the account doesn't mean that it can't be used for something misdirected, so to speak. So, and that's one of my biggest concerns, is just making sure that the leadership knows where it's supposed to go for future leadership. So,
Is the farm rent money, is there, I'm trying to remember from the past, are you saving it up or something? Isn't there some rent?
As of right now, the farm rent money, it gets amended back into RAP's line item at the end of every year. In our initial proposal that we did, I think in December, we were looking at possibly in the future getting that farm rent money put into, basically into the savings account.
Same sort of thing.
Yeah, and I mean, there's no hurry on that. It was kind of one of those, Gio's idea. We were just throwing.
Pioneer Park, what is your plan on that? Not to throw in too many mixes here. How soon are they going to drain? Where are you at now on that?
We've got, it's drained pretty low. We breached the outlet pipe just to kind of keep the water level low. Like I said, unfortunately, we didn't get the grant for it. Our initial plan was, the initial design and everything we came up with, the costs were astronomical. They were, varying between $250,000 and $300,000 and higher. So it looks like right now, and I'm kind of crunching some ideas with my guys, and we're bringing it up in our board meeting tomorrow. A lot of it we're probably just going to end up doing ourselves, just rent some equipment, maybe get some dredging equipment. The good thing with Pioneer, since the whole water body is basically on conservation and county land, another option that was brought up was we could always just raise our outlet to add maybe about a foot or a foot and a half on there to raise that water level. We're still brainstorming on it, but
Have we gotten any closer working with the neighbors to help that grassy area which feeds into Pioneer Park? Have we gotten any closer working with the neighbors and making sure that area is solidified as far as not allowing the silt run in?
the one from the north, I can't remember what his name was.
Ketchum? Yeah.
No, it wasn't Ketchum. He's kind of to the west side of it.
Yeah.
Whoever is directly north, they were actually offering to, a lot of the sediment that we took out, we could actually put on his land, which was going to save a lot of money because that's where a lot of our costs were coming from. We haven't talked to Ketchum for a while. I know last time we talked to him, he was definitely open to different ideas. So, yeah, because that'll help with sustainability, which was a big issue we had with the grant. Just because there's a 300-acre watershed that drains into Pioneer.
Right.
So that's where we really got hit on. They're like, if we do this project, how are you going to be able to sustain it? Right. And that was kind of what really hurt us. Sure. It was one that it might have been. I've got it written down.
That probably sounds right.
In my office, but
Okay. Well, if you need any help on any of that, don't be afraid to ask us. And I know both of those guys.
Okay.
I know the NRCS with whatever they can do to even help.
Put in catch basins to catch all that silt.
And that was part of our initial plan, where it came in, we were gonna put a dam and change that into a catch basin, just so we could focus on that.
Then the silt would stay there, no.
Exactly. Yeah, we had a great plan until it came to the dollars that were involved in it, and then it kind of caught everyone off guard, so.
Okay.
No other possible partnership opportunities on, if you're gonna do the work yourself, are there any other obvious potential partners?
Not that really we could come up with at this time.
It's a long shot, but we heard from Amy McQueen and John, the economic development people, saying that they're going to establish this year some work projects in the community, and you might talk with them. I mean, this is a big project.
This is a
And
huge.
I think maybe even throw it up to the Shenandoah side too.
Okay.
Visit with Director Connell a little bit. And if you need a person to go along, let me know, and I'd be glad to. Because that is a community, that is a county-wide, that park is so centrally located where both communities benefit so much.
And both those organizations are committed to quality of life issues that may, light their fire a little bit. I don't know, it's just a thought.
They may have some connections that would be involved, whether it be the Rotary or different groups in both of our communities that might have some dollars available, so.
If you exhausted the NRCS, just like these weirs, they would, have you asked them what they would do in some of those basins?
We've talked to them about it, and unfortunately, we're running into the issue where a lot of land is already terraced. We had all that information from them. Yeah, it's just kind of, you know, I think the land around it's developed, it does a good job of catching a lot of sediment, but when it comes down to paper and you look at the numbers, it doesn't look like it's the best.
Okay.
Well, so, I don't have any other questions. I appreciate, Kathy, appreciate you coming, appreciate your board. You know, your board has the authority to, probably the big discussion point is salary. And your board has that authority to do that. And I don't, we live in we live in such a transparent world, and we live in an angry world. So what you have is people say, well, how come I got 4%, you got X%? And that's just part of it. But, your board has the authority to make those choices. And as long as you can show, from my point of view, that you're not making a request in other areas to supplement a significant increase, then I guess that's what we probably need to do. But I'm with Alan. I don't begrudge you. You're making money, and I think there's potential for more money to be made if we can support the parks even at a greater level. I'm all for it as a camper, especially. But I do believe, to Alan's point, with change in leadership, things get missed if you don't write it down, make a plan, amend the plan as needed, but be real transparent about that. But, and that's a lesson for all of us. Not just Page County Conservation Board of Supervisors. None of us probably do as well in that area as we should.
Since they're their own board, is this different than all the other salaries that we have to talk about later?
Well, it's my understanding that their board has a legal authority to.
It's not the same animal.
And a lot of it because I know that was kind of the biggest point of the budget. I know big things that were brought at my board meeting. One of the biggest ones was when I got hired, there was, because we didn't have technically a director before, for a while there, I would still have the ability to earn comp time and overtime. And then halfway, or after a couple months of starting, hey, you're a director, you can't do that.
Right.
So that was a big one too, because like during camping season, it's not weird for me to do 50, 60 hours.
Sure.
So that was a big kind of
Being salaried
point.
worse. Being salaried worse.
Yeah, it is, yeah. So,
Well, and we have a certain part of our population thinks, well, we had a director, somebody serving in that role for 25 years, and here's what he made. Now you got a new guy coming in, and he wants to make that same. But that's not just in your world. I mean, that's in the economy.
right.
I mean, this is how the world works. You hire people anymore.
Yeah, no, in
No,
this
you're not.
case,
No, you're not.
yeah,
I
in
see
this
that.
case,
So that's-
even, yeah.
That's what I was looking at here.
Yeah.
That's why it's wrong.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So, no, appreciate all you're doing. Just, again, my only words of advice, make darn sure that we're, despite our personal opinions on guns and horses, let's make sure that when we deliver services, they are fairly delivered. And I know you're doing that. I'm
Yeah.
not saying you're not. I'm not, but just.
But no, I understand, because it could be really easy to kind of just slip off that a little bit, and then we're back to where we were 3-4 years ago, and
None of us want to go there.
yeah.
None of us want to ever go there. You don't want to go there. No. Okay,
So is there any other part of this?
The other thing we did add, REAP did get funded for at least one more year. So we do have that on our revenue for the REAP is, at least for one more year, it's still good.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't talked to Tom Shipley or any of the legislators, what they're thinking, but conservation still has been in the last discussion I know of, is the 1% sales tax, mental health conservation. And I don't know where that's.
The last we heard is it's still on the table. They're still talking about it. So we just keep our fingers crossed on it.
Well, but yeah, good advice about talking JD on roads,
Yeah.
where we can partner there,
Yeah.
to improve roads and save some money, that'd be great for both of us. And,
Absolutely.
yeah, keep on keeping
And
on.
I'll try to remember to bring up this afternoon if Lyle has any talk of pickups, we'll just keep that in the back of his mind and stay in touch with you. So,
Yeah, because I know I had talked about him too, because he said, I think he said he was getting rid of one or two this year, but I said I probably wouldn't be interested in them.
yeah,
No, for sure.
so, okay.
Thank you, John.
All right, appreciate it.
Keep us very close with your, as February gets here, keep us posted on where you're at with grants. And if you guys can, in the next 30 days, come up with something really written out, Kathy, that kind of gives us more guidance toward that $10,000. So we're still have time to get that worked in if we need to.
Okay,
So,
absolutely.
okay.
If the 20,
Well, I don't know. I'd still like to have a little more guidance. Don't you, guys?
Yeah, I'd like.
I
to
mean,
have
I'm not
more-
against it, but I just don't want to, I want to see something written down, what the plans are at 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 80,000, whatever it takes a year, what you're going to do, where that's going to be some goals that you
Okay.
want to have.
Yeah, it just help have some written goals and we're all on the same page and
Yeah.
there's no discrepancy about, well, we thought it was gonna be used here, how come you don't have your shelter? Or how
Right,
come-
no, that's understandable. Yep.
if,
Yeah.
my question is just, if one of the big items at 20,000 per vehicle, if
Mhm.
somehow you get one real reasonable replace of it somehow,
Yeah.
where does that money go if you spend 5,000 and 15 left? Does it just go back into the?
We won't use it for anything else. It just goes back in the general fund.
Comes right back?
Yep.
You're not able to save that. So-
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, we try to keep, we don't like to do the borrow from one line item to go to another one. So,
But on the other hand, Jacob, if between now and March, they were to come up with a gifted plan or give us some guidance, and we find out in July, there's gonna be a pickup, then we can make that into, change that one line item and put the other 10, and it won't affect the bottom line at all.
They're saving. They're
So, you know, there's a lot of flexibility that we have as long as we keep it all discussed out there ahead of time. So, okay?
saving. Okay, that's what I was wondering. Okay.
all right, thank you guys.
Thank you. Thanks for coming, Kathy.
Yes, yes.
You know, the last presenter brought some pop.
Yeah. Next time, remember, donuts are always
A
good.
smart lady.
And Kathy, I do thank you very much for being such a visible part of the board. Thank you for the time that you spent in explaining things and sharing things, and we really do appreciate that. So, thank you. John, thank you. You're doing, I tell you what, it's been a pretty unusual year, but it's been a pretty good one for you guys though, too. So, yeah. No.
Yeah. And, on that Pierce Creek watershed, I heard from Donna, she has a report about Reading. I think she's got to contact Melissa about being on the agenda here in a couple weeks. So watch for that and, you know, so you can come to that.
Yeah, I'm actually Tony with JD to see clear out
Oh,
all the trees on that side of the page. Gotta get back.
okay.
Okay.
Sounds great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd make a motion to approve conservation budget. Can we do the REAP budget at the same time?
Yeah.
Okay, both budgets.
Okay, we have a motion.
I'll second that.
We have a second from Holmes. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Okay, motion carries. Tom, you are up, sir. Does anybody need a restroom break?
Well, if nothing else, we can always stop in the middle of Tom, make him stand there patiently.
Okay,
Hold on, give me a second, I gotta find you.
The one page one.
Where's, say,
Off the square, but on the level. There.
oh, there it is, I found it. Okay.
Okay, you guys will have to forgive me a little bit. This is my first time doing this, so,
Well, Tom, do good, don't make it your last.
pardon me.
Do well and don't make it your last.
No pressure, Tom.
Yeah, basically, I got the, expenditure sheet from Melissa and the increases from last year to this year. For the general fund is up $2,000 from 52 to 5480. The safety of the workplace is, about, 4138 compared to 3978. And then the general supplement fund, which is the IPERS, 5106 compared to 4909 from last year. Then the dental insurance, that hasn't changed any from the previous year. And actually, the other workplace safety for the employee contribution and everything has gone down from 18,702 to 17,139. The one line item that has gone up is the stationary forms and office supplies from 1,000 to 2,000. And that's because I have a phone and internet bill to pay for now from the annex building. And that alone is $1,100 a year
Okay.
for that. So that's why, long story short, I'm actually taking less for,
Each office has to pay their own internet.
each department has to pay for their own internet and phone service.
Is that dividing it out amongst them then, or is that each one has their own bill?
No, it's just dividing it out. I think in the case of, there's one service in the secondary roads building, there's one service here. in the
That's service divided.
That's the way I understand it. And
Yeah,
We've been using,
Yeah, so like,
and all this thing in courthouse for a while and didn't have a bill because we just plugged in a phone. Same in secondary roads, he utilized an open phone, but now they're using his office.
trying to get the
Still phone there.
MediaCom bill now for the annexes. They've got it formulated. Public health pays a certain amount. Darren pays a certain amount, I pay a certain amount, and Chris pays a certain amount.
Okay. That's just what I wondered how to do it.
And then the last two things for employee mileage and meals lodging, that hasn't changed anything from last year, $500. Obviously, on the last two items, with current situation with COVID this year, I haven't done any traveling for training or anything. Hopefully, things will start settling down a little bit and I can go to some of the classes like JD has something where we send the secondary road guys, the road grader safety training for a day, to do flagger training, just something like that, to where I can get involved, see what's all involved with those guys and how the current road. I guess with that, the overall increase in, Melissa can correct me if I'm wrong, about 2.27% more than last year.
Yep.
And that's coming from salary and the office change, basically.
And then lesson, and the reason it's less than 4% is because of the less insurance costs. So the savings on that for the employees.
So where in our budget, it's not here, is Schaefer, Mark Schaefer.
He's in our secondary roads.
He's in secondary road budget. So that budget is, send an email out. That contract's done in March with Mark Schaefer. He sent over a request
To do a quarterly.
to do a quarterly. And so wanted your input on, did I send that to you? No. Okay. Then let me send you his request, because, and I apologize, I thought that I had.
No, that's fine.
I didn't, I thought it was.
If you could respond to the three of us, your thoughts, good, bad, or indifferent. I thought he had an interesting perspective, but we need your input.
That's fine.
So, but if,
I'm gonna send that to you right now, Tom.
Okay.
So you'll
okay,
have it.
yeah, But if you thought that was a value based on what he's sending you, then it probably should be in this budget. Okay. Okay, then,
Yeah.
Safety, I know he has initially, but I'm just wondering if Tom thinks it's valued, I don't know what Tom's opinion would be, it would be more supervisory about, countywide, it would be inclusive of jail, it would be inclusive of the courthouse, it would be, it wouldn't be just secondary roads at that point, because it's dealing with OSHA laws that affect all of us.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think it would be more in safety as a part of that, the 3,000.
What we charge Tom with, the majority of his time early on, because that's where the bulk of our, but as we try to, and this is a wrong way of saying it, but it's easier for me to understand when I say it this way. When we try to get into a auto role of safety, and that's the wrong term. When we try to get safety on autopilot and it requires less personal attention, then I think we would expect less time being spent in any one department. It'd be more of an overview. Plus, this other idea that we wanted to talk to you about was incorporating potentially the weed commissioner duties into your job description, which I don't know how you feel about that. We really need to have more discussion with JD, but as we've had a great year with safety. And we need to celebrate what's occurred with safety, in my view. We're trending a lot better, and the trick is we got to keep it up. We can't, historically, we've done good, bad, rhythmically and predictably. So the next year will be the challenge, because we've done very, very well. Historically, off of a good year, we've had a bad year. So we can't take an eye off safety. I'm not suggesting we should. But I think in secondary roads, conservation, sheriff's department are the three pinch points for safety. So how we budget that, I think, we didn't ask. It's come out of the same pot. Three 12s?
No,
5 12? Okay. Comes out of rural basic?
salary, that used to be Rick's salary, so we never adjusted that. So, and frankly, there's, we should probably look at that too, because, if we never told you that, I will talk about there should be not what prior salary.
Right. I understand what you're saying. Of course,
Split that up, split its salary accordingly.
Which is kind of why I asked about not to, because you want to make sure that you have a restricted fund, you have to make sure that your charitable funds appropriately for being done. I question, if that doesn't come out of your, all the, what marks that. I think that it's really probably out of contract then.
okay.
What the expectations are, what the percentage splits are.
Okay.
So that we can, because I think our, comment allocated, it's less to sell much, but not, it's not going to be more to be further. Especially if you're going to go on a quarterly basis, it might be better for you guys to just say, we want
Yeah.
50% here, 50%, you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, that makes sense. Okay.
Just to make it clear, and that would then, it's appropriate then for
just to clarify something, Tom, I know you probably got hit with something that you hadn't even heard of before, was weed eradication. One of the subjects we've had through, and I kind of saw this look in your face like, anyway, basically the county has always had somebody that is a weed eradication specialist. And they are able to go out and whether it be spraying, removal, having crews, they're in charge of, they're the guy that's, so to speak, licensed and able to take care of things. And one of the thoughts we had was because as we grow safety, we also know, as Chuck mentioned, we're hoping that each year as we go, there's less that you have to worry about doing daily, the OSHA forms and all the different things. It kind of gets to be where it's less involved for you, less training involved. You set up the NeoGov stuff, you send that information to us, we take care of our stuff. You don't have to spend hours reminding us to do that. You know, we become more responsive. And so we're trying to think of things that maybe we can add in that aren't too time constraining to where maybe you can be a part of, because you do work with secondary roads a lot, to where maybe that would be something that would fit. We haven't talked to JD too much about it. We don't know what direction he would like us to go. So these are just things that are, it's not going to be, Tom, you got to go out and pull all the weeds next week. It's just discussion. So I sent you the weed eradication information that they had sent to us a month ago. So that's in your inbox too. You can look through it and you can think on things and you just ask questions. So we're trying to be proactive to where you have not more than you need to do, but as we get each year in advance, you have things to be doing besides just worrying about reminding us all to look when we walk up the stairs and hold the hand with them. And does that make sense?
Nope, that makes sense.
You know, because I'm sure each year is going to be different. COVID this year has created a lot of headaches for you, a lot of things that you've had to worry about. Next year, we hope we don't have that issue, and hopefully everybody will remember to be safe and use their seatbelts and to drive correctly and all that. So maybe it'll be an easier year for you. So
That's fine.
So just so you know, it's just a thought. We're just thinking outside of our box to see where we can go.
No, because of my previous job, I had multiple roles.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
well,
And that's-
really, if you're honest, I mean, the safety and risk management is what we're talking about in your role. And the weed problem that we have in some of these ditches is a liability.
yeah.
And presents some risk to the county and our taxpayers.
Yeah.
So it can make some sense, I think.
No, that's fine. This is kind of the first
Well,
I've heard about it, so that's why.
I know, I did too.
They're a prosecutor too, if you could do that.
Yeah. That's why I'm kind of being
Yeah.
quiet up here, kind of like, what?
Yeah. I know.
So we have a
I-
lot of discussions to go
Yes,
down.
ma'am.
We're not gonna jump into anything, but we have not really done a great job on weeds since Rick Daly quit.
Yeah.
Went to work for the DOT and it's a big deal. We need to do better. And so can you be part of that solution? Maybe, maybe not.
Yeah, nope.
And that's something, when we talk to JD tomorrow, we're going to be discussing that and seeing what he wants. And he may come talk to you and kind of share with you in his mind what he thinks it would take. You know, it's still, yeah, it could be an involvement where somebody's going, they're still going to be calling the three of us to say they've got a problem with weeds in their ditch, and then we just have somebody we can contact direct instead of having to go through and trying to figure out which one of the guys in the roads are going to go take care of it this time. So, so it's not an overwhelming issue. I think last 3 years, I've only had 2 complaints about, and then it's thistle. So, you know, and I went out once and got part of it myself, so I like that thistle.
Do you hear many complaints about weeds?
Some of the biggest issues, one thing I throw up JD is the grass on the roads. And that's a huge expense and loss of gravel and ditches. So, and it'd be a very simple task of just driving to pick up down the road. These are roads, so they really wouldn't even be getting out much. They just, that right there, so I really think to look into trying to stay ahead of the grass in the road. And that's not even this one, so that would be fairly simple, somebody to, with their license, have a track license. And I think we have the equipment even to do it.
Yeah, we do, I believe.
So anyway, just an idea.
Well, and just in final, I would just like to say, Tom, it's been a very much an enjoyable experience to have you this past year. We're growing, we're doing better. The positivities, roads department, I think, is feeling much better about themselves. You've been a good leadership model for us. So thank you for your involvement. So,
Yeah, appreciate it.
yeah.
I know, it was kind of rough starting, but, we got going. And
Yeah.
again, if anybody has any questions about the risk management, the need for improved risk management in Page County, just talk to our insurance broker. He'll give you a complete
No.
rundown of where we were and where we've been. So we're going the right direction. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks.
Thanks, Tom.
No more questions? Nope.
Well, trying to think, can you make pizza in the evening? I mean, if we clean off all that pesticide, can you make some pizza?
Yeah.
Thanks, Tom.
You have a motion to approve?
I make a motion to approve the safety budget.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion is second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we are 2 minutes, 3 minutes late, but Brenda, we are ready for you. Unless somebody needs a break. Okay.
I'm good. Or Brenda.
I know.
So, do you have any, do
There you go. Move it,
Questions
baby. Yeah,
on
move
it?
that down so we can hear you.
you have any questions on the budget? Is there any line item that I need to address?
I don't, but I would ask you, is there anything that you'd like to point out that's unusual in this year's budget?
Did you have any questions, Jacob?
I'm trying to figure it all out. Well, you're doing really good on you're at 80% of your projected income. Is that right, revenue?
Yeah,
Isn't that really good?
yes, we're over on all of our, pretty well all of our categories on revenue.
Is that from all the refinancing?
Mhm. That's it. And you'll see that coming up, in the revenues, you'll see under boats, I increased it a little bit. It's because it is a boat renewal coming up April 22nd. All boats will have to be in to be renewed. So basically, everything else pretty well stayed the same, except for that one. And that is due to the renewal period time. And expenditures, they're all pretty well the same. There's a little extra in the maintenance and equipment because there's a few things I need to purchase for the office. Otherwise, it's, your salaries and stuff is different.
How did you feel about the digitalization of everything? How did you feel the success was on that this first round?
I think they did a really good job, and I haven't had a chance to get in there and really play around with it. I know Melissa's office probably has played around with it more than our office has, but, I'm sure the capabilities are probably endless of what we
Yeah.
can do in the end, so. Yeah, I think she does. I think
So
she's
you
been
met
on it.
today? Was it today again, your meeting with them?
He's coming at 1:30
Oh,
today.
sorry.
Mhm.
Did you have to pay for that out of your budget?
No.
Well, you did, that was all in the
Local option.
local option.
I paid
I thought you had to pay some of it.
I did pay the records management, it was like 22,000. I did pay that, but of course I drained all those resources.
Right.
That money comes from all my documents. $1 is calculated, and I haven't had to use it for several years.
And the nice thing about the next phase, moving forward is that that'll generate, we should be able to start with some of those things done. So as a whole.
Help replenish, yeah.
Mhm.
But it's nice that we kind of
that I had that money to work with. Mhm.
You know, for years, we got books and tried to keep them as
I know.
good as we possibly could, but this is just a.
Now we don't have to maybe someday lift the big book up
Mhm.
there and tear it
Oh,
apart. And then all pieces come off on the copy machine because it's so old and brittle.
Yeah, yeah, I just think it's wonderful that we can do this, that we can afford to do it. Yeah.
We've gotten this kind of before we've been,
Mhm.
it would have been.
Yeah, they could have utilized it.
Right, yes, yeah, we found that through March and April, what a nice that would have had if we'd have had all that done. We'd have really saved a lot of headaches of trying to figure out how to get people in and out of the courthouse safely.
Yeah.
So
Is
that's.
there any way to project, once that's done, project revenue? What that's gonna do to revenue line?
It just depends, Chuck, I think, how many we can get out there, how many records we can get out there and, I don't
Do you
know.
have a pricing model?
They're coming this afternoon.
Oh, so that's part of today's meeting?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Brenda, couple things, the UTVs that we talked about, I know you were busy with budget deadlines. And
I
didn't really-
kind of scanned through that, reading of that, and I need to go over with some of those things, my concerns on that, so.
Okay, so would your office be able to handle that, and could you project the amount of revenue?
Yes, but some of the verbiage in there, it kind of talks about rural, and already those farmers are exempt from that. I think a lot of, I don't know if you could work with the cities and come up with an ordinance that the cities can work with, that they can use them somehow in the city. I think we need to make it like a user's permit, like now, when you get a snowmobile, it's registered through the state. And then they come in and they get a user's permit. And then, so they have their initial registration and then they have a user's permit. I think we need to make it like a user's permit, but I don't know.
Which county did you look at? Was it,
I looked at Mills and then there's Ringgold that's got some different, I need to discuss all that with you and bring some others to
okay,
the table and go over that.
Do we want to do that after budgets and just put that on the agenda item?
yeah, we could do
When
it,
you're
just from a revenue standpoint, I
Yeah.
think it'd be important to look at
Yeah.
what some of the other counties are doing to see, so you can weigh whether the effort is worth the
If
revenue.
it's farm, if it's, I have one, if it's farm, you don't have to pay sales tax on it, sure, farm
Right.
vehicle. I don't know if you cross into making it more like a recreation or motorcycle type thing.
And you're kind of using it now anyway from farm to farm. So really, if it's a farm, it's not really going to, I don't think,
You're not going to have a
Generate a
license.
whole-
You don't have to have a license.
no.
What is, I don't, I know, that's why I wonder what that rule is, Lyle maybe knows that, but what, can you drive a mile or two down the road? I think if it's in ag,
Yeah.
if you're checking the cows, then I think you're okay.
Yeah.
But I think the market you're trying to get with this is the non-farm market.
And they're already, paying sales tax and everything, they might just like to buy a license.
Right.
Or a permit.
A permit so that they could go on secondary roads.
It'd be legal.
So I think that's all something we need to discuss.
Okay.
All that.
And then the other question, of course, COVID bit you on passports, but have you ever pushed a pencil on, could we offer passports instead of 8 hours a day, 5 days a week? Could we change the routine on when passports were available for purchase to free up some labor?
See, that's the problem with, some of the counties cannot even do passports because they didn't have the staff.
Right.
So then I designated Jody to do those. And now basically, she's got them on an appointment basis. She cannot touch any of the safety paper. Those are locked down. All that's locked down. So she can't touch any of that stuff. So, when it comes to,
So she can't touch any non-passport material in your. is that
not
what
any
you're saying?
vitals. You cannot touch anything in vitals when it comes to the paper. That's all the lockdown.
Okay, so what then, if she can't do anything besides passports?
She can, and so I'm going to, when we had the COVID issue, I was gone, and I'm gonna now expand her duties. She's gonna start doing e-submissions. She can do this. Anything with vital paper or any of that, she cannot touch it. But she can do clocking a document in, and then I'm gonna start her on e-submission, so she can clock that in. That's the whole process of documents. So she'll be able to do that, but before she hadn't been able to do any of that stuff. And then, of course, we can't touch the passport stuff. It's only her. She's the one that certifies, the application and sends it off.
So what do you do when she's on vacation?
Then we cannot.
Cannot do passports?
Mm-mm.
So again, I guess, and I don't know what impact long-term COVID will have. It had a big impact this year. Prior to that, it was overperforming, but when it comes to passports, that's a pretty specialized request. I question why we would offer passports 5 days a week. I think that people would, if you said we offer them in the morning 5 days a week, or we offer them on Monday, Wednesday, Fridays, I think people would do, if it could save you some labor. You know what I'm saying? I don't know,
we can, there's 10 seconds, but, I don't know. When during this whole COVID thing, and when I was gone, and it's like, I was trying to say, okay, how can we be more efficient here? What can we do? Because we got so far behind, and I don't know.
Yeah, that's what, we had that discussion, you got far behind, and so I just.
And now we have a new state system, and so we're trying to learn that with the vitals, and that was introduced on Monday. It's kind of been challenging, so it's Connie and myself are the only ones that can do that.
Well, and again, my last point is when we all started COVID, we had the big discussion about essential, non-essential, which is a horrible, horrible term.
It is.
It's all essential. Yeah. I do question whether us delivering passports to people from various counties and to our taxpayers is something that's essential enough that needs to be offered 5 days a week. I just have a hard time with it. But that's just me.
Mm-hmm. And we
And
have.
especially if you could utilize her time in a different way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I would work on that goal of trying to, if you can justify having mornings only or afternoons only and having her doing many other duties, I think that would be my goal to.
Yeah,
to
well, we're
utilize
just
her.
gonna start
Yeah.
trying to figure out, because,
Yeah.
I'm gonna start expanding and looking into the job description.
Sure.
So as an example, when her credentials allow her, if we came to UTV, there would be some extra traffic. It's not gonna create a lot
She
of
can
that.
do,
She would be able to do something like that.
Yes.
In your office.
she can do anything else in the office. If you bring the document in and clock it in, she clocks it in. She could, but vitals, she cannot do anything with vitals, just the two of us, Connie and myself. And then all the DNR stuff, she can do all that.
She can do all of those.
Mhm.
Okay.
How busy is she right now? But is she having time that you can't tell right now? No.
With the documents, it's been coming in, except we gotta get her learning how to do these submissions, because that seems to be what people are doing, is filing it through just online. The mail through is starting to, for them, because they want to file it electronically, because they want it.
Sure.
But the thing is with that, when you go to do it, it better be right, because once you click that button, it's done. And if there's any mistakes on that, if they have an error in the legal description or whatever, they have to refile it. So it takes so much time to kind of search it a little bit to see if everything's looking like, it's just not making sure that the document formatting is there.
Right.
If we try to go over, and probably a little bit too much than other counties do. So we try because I just hate that when you hit the button and say, well, sorry, I missed that. You got to refile that, because that's what comes back to you.
Mm-hmm.
So we try not to. But here lately, the e-filings are just crazy. So
Don't you think that'll continue though?
I think
really?
so. I think so. 'Cause, if you're at your desktop there, it's convenient.
Well, and I think we've been so retrained in society to learn how to do those things because we weren't able to go out and be hands-on and people have learned how to do new things. Once they find out it's not scary and how much easier it can be, I think we'll see that more and more.
Probably,
Yeah.
probably. So.
Kind of a similar but different topic. Are you getting anything now through the Dropbox out on the north side?
Yeah, we still do. We still do. I don't know, do you, Melissa?
You
Yeah,
guys-
yeah.
yeah, okay,
I still
good.
see
just
people
did.
drop it off. And there's a couple banks that'll drop it off in there.
Oh, okay.
Yep. After
the
hours, I
Yeah.
think that was great stuff.
Sure.
Even after hours, it's just a valuable asset, even if you're.
Yeah.
If you're in town, you can drop it off.
Yeah, people do utilize it, because
Good.
I've seen wheel up and get out and throw it in there. There you go.
I'm just kind of curious, meant to ask you, I didn't ask it one.
I think it was money well spent.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I do too.
Oh, yeah, I agree. Well, thank you for,
Yep.
helping get us through COVID. I
Yep.
know that was pretty stressful on the front end,
Yeah.
with all the low interest loans that were available, the bankers.
Mhm.
But I will say that, I think the bankers found out we weren't the cog in the wheel that was slowing it down oftentimes. It was other components of that process.
Yeah, and keep us posted on the UGB information.
Yeah, you
Keep
guys
us-
just let me know when you
Yeah,
want to.
And
go down.
if you have an opportunity at some point to talk to Lyle a little bit about it, get some
Mm-hmm.
input from him, maybe he can talk to some other counties and see how they're doing it with the sheriffs. And also on the reporting of things, keep us posted on how you guys, the meeting turns out today and
Okay.
because I definitely want to continue that, so.
And on the
It's a real asset.
motivation for the UTV, I had somebody that has a UTV and they enjoy riding them.
Mhm.
And they don't want to break the law, but they don't want a $25,000-$30,000 machine sitting in the garage. So I hope we can find a solution that works for it.
Well, and the ones that have approached me live in town. So
Yeah.
I don't know if that's something we need to get with the city
City, yeah, I
and
don't-
say
Yeah.
some kind
Maybe we
of,
need to talk
a
to City administrators.
ordinance of
Yeah,
something.
probably so.
Yeah.
Probably needs to be coordinated.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. very
Okay,
much.
thanks.
Thanks, Brenda. I make a motion to approve the reporter's budget.
I'll second that. Okay, motion second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion carries. So it is 11:04. We have a motion to go into recess until 12:30. So moved. I'll second that. Okay, we are in recess till 12:30. Does Corey put something up on here? Okay, let me see if I can figure out his screen.
I did.
Okay, so I just.
Is the sheriff still normally a long, or is the sheriff thing very long on the big one? The sheriff's budget, is it a long? 14 hours. It'll be 14 hours.
Next to the line by line.
Yeah.
So we kind of have Right.
Okay.
And then you tell them that you go, I will.
It's actually one of the more exciting.
I'll get the popcorn.
We got Lyle coming in and I think he's bringing some.
Yeah, well, yeah. I heard no problem. Okay, screen.
And then maybe tomorrow, Jason, if you have specific questions on them, maybe tomorrow, after we can just, nice kind of, if board questions, you can bring it in here, but they're just routine, like, I think that's all. Does that sound good? I would say today, but, not gonna lie, usually there's something that I'm sure. Yeah, it's me, awesome. It's just a, it's one of our.
You have to remind Lyle that it's not out. You broke too early, I'm not hungry yet, Chuck.
I'm so sorry about that mortgage.
All you ought to do, even Christmas, I had to Can you mark the end of the word this one? Well, I hated to start, but I didn't want to go too much longer. I didn't know she was going to catch me for what was going on, so I thought I'd better start it. Jan was, yeah, Jan was getting antsy over there. I thought maybe we could start her. Jan talked for a while, and we missed too much. So I hope you're not mad.
All right, 12:31, have a motion please to come out of recess.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion Armstrong, second by Holmes, all in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Hey, we're out of recess, so we are ready for the dispatch budget. So who's presenting here today?
Gotta find it here.
Yeah, there.
There it is.
Got it?
Yep, got it.
Caught up to date? Are you in the budget?
I
Dispatch?
think so, or dispatch, I was in sheriff. Let me go to
No,
dispatch.
we're- Dispatch first.
Okay,
Dispatch expenditure,
I gotta find that now, dispatch,
It's right at the top of the local option.
found it, okay.
All right, we're ready.
I put together a couple different proposals. We did the 4%, wage increase that the compensation board had recommended. And pretty much this dispatch expenditure, all it is wages. It's wages, then you got your FICA and IFRS and insurance. I mean, we're not buying anything, we're not purchasing anything, we're not doing anything outside of wages or the girls' benefits package whatsoever.
Okay.
So with the 4%, the total wages comes to what, $351,702. I am asking if we can't do something a little more. I found out this morning, the girl I just hired quit.
Okay.
She got a pay raise to go back to her old job, so she did. So if I can approach here, these are the 14 people I've hired, look at my fingers. I've hired 14 different people in 4 years, trying to keep this dispatch center open. Hired. I have hired 14 different people. On this sheet, the top 3 are the only ones that are left in our department. The ones that are highlighted in green have all left for jobs with higher pay. The one that's highlighted in red, she was fired for criminal activity. And the 3 in the yellow were the 3 that could not handle the pressures of the job. At the very bottom of the page there, I wrote down that I do have a current dispatcher now who told me Friday that she has accepted a conditional offer of employment in another county. So she has not left yet, but all signs are pointing to where she's gonna be gone too, so.
From where, I didn't understand it, to do what? Where's she gonna go? I didn't.
Mills County.
Mills County.
She accepted a conditional offer of employment for Mills County.
Okay.
I don't know what the answer is to try to keep people here. I mean, I feel that we treat them well. You know, they have some freedoms in our county that they don't have in others. I mean, we allow them to hold their cell phones and play their games on their cell phone while they're working. Other counties don't do that. We have 2 staff at all times, so they always have a backup there when stuff hits the fan. I mean, it gets very busy when a call comes in, and they have somebody there to help them dispatch and talk on the radios and answer the phones and stuff. So I think we have a very competitive job, or a very competitive environment. The only thing we're lacking is we get paid less. I can tell you right now, our girls, the middle of the road is Cheyenne. She gets paid $16 an hour and change. Taylor County gets paid $17 an hour. So a smaller county with smaller budget is getting paid more per hour than we are. Montgomery County is $21.40 an hour for their lowest person. And Sarah says she's gonna get $3 an hour more once she gets topped out of Fremont County or Mills County. So
22.
I'm having a hard time. I can't tell, you know, I can't fault them for wanting to leave to find more money, but I don't know how we can do that or what the answer is.
What was the differential between Taylor and us? How many cents?
Just a few.
50 cents.
50 cents.
But Mills was 2.
Taylor starts at what?
The girl I had that applied is getting $17 an hour.
Start at 17, we start at 50.
Yeah, $14.99 is what we start at.
Well, we've got a lot of work to do today. I'd like to throw this out in the conversation, see if we get a consensus to keep this moving. My feelings, and I don't know if I got consensus here or not, my feelings are if we have some market issues with salary where we're out of, I really personally don't want to commingle it in our budget. I would rather take our time and study. I mean, you're throwing out some numbers, I don't doubt you.
Yep.
I need to see it, and I'd like to see a 3 to 5 year study
to see where these markets are paying, where they paid it. And I don't want it today. I'll be honest with you, Lyle. I don't want it, personally, I don't want it part of this budget. I think it's confusing. There's too much at stake. A lot of times, market adjustments are indeed needed, and a lot of times, entities that need to do that can't do it in one fell swoop. It needs to be a strategy of 1 or 2 or sometimes 3 years in order to get, and so to put a Band-Aid on it today with an extra $1 an hour, I'm not convinced that fixes our issue long-term. I think more thought needs to be given. I'm not opposed to market adjustments, but I really think putting it in the budget here doesn't help us long-term solve. That's my thought. I don't
Yeah,
know.
and I think that if we could have that information given to us as far as what you have, and then we can ask for more or figure out how to find that information, I think that's very important. But without knowing all of those details and going through a lot of thinking and discussion, I think this is something we need to add back in after the budget meeting and then talk about where we want to go.
And I'm completely in favor of talking about this and trying to get this worked out. So I talked to Chuck about this. I knew this might not be something we could do today, but I just wanted to make sure it was something that the three of you guys would have in the back of your minds.
Yes.
I know Chuck knew about it because I talked to him about it, but I didn't know about Jacob, and now I haven't talked to you guys either, so.
Is there, are all these people full-time? Are they, is it hourly wage, part-time people? I don't even know. This whole list, all the. That bottom three are part-time.
Okay.
Susan and then.
Yeah, on this other list.
Okay. Otherwise, they're all full-time. They're all full-time.
Yes. We have 8 full-time people, well, 7 full-time people now and 3 part-time.
Are you in need of part-time people more or less? Are they more handy or not? What you have there?
Part-time is very hard because you have to have somebody that has another job. All 3 of those girls have other jobs.
Right.
And trying to get them in to get the training, because they have to go up with the same training the week long in the academy and all that good stuff.
And they don't have benefits of any sort, part-time people, right?
They actually do receive vacation. Melissa, do you know how much vacation is per check that they receive? Like an hour or something? Part-timer, part-time?
They just build a little bit.
Yeah. Based on how many hours they work? Yeah.
Their pay, a little bit of increase wouldn't amount to hardly anything because they don't even have benefits. It would
Right.
just be very minuscule amount of money for that.
Correct.
Just per hour. They don't.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just trying to wrap my mind around all this. It's all new,
Yeah.
so.
And how much issue is it to find out the 6 or 8 counties around us, what their starting and what their average is for, let's say, a 3-year person? Because 3 years would be, somebody would be considered experienced, correct? So just kind of a rough ballpark. I think that'd be good information. to
Yeah,
have.
we did that in 2019, so that'd be no problem. I can find that out.
And I think these guys have put something together, and again, that's great.
Yeah.
But today is not the day, I understand.
For me, it's not the day. I just, I process. And
Would you 3 like to wait like a month or 2 after?
I
we get the
think,
budget to start talking about this again?
well, or I think
I don't
just
know.
send us the
It
information.
doesn't do us any good if we wouldn't get it in the budget if we're gonna put it in the budget, or if we're not gonna put
We
it in the budget.
we can adjust the budget if we need to before
we
March.
could make an amendment if we need
Yeah.
extra dollars. I'm guessing that whatever deficiency we have in payment is gonna be pretty difficult to fix in one budget
You're not
year.
gonna fix the
Yeah.
budget.
So
Possible.
if that's the case, then we need, I think, an agreed upon plan
Mhm.
that makes sense, that's comparable to where, so we know where the goal is. To me, that's just more strategic and it makes more sense. And the problem about doing it kind of willy-nilly like this, I don't think we're gonna solve the
We're
problem.
not gonna solve it, we may start the process, but today, I understand what you're saying.
But I don't think there's a time frame. I mean, in 2 weeks, 3 days, whenever we can have some data
Yeah.
to
Give it
look
to
and
us.
then get our minds back together and say, okay, here's where we need to be, and we can't get it all 1 year, we need to be here at the end of 2024, 2023, whatever the case may be. So how are we gonna do it? How are we gonna budget for it moving forward? And in the meantime, I don't think we have to delay it into a budget year. We can make an amendment once we have the game plan. Does that make sense?
The amendment costs some money, right?
Oh, well, it's gonna cost us money. I mean, clearly it'll cost us money. Well,
I don't know how
but
much-
we'll have an
Do you want
amendment.
to do it for
Before
this
the
fiscal year,
March or
Chuck,
something.
and that's why you want to do the amendment, or are you talking for next year?
Well, I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I don't
You know,
know.
we could do it immediate. I mean, how late can we make an amendment if we decide we need to do it now? I mean, let's say in March. Can we do an amendment for this year if we needed to start an increase, a slow increase? We could, correct?
Yeah, we just have to have enough time to do
We're
it.
not gonna make all that up. It's gonna take a step program to get us there, which is always, they're gonna increase, so we're gonna have to, if we decide to do that, get to
Well,
that point, so we can retain
And
all.
two, you've got tiers, like especially for dispatch and especially for your jailers and stuff, that you're gonna wanna look at and not just adjust bottom, but you're gonna wanna go through the whole tier system
Yes.
and adjust.
It's gonna take some thought, some time, and that's okay if you're willing to put it in. I think this board's willing to put it in. You know, because I know you can't hire people, you have a turnover, but the difference is you, at least on this last one, you had you told me you had four
Yes.
great candidates. So I'd go back to that pool right away and say,
Yeah. And we usually get pretty good candidates, it's just, we get them in here, we get them certified, we get them trained, and then they leave us.
Right.
So,
but you know, you're not gonna fix all of that. I mean,
No.
if somebody wants to drive 20 miles extra for 50 cents an hour,
yeah.
you can't fix, if that's the mentality, you can't fix it.
How long has Summer and Cheryl been there just for the long, I see they're probably the longest, how long, you know roughly how long?
They started in 2016 when the place opened. Summer had worked at, Clarendon PD beforehand, and Cheryl had worked at Clarendon PD plus Douglas County beforehand also. So she's got,
Those are the longest that have been there long.
But I do see Lyle's point that if you're gonna do something, I mean, if you already have the concept that you think you're going to move forward with something, even if it's gonna be a 2 or 3 year phase in, that you potentially might wanna look at this sooner, just so then it's in
Right.
the budget.
Well,
So you're not finishing the budget and then we're already knowing we need
yeah,
an amendment
yeah.
from July 1.
I guess my thoughts are, if you can send us some data, and I'd like to know, I don't care if it's names on there, but their length of time, what they started at and what they're at now, and then put comparables for 4 or 5 counties around us, what those people are getting for that same. And I don't need names, I just need to see comparable county.
Patient
Like if
dispatcher,
their
3 years
beginning
versus-
wage is this, what is it in the other 5 counties? 3-year person, 5-year person, 10-year person. Just simple.
And for me, if you're able to extract this additional information, is helpful for me. If you can verify with those other counties that you survey, where they were with steps along the way. I know you'd ask for a front step and where they're at today. If you
So
can,
how each person
if we can learn anything about how they have increased people that we can borrow and utilize in our state.
is set the certification and then.
Yeah, any of that kind of data is helpful so that we plan.
Well, and two, some of the things, like in Montgomery County, you have some of those positions that are commingled too. So some of that might need to be taken into account. You know, because like in Montgomery County, they oversee, don't your dispatchers sit in the jail facility still?
And they're also jailers.
Yeah, so I mean,
Mills County isn't, Taylor County is, Fremont County is.
so you might want to, I mean, throw
Fremont
out
County
the
is or
one
is not?
that's.
That's what I thought.
So you might want to denote if there's any, like, because even like, when we- yeah.
Right.
Because even when we, or like, you know, if it's a union versus a non-union, because sometimes that plays into.
We've got the union, non-union.
Yep.
or The other part.
Okay,
I can tell you what counties do what, but yes.
yeah, just because sometimes that does change or impacts the rate of pay too.
So the dollar an hour, if I'm looking at this right, it's another 17,000, maybe 369 minus 351.
Yeah.
That'd be the difference.
Yeah.
Plus dollar plus 4%.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's 351 with the 4%, and there's 369 with the 4% plus 1, so. So I guess I'm asking for the 351, 702, right now, the 4% that the compensation board recommended.
Okay.
And then we can visit the wage
Yeah, I
compensation
think
later.
if we can have that data within a week or 10 days, we can have it back on the agenda for discussion, can't we?
Yeah, I don't know why not. I mean,
I think it's very valuable. I think we need to consider this if we need to, if we have to do that.
Yeah,
I
can do
just
that.
feel a lot
That's the
better
issue.
with some data and a plan,
Yep.
rather than, let's just hurriedly do this. And we can do it in 2 weeks, 3 weeks. fine.
Yeah.
But do your research.
I'll
Keep us in
contact
the loop.
some of the neighboring counties and
see what they got.
Yeah,
We'll
yeah,
give them everything we got today from where we could.
okay, and just,
We brought it,
Yeah.
then that way we can expand on that a little more, and go back a couple of years
yeah.
and see what the steps.
And just, email that out as soon as you get it to the three of us.
Yep.
We can start thinking.
And then, don't be offended, I would encourage all of us, that if we have questions, we get
We're
that, so that we can kind of speed that
Yeah.
discussion up, we can
Yeah.
individually ask you some questions, so
Yeah.
we're
Yeah.
better prepared when we get it on the.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
Jacob, you're wrapping your head around this.
I'm working on it.
Fast and furious on this, so hang on.
I'm working.
It gets easier the next year, trust me.
No, it doesn't.
This is year number 13, so it gets easier.
Whatever.
A lot of numbers here, big numbers.
All right, so what, is that really the bulk of your budget?
That's all the dispatch is, just the wages.
Okay.
Yep. The other stuff's all 911 or EMA, so.
Where are we at on EMD with dispatch?
I got the figures from the state, because the 70,000 for the other program we had, I don't see any way we're gonna make that feasible.
Right.
So, the preliminary figure I had for the state was $4,500 a year.
Okay.
Now, I feel that we could get mapping, recording, and EMD from the state, all for the same amount of price that we pay for mapping now. So,
Really?
yes, so that's gonna be presented to the EMA service, or the 911 service board, that will come out of the 911 service board budget.
So where's that in this budget that we're looking at here?
It's not.
No,
This is dispatch. This is just wages.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. So, well, didn't you say that one of the departures was because?
Sarah says she wants to be certified. Yeah.
Okay.
I think she saw that story about Sherry Foot also, about how she did all that, it's
Yeah,
EMD, emergency medical dispatch.
yeah, that was pretty nice article.
Yeah.
So, and again, in summary, and I don't know if you were attending meetings back then, but originally the EMA looked at a $70,000 package that was unaffordable. Now the state has sponsored EMD certification training at a much reduced rate because of ISICs and, I mean, all that tie-in.
The only way we can get the EMD stuff is if we do our 911 services through the state. So the 911 lines will go through the state, switch, and come back to us. So we'll still answer them here, but they'll all be tied through the state, so.
So, yeah, pardon me?
I don't have the figures. I think I can get it all for the same we pay for mapping right now. So I'm gonna present that to the 911 service board. That all comes out of 911 service funds.
And the mapping is locating where the call comes from?
Correct, yeah. We use a company called Geocom. We have a screen that's just a map, and whenever a call comes in, it lights up where that call's coming from.
GPS location on the map.
Where it is.
We can get them there and we can ask them, that way we're already in the game. Chris talked a little bit since we're on dispatch budget, if we need a recording device, which we have in the past, and those are quite pricey. State's gonna offer that too.
Yeah, our Eventide recorder we have is one that came over from Shenandoah when we consolidated. It's on its last leg, we're gonna have to replace that, and we're looking at, if you look at purchasing one, you're looking at $250,000 for a recorder. It records every phone call that comes in, every radio traffic, everything comes in. That's something we can also do through the state for a yearly fee. I think it was $1,000 for a yearly fee. So I'm getting those figures from the state now.
So are those recorded on a hard device like currently, or is that a cloud recording? I mean, how do they?
Through the state, it's on a device. We have a black box in our computer room. It's inside of a bigger black box. The stand itself is taller than me, and it's got a black box in it that records everything.
Got a little bit off, yeah, had some questions regarding.
What that does, Jacob,
Yeah.
just to refresh the check now.
They were
That protects
clarifying
us
some
from
other questions
anything
beforehand.
liability. If we have a call come in that, they pick up radio transmission on something, or we use it for any cases we have, we'll call down and say, can we get a recording on this phone call with that? That is a huge liability issue, and it covers us on there. And like Chris said, to replace that,
Very expensive.
we might be talking about that in here.
Well, keep working with the state, that's all I can say. Hopefully they do.
Yeah, we're in the process. I've already signed the mutual aid agreement, or the 2080 agreement with them that we are investigating what the cost would be. I'm hoping that by doing so, it'll reduce some of our 911 costs. We pay different fees for different vendors. We pay $30,000 a year for Windstream, where we only pay $16,000 a year for CenturyLink.
We pay $25,000 for Farmers Telephone Company in Essex. We pay $1,000 for Farmer Mutual Telephone Company. So it's a very different wages or amounts for each 911.
Well, thank you for that reminder. I will reach back to Tim and ask where they're at, because they are studying that.
Right. So hopefully through the state that'll become more of a set cost for 911 and we can reduce that for the county also.
It's gonna price on those phone companies.
Very pricey.
They set the price.
When will,
So much difference.
Yeah.
since we're not really on that topic of 911, when will we actually, do you guys meet and then present a budget to us?
Yes.
And then we'll discuss that at some later date?
Correct.
Okay. When do you guys have your budget meeting?
I haven't got the figures from the state yet, so I haven't set one for the
You're
911.
still waiting,
Yeah,
okay.
I don't want to set it and then not have the figures for them to present to them. Because I have to publish that in the paper and have it to the state, so.
When do we have to have that 911 budget meeting done for them to get it into our budget plan for us? Okay, 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 I'm just curious. Okay, thanks.
If you can
So otherwise-
say along, Andy, that would be great, if it's in our page.
I gave her the rough figures, what it's
Right.
gonna be. It's just, I think I can get it cheaper than what I gave her at the state.
But at this time, we don't need to go any farther on 911 though. correct?
Right.
Well, Chris, thank you for the update.
Yep.
Anything that we didn't cover that you wanted to cover?
Nope, that's it.
Like I said, get that information, you guys, just get it to us so we can start thinking about it. And then we can ask questions and we can expand it and get it on the agenda so we can start really looking at that, so.
Sounds good.
The microphone is portable, so you can bring it over to the
Thank
table if you
goodness,
want.
I'm not standing up there now.
Do we have sheriff's budgets that we're?
No,
I think
we're
we just
just,
approved it all.
yeah, I think we went
Does
for,
this slide out?
Mine are missing.
that just lights out. Yeah, I've got it.
Well, unless I'm in the wrong. Sheriff, law enforcement.
Yeah, I think the total budget was $148,000. We said yes.
I need copies, I don't have it. I've got the canine.
Canine, sure, yeah.
Which one do you want to start on?
We're waiting. We
Well,
don't have.
I don't have your budget.
Yeah. I've got it.
I'm wrong, well, that would be the first time.
Where's it at now?
That's probably, that's
Right
right.
front. I see the canine. Oh, sure. Okay.
I guess I do have it.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Well, thank
I've already
you.
gone through it. I've already gone through it, made all the changes.
Good, down 10%.
20.
What are you looking at?
Nothing.
All right, so here's what I would suggest is,
Did you give him bullets today?
yeah,
What are we looking to start?
before we start with you, we need a motion to approve the.
Yes, I'll make a motion to approve the, what was that?
911.
911 budget.
With a 4%.
I'm sorry, dispatch budget. Dispatch budget.
Dispatch, thank you.
Yes, dispatch budget.
Okay, we got a second from Holmes. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Now, for the sheriff's budget, appreciate all the work everybody's done. Unless Jacob has a desire to see it line by line, I don't. What I would ask, and then anybody can ask something else in addition, is if you could walk us through changes or points of interest in the budget that, you know,
Maybe-
you think we should be aware
And
of.
maybe just start on page 1, and then before we go to page 2, if there's something we have a question on. So, that'd be
Let me
okay?
find. Okay, so. Where do you want to start on all of this?
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, the rural, or the salary on uniform patrol services, start right there.
Now, I'm assuming after listening to, that, before I start on the budget here, you want to start on the regular uniform patrol, correct?
Yes. Yep.
Page 1 of.
Yeah, just start on page 1.
Let's hope the pages are the same this year. So the first one, does anybody have any questions on that? That's pretty much just salary.
help me explain the above 4%, what is that? How does that happen?
I didn't understand.
Above the 4%, why do we start out, the first four at 7.5 roughly, and then we drop down to 4%?
So your deputies are on a pay scale, so every 6 months as they start, they adjust based on, so after they start at a percentage of wild wage, and then every 6 months it jumps, I think, 2.5%. So you
Is
see
that where
that,
you're, is that why you're asking for 6.5?
Yeah.
so that way you see that.
That's been that way since.
Okay.
So that's just how it reflects based
Up
on.
to, a normal road deputy only makes 80%. That's the maximum a normal road deputy can make. Now, in the code, it says they can make 85. But just like the surrounding counties that use the percentage, I keep that at 80% because the 5% can go to a sergeant. Okay. That gives him some supervisory position. Now, we also, if I'm correct, have longevity figured in some of this. Okay, which came under the union contract that's always been there since then. What you'll see is a pretty young group of deputies compared to 5 years ago. They're down there. I believe that I have 2 at 85, chief deputy and canine sergeant. I have, they're at 85, and then I think there's a stipend for the canine, a stipend for administrative purposes with the chief deputy. Then you have 2 at 80%, and then it trickles down all the way to 62.5 on our new hire.
Now, is that Jace
Yeah,
Randall?
because
Okay.
he's certified.
Okay. Okay. Nope, that explains that.
How long does it take to get to 80%? Is it?
If you figure that every year, if they do their job and our performance, if they started no law enforcement experience or not certified, they're gonna start at 60. So then you go 2.5 every year up to 80, so.
Take 8 years.
8 years.
8 years, 8 years.
Okay.
All right,
So
thank
you
you.
have Charles and Ruth at,
They're the only 2 at 85.
and then Charles
And then they
gets
get-
5% for the administrative, on the admin side.
You get the
The stipend, yep.
Yes.
Is Ruth because of time?
Canine, that's the federal law because of the canine.
Yeah, and then Ruth gets.
He gets half an hour a day for 365 days a year under federal compensation because he has a canine.
Okay.
For care, maintenance, and
Okay. Okay.
and record keeping, which,
Okay,
okay, so that goes through page 1.
okay. And actually through almost page 2, except for the only question I really had was the overtime. How you figured your 13.8 in overtime.
Okay, Chuck, I'm not seeing, maybe I don't have.
Page, top of page 2.
Top
2 line items on page 2.
13.8, okay. So where we come back to, when this budget was printed out, we were at 41% of the year. And at that point, we'd use 5,720. So the overtime, if I'm not mistaken, also includes holidays. On that line item, also includes holidays.
Okay.
So if you figure that we're at 41%, and we were 1 deputy down, if you'll remember, he was drawing straight pay because of another issue. So that means that if you take that and would add that up so we get to 50%, and then double it for 100% for the year, that comes right around 13.8.
Okay. So as we, barring something unforeseen, when we hit July 1, you are going to be fully staffed.
9 deputies.
Okay, and so with that as a backdrop, this number is where you feel we will be.
That number was.
Okay, you believe that this overtime number will be accurate, assuming that you're fully staffed July 1 and that you don't have any extenuating circumstance like you did this year.
The other thing we gotta look at on that overtime is we cannot control, in my budget, there's so many things that I can't control. I can't control if we get called out for, a motor vehicle fatality or an accident, if they're working overtime on a case, I have no control over those things, as well as the jail. And I'm speaking to Jacob more, everybody else on this one, because you guys have been through this. But as well as medical in the jail, we'll get to that, and I'll explain that. But as far as the deputies, that's about as close as I can come. I can't pinpoint, okay, I know that we're gonna have this many holidays, and they get 8 hours for this holiday. I can do the best we can, but it's a hit or miss with some of the stuff in my line item.
If somebody has a wreck, you can't determine.
Right, we get called to a death investigation, but we're down there, or not a stakeout, but a hostage situation. We don't know what's in our budget as far as what's to come for our line item. That's why these numbers have always been built in there in the whole 13 years I've been here, is for that reason, because that way it's there. If it gets used, that's fine. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And we have rural basic right below that, Chuck. I think you're seeing that, or rural basic, which has 3 deputies on that.
Okay. Which was it last year we added the third?
We added the 3rd last year. Because a couple of years previous, we had taken 1 back into general on some other items. I believe when we get to it, maybe fuels was one of them that we just took all out of general instead of out of rural. And there was something else, and I can't remember what it was off the top of my head that came out of general.
Okay.
So
I wish I could guarantee that that's,
no, I know you can't guarantee overtime. I just try to remember back 2 or 3 years ago when we had the discussion about the number of deputies, and
that's where we've tried to cut back.
I think we flipped some cameras one time. I think we flipped cameras at one time, so when you guys needed cameras, we paid more cameras out of.
From general to rural.
Oh, okay, yes. that's
We
right.
flip-flopped that before.
Does that sound right?
Yeah.
Does that sound right?
Yep, I think that's it. Well, we should have, I think there's Stevens Homes and, is it Stevens Homes and, Riddle. Now, I think are the 3 that are coming out of you. Or Stevens.
Well,
half million. Homes.
and that explains why the rural has gone up necessarily, because we've got an extra
Yeah.
officer on that, so that, you know, and you look back at the previous years, you've been up and down every year. It just, we never know, so.
We don't know. And the one thing that I will say, a couple of years ago, we started cutting back. Our schedule, 4 days on, 2 days off, which rotates, had figured in over a 28-day schedule, figured in overtime here and there. And we have gone to a schedule now that we're back up to full staff that eliminates those, we call them burn days. So in other words, if you have 168 hours instead of 160, we're gonna burn 8 hours in that schedule now. With that being said, if they get something that provides overtime, let's say they're out covering an accident or something, if we start burning those days, we've got to watch for our coverage. We have a new schedule that will be implemented that will go completely 24 hours every day.
Oh, okay.
With what we have, with 9.
Okay, well, I commend you two, because I know we chewed on you pretty hard 2 years ago about scheduling overtime. And what I'm hearing you say, when I've seen these numbers, you're not routinely scheduling overtime.
No,
Okay, that's,
we are cutting it, even if it's only a couple hours on a shift, just to make that down to 160 at the maximum when we send that schedule out.
No.
Which for years was always figured in there, so that came from a union contract years ago.
okay. All right, so that takes us down, you know, you get through middle part of page 3, there's nothing that.
Yeah.
Jacob, do you have anything on any of those as we're going through?
I don't know, I just think of overtime, nobody likes to pay overtime, or everybody wants to put under overtime, but the cost of another deputy sometimes can be a lot more because of overtime.
That's why we work in our reserves, and you'll see that when we get, that's why we try to work them in when we can to pick up the, we'll call it slack, or the open shifts to try to produce that, because we don't know what's gonna happen.
Well, and two, you have to remember, a good chunk of that overtime is your holiday, you know, like we roll some of that into there. So because they're a 24-hour department, that overtime then,
If they're working that day.
if they're working a holiday, it's overtime. So, with being a 24-hour department, that adds up quick.
I had somebody ask me the other day about reserves, what all are they able to do as a reserve?
They can do everything a full-time officer can,
Except
except
for
for,
taking the actual implied consent, like an OWI and stuff like that, they cannot seize the driver's license where a full-time officer can.
Can.
Other than that, they can do exactly everything they.
They can serve papers, they can do.
Oh, yeah, serve papers, make arrests.
Okay, okay.
We have eight reserves.
8 reserves that are full certified and accredited through the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy now, and can be out on their own.
And that's
As
helpful.
long as we have a full-time law enforcement officer
Out with them.
on duty,
On duty.
and that's the key there, on duty.
Yeah.
That acts as their supervisor during that time. They can't just go out, I can't say, I'm going home before, I got to reserve out, the 2 hours they can go with themselves. No,
You still have to have an officer on duty even though he's not in that same car.
Right.
Yes, they're out in their own vehicle, so they're performing the same duties, serving civil papers, going to get, inmates. And sometimes after they've been on for a little while, I won't say when, but we might be going to Kansas City or South Kansas City to pick up an inmate on the warrant. There's waived extradition, so he's got to come back to Page County to do that in the next 24 hours.
Okay.
If we don't do it within a time frame, we start to get charged from other counties. Like on a regular inmate, let's say Clay County picks up someone on our warrant. I've got 48 hours, working hours to go get them before they'll start charging me. And our charge is $85 a day, so they could be $110 a day to hold that person. Extradition, you have 10 days. Now, I've had other places that we've arrested people on out-of-state warrants, held them for 10 days, and then all of a sudden, we get a fax or a message over the dispatch, through dispatch, that those people, those states, oh, we're just gonna drop the warrant because we're not coming up to Florida to pick this person up. Well, who's gonna pay the bill? Well, nobody, because it's been within the 10 days. You're telling me, we just held him and fed him for 10 days and may have fixed a bunch of medical problems because of the law, and now you're not gonna come get it. I've tried sending bills, we don't get paid.
Okay.
All right, and, if we may, unless there's questions on page 3, I want to go to page 4, and I had 2 questions about the fuel and the motor vehicle maintenance. The fuel, can you tell us your thinking on the budgeted number, given where we're at today at 20%?
Yep. So on the fuel, once again, it's one thing, we don't know how many we're gonna drive. If you look back, we were at 40,000 and 10,000 in the 1920 budget. And we always have seemed to a point to come in under that. Now, I believe in 1819, we were over that, and that was a fuel spike.
That was when we were at $4, yeah.
Yeah, it was up there. Yeah. So that's why we put 40 in. We used 26 out of the 40 and 16 out of the 40. This year, don't ask me how, we haven't used more than that because we're still doing the same number. We've been down to one vehicle, but one vehicle doesn't produce that much money. So we are lower than the 51. Now that 51 takes in rural and general is where it comes from. It comes from general, but it also encompasses every vehicle we have. The deputies that are assigned to, under the line item of rural basic, their fuel still comes out of our general for that purpose. So yes, you're at basically
$18,000.
Yep, we'll call it 18,000 at 40% of the year. So you're not gonna hit the 51,000 theoretically unless gas jumps through the roof right now, which I'm hoping we don't have anything.
So it brings up the question from budgeting, budgeting standpoint, what's better? I mean, you're gonna pay what you're gonna pay. It's gonna be what it's gonna be. But what does it, talk about if you would, if you try to make that a more, or a differently projected number, what does it hurt to do it that way? What does it hurt to leave it that way that we don't believe we're gonna spend? So let's say that we believe after looking at this, that maybe the total fuel bill based on this year's experience is gonna be $27,000, $28,000.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
So what, is it better to put what you really believe is gonna happen? Or put an explosive number in there?
The highest it's ever been 38,000.
I think you want to
That
put
might give you an
more,
estimate.
an accurate.
No.
Gas was $3 or $4.
No, but you've got to add the two together there, the line 25005s, the 3812. One year we had 50, 46, 50,
Oh, yeah.
and then 42, and now we're at 18. So, you know, we're going to be under 40 most likely.
We're hoping we're under 40
Yeah.
this year.
Right.
Which is $11,000.
And again, we're gonna pay
Yeah,
whatever the fuel
yeah,
costs, but from a
Yeah.
budget standpoint, you're better off to underestimate and be wrong. What? What's that?
I said, you said we're gonna pay whatever it's gonna cost. I said, did you get that?
Well,
No, I understand. That's one of the line items. It's kind of like when we get to jail, you'll see the same difference. Where are we at?
Well, I think you want to put in an accurate, try to put in an accurate as much as you can there, but the reality too is that I think last year, we rolled it all into the general because, we were worried about general basic, whereas this year, general basics, or I'm sorry, rural basic is sitting
Better than it.
better.
Right.
So I mean, you could potentially look at, but
Splitting
it
it
looks
again.
like overall, your fuel costs are close to 40,000, so I mean, you could split that and do 30 and 10, but I don't know why you need the 50, because the last,
We bumped up to 50 because of the 2018-19. That was almost at 50 at the end.
Yeah.
When we figured the 19-20 budget,
Yeah.
we were at 40 and 10. And then when we lumped them into one, we went to 51, which was 1,000 over what the 40 had given.
Yeah. It doesn't matter.
I'm open to suggestions on that one.
Huh?
I
am open to suggestions on that one. I wish we could dictate what the fuel costs are being. I can give you about, we can figure approximate gallons. And that's one thing, but
I guess my thoughts are if we need to figure out $10, $15, $20,000 to spend of the budget, that'd be an area that we can remember
it's
to.
an area we can remember.
Okay.
You know,
Okay.
it's
Sounds
just like,
I don't think it would be bad though to, even if you want to keep it at 51,000, to do 41
Yes.
out of general,
Yeah.
11
Now
out of,
that-
or 10 out of.
yeah, I could see going 41
I'm not
and
gonna
10.
argue that because
Yeah, I
we don't
would,
know.
yeah, we could do that, 41 and 10,
41 and 10, is that
and split
agreeable?
those. Yeah.
And that is an area that can come back, and if we get too much, as long as we're paying the bill to WEX, which is the card, then we can amend it.
Days of $2 gas may be gone. So
What about on the
I'm
motor
worried about
vehicle
it.
maintenance underneath? Melissa, could we split those also?
The motor vehicle maintenance,
Yeah. 'Cause-
Yeah,
So maybe go 15 and 10, or
yeah.
back to kind of like what we used to?
I would rather see us go,
Or
on the motor vehicle maintenance,
16 and 10, I should say.
I would rather see more like an 18 and a
18 and
8.
Okay,
What page is that on? I'm not finding.
Same
Oh, right
page.
there. There's no numbers in there.
there's 26,000, instead of putting it all underneath general basic, we split it into 18 under general, and then 8,000 under, rural. So you'd split those out again like we used to.
I mean, you're not reducing the budget there.
No,
you're just
no, we're
switching
just-
the fund, the amount of.
Two. We bumped it to this one because of. what we-
And again, you're really trending well on.
Yes, yeah.
On your mainers.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not gonna spend all that, thank goodness, this year.
Well, hopefully.
Hopefully.
Hopefully, well,
Hopefully the deer won't give us too many more time.
well, I'm not gonna say that it won't.
I know.
Okay. Sounds like you know something we don't.
Well, we're waiting to see. Those Dodge pickups, I will say this, and for years I was always a Chevy man, but those Dodge pickups are cheaper by far when we buy them new. We have the equipment now. We're upgrading as we go with like our camera system. When they come out with a new body style for Dodge, we may have to put the new consoles in, which are about $1,500 a piece in the center to take the center seat out of the front seat and put the console in. But right now, we're reusing as much as we can. We are upgrading our cages, and we'll get to that. But once we got started, the Dodges seem to be performing a little better with the Chevys. The fuel economy is better. Don't ask me how it's a Dodge to a Chevy, but it is. And we're not having the problems. We put let's see, on the last Chevy, we put 2 transmissions in it, we put, rear leaf springs in it, fuel pump, then they have a bunch of other things that go along with the problems that we're not having. Basically, the only thing we're seeing with the Dodges right now is fuel pump.
Yeah, and they've been under warning.
Then they're under warranty, so.
We're
Doing how much good on that.
All right, well, we better move on, guys. Don't mean to cut you off there.
Anything else on page 4? I don't think.
I got
so.
nothing, no.
No.
I'm on page 5 already.
Okay. I didn't have anything on page 5 that I found.
The only thing
Oh,
on
go
page
ahead.
5 is, we are switching some names down there. If you go about halfway down, that name should be switched. As well as, Joel Schmidt and then, Scott Langley. Want to make sure we get those switched around for this next budget. It helps us when we go to try to pull out who those were. Maybe you've already got them switched on yours.
Yeah, she does, I think.
Okay?
The question I had for you on page 5 is the,
We have to send them out under new line.
pardon?
Huh?
What's that?
What's your
They
question?
have to be set up under new line items,
Okay?
because the history of this one ties with the prior person. So when you set those up in the future, like when you hire somebody new, like with Jace, we from the start gave him his own code. So if you
Okay, so
let us
he-
know that in the future,
Right.
we can set them up, but like in the past, when like you kind of put somebody in to replace
Move
somebody
them in,
else,
yeah.
we can change the name, but the
Not
it.
history then might be Joel for 5 years ago, but then, so.
Okay. On page 5, my question for down about 2/3 of the way down, under the uniform patrol services, the wearing apparel and uniform for reserve deputies. You went up to $6,200 last year. Previous years, go back 684, skip a year, 39,384. Okay, so they're all gonna have bulletproof vests?
Not all of them,
But
but very
you're adding-
close, because
Yeah.
they have to buy the first one,
Right.
which is good for 5 years. That pretty much vests them in. If they're gonna stick for 5 years, there's a good chance they're gonna stick a lot longer.
Sure.
So then we buy the other vest, which is still the property of the Page County Sheriff's Office.
Right.
But that shows that they made a commitment for 5 years to get through everything. Then we start
With the, okay.
giving them a vest, which
So that 6,200, do you expect to buy, how much are they a piece?
they're about, well, by the
Six.
time you get a second carrier in there, they're anywhere from $975 to
$1,000. So you're
depending
planning on
on
buying
what we
6.
can buy the contract.
So you're buying, you still think you'll buy 6 the rest before this year's over and then another 6 next year?
That's not a complete 6, that's probably 5, 4 to 5.
Okay,
In other words, they still have a little clothing allowance in there
Mhm.
for all 8 of them,
sure.
in case something happens when they're out, if they're working and they rip a pair of pants.
Sure.
We
I
want them
under-
to get new pants if they rip them.
Yes.
But my question is, you budgeted for this year, that's going to end in June, $6,000, and you've only used 88.
It takes a while to get the vest in, but yes, they're
And
gonna,
then you've got that much.
they should be
budgeted
getting
in.
measured if they haven't already gotten measured. And we're
And then you
waiting,
think next year you'll be buying that many again?
not that many.
Okay, that's why I wondered if you needed that. It's not a
I
huge
think we
deal.
have, the vest dates are all based off of when you started wearing it and stuff like that. They're good for 5 years.
Right.
So mine is actually at the end of its lifetime. My new one has been ordered. It's coming.
Yeah.
But it's just a matter of,
But that's in your individual, you guys all have that on your sheet. This is for just reserves.
this is reserved. And it's the same thing with them.
Yeah.
They'll,
But I'm just curious if we're going to be buying 8 in a 2-year period. That seems.
How
like
many
a lot.
reserves is there? There's.
'Cause you've only got-
There's 8.
Yeah, so,
But you're saying that 6,200 will buy 5 sets. So you've got
4 to
10,
5
Almost 5.
almost 5. So you've got 10 sets budgeted between
this year.
Now-
This year and next year, no, we don't have that many.
Okay,
Why don't we
so,
go up? There's some reason we have that up.
and that's something maybe you can look at and,
We'll look
it's not a huge amount, but I just was curious.
But the more, realistic we are, the better that budget looks.
We're
Yes.
probably looking at 2 to 3.
Okay.
So what number you want to agree on? 3? Want to just? take
Well,
that
3, and then
Oh.
we have 8 people
Total,
for uniforms
yeah.
out of that, which,
Oh,
if
that
you take
comes out.
8 times 4, that's 32.
Okay,
But they don't all work and need all new uniforms, because a regular deputy gets $400 a year for uniform allowance, but they're in them every day. Where some of these are in them, well, this last year they were in them, but this next year, hopefully, they're not gonna be in them that long. So,
So what's a normal year of that, going back to where, like for just uniforms? It'd be,
theoretically, probably somewhere around the 4,000 would get us through this year. Maybe. It depends on what happens. Like I said, we have been using the reserves more. When we turned this in, we had one in mind. We just got him started January 1st for a full-time, fill that slot. At that point, we were back up to full staff. Now, had we not been a full staff, we were running a reserve a lot. One of our deputies, pretty much almost 30 to 40 hours a week, not the same one, but filling in throughout the week and the month to try to fill that slot for coverage.
Okay. Well, so what number do we need to put in this line item that you suggest? So we need to leave it 62, or can we reduce it some?
Let's go down to 4,000 and see how that goes.
Okay, all right. Okay, that concludes 5. Let's go to page 6. Take a look.
And you'll see on 6, like Charles, he was up for a vest. That is ordered, it's not, is it in yet?
No, it's
Not in. It's paid for, but it's not in. So that it didn't come out of here yet paid for, but it will once it gets delivered.
So I wondered how that, you don't
That way I
get
got
invoiced
Charles.
until delivery is taken, correct?
Right. That's why Charles has dropped down to 400 on that one. That's just for instance on how we figured that. We have a list of what date they got them. They also say on our vest what day they got them.
Okay.
Okay, the meals and the lodging, that's been impacted by COVID. So let's kind of look at the previous couple of years and see if those numbers, taking a look at line item 35305, $4,700 is the most you used in 2017 and 18. And, current year, we're at 602 understandably, but even in a normal year previous, 2,800. So to me, that 6,000 seems inflated, but maybe there's more activity that you expect this year to catch up because you didn't have certain activities because COVID. I don't know what drives that number.
I'm going to say COVID.
But do you anticipate to be busier with transportation?
Yes.
For you?
Yeah, we already are starting to see that. You're starting to see more minibuses open up, so you get more people come in. Of course, this will become a little more active throughout the United States than just in Iowa. We're starting to see that a little more, and I think you'll see that number jump on that.
And it very well may. There may be a lot more catch-ups to do.
We are playing catch-up quite a little bit right now. We have kept our jail open to do minibuses. I know a lot of sheriffs throughout the state have not.
Right.
So your warrants are going to be coming out more. We're going to be traveling because if someone forgets that they have to go serve time by this date that's written on those phones, they show up. Well, we're not going to let you serve because you're out of your date. So therefore they violated their probation or whatever they got. Then that throws back a warrant back to us, which means we may have to travel across the state to go get them or to another state to go get them. What that comes out of is if we have to go get somebody somewhere, and that's a reimbursement cost. We've been pretty fortunate on some of that it has been down.
But we have had to go to Greenville, Illinois recently, Kansas City a few times, Eastern Iowa.
Where you're gonna pay, like Greenfield, I think we paid, well, you can't just send someone, because that's on the east side of St. Louis, about an hour and a half. You gotta send 2. So therefore, you're gonna spend 6 meals. Okay. Plus you've got your fuel costs that usually comes out of fuel, but if we try to direct it, it should come out of that one. But sometimes trying to split that up off of Wix card is pretty difficult.
Okay, anybody okay with that? You want to?
Yep, nope, I'm fine.
So the radio equipment, you're buying some radios this year?
Is that radio and related equipment?
Yeah.
That's part of the upfit process and repairs. Part of
comes out of vehicles, part of it comes out of vehicles, and part of it comes out of that. Like I said, we're loaded pretty good. I think we have one vehicle in the fleet that doesn't have a computer, but we are upgrading a couple computers because they are now 16,
yeah.
and we're having a problem with the company that did this previous, that didn't put antennas on for us to get service on those computers out in the middle of the county. So they're upfitting a little bit here and there on that, just like technology, if you get too far behind, you're just out of luck. Our light bars last about 6 years, 5 to 6 years.
Are you,
right in the middle of
are you buying more
What was that?
radio stuff than the 25,000 I was just marked? Like, are you buying more?
Are you
Because you went from 25,000 to 25 this year, so I know this year you were anticipating.
buying stuff and you haven't bought anything yet, so to speak?
This
So
year,
is that because
our
you're
two
not?
upfits, we just got one yesterday.
I got one yesterday.
And the other one's coming in.
So I guess my question is, how much are they a piece? Like, how many are you getting for the 25,000?
What about the
How
25?
many vehicles are you getting?
Sorry, how many are you getting for the 25,000?
We're getting two.
So there's.
And that doesn't include the whole thing in there. That's just part of, it costs roughly 20,
We trade trucks cheaper, we do the other.
yeah.
So I guess my
I can trade
question-
trucks cheaper than I can do the upgrade.
So the question too is this 25,000 because are you getting two this year and two next year?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And those two, like I said, we just got one in, we paid for the vehicle, and then they strip them out, and the trading goes with Stu Hanson Dodge. They have the state bid, which is the cheapest bid throughout the state. Shores has actually told me several years ago, in 14, we bought our first one. If you do Chevys again, come see us, otherwise if you do Dodges, it's too much of a hassle to go through the government programs with the Dodge to do it.
Okay. All right, any questions beyond that?
On that 25,000, how many more years do you think that's gonna have to be? Because
It just depends on where we're at. If we can get some computers to last, that's the problem with the computers. The upfit of them, and you're looking at $4 to $5 grand at a time, because you've got to not only buy the laptop, but you have to buy the dock, and then you have the software that goes with it. And you start adding all that up, and then printers, those get wore out and go up with it.
so a few years ago, there just wasn't that capability at that time.
2 years ago, we were just starting to come into our full fleet. We actually had upfitted, we were upfitting at that time. Because 2 years ago, let me look back here. So with the 9,000, we took out of, if I remember right, 2 years ago. Yes, so you're talking 18, 19 year, Jacob?
Yeah, you said it's a lot less.
If you look back on 18, 19, what we did for new vehicle, we had 48,400 in one, and 61,000 in another. So more of that was coming out of the new vehicle, and we moved it over to the radio and
I
radio.
see. Yeah, I had them both together.
Did that?
Yeah, that makes sense now, the way it flipped there. I see that.
Yep, we just moved line items, dollar figures in line items.
Okay.
And that was on page 7 with the new vehicle.
I see that down there that line, okay.
You want to just stay on, page 7 and?
Whatever, if you're done with page 6, we can move on.
Well, the air cards confuse me. Are you getting them for $40 a month per card, unlimited? Is that your deal?
Fourth one down.
GPS and air cards?
Yep, I'm looking at them. Yeah, I don't have down the figure of exactly what we're getting them. I see we're down a lot.
So I'm thinking that, and I could be wrong, but because EMA was looking at some and somebody else in that, you've got a great deal. I mean, it's truly unlimited and it's $40 a month, which you know.
I think that's the
John
air
Q.
card,
Public
then you throw a little bit on top for the GPS. Maybe that, was that I think the air card and the GPS were figured in together with the US Cellular contract.
So again, going back to the point of the question, how do we come up with $12,080? Year to date, we've spent $4,300. 7,300 was the most we spent, so are you getting, I mean, this would be a bunch of additional cards.
That would be 5,000 over what we'd spent in 2000. We did add a couple cards, because now we are up to full. We came up this year, I think. This year we got full. We had full. We have one car that doesn't have one in it, our jail vehicle that we're keeping. And that's more for classes and a spare, like Charles drives it now where we're getting them upfitted, or the one we just brought back to the truck. So,
But even, I mean, if I'm right on that $40 a month per card, it's $480 per card. So if you had two more
Per
cards,
month.
that's, per year, it's $480
Per car.
per card.
Yeah.
And so if you got two of them, that's a thousand. I mean, you're way under spending, and unless you're at just a pot full of cards, where does that $12,000 figure come from?
Yeah, 8,000 should cover it.
so we have the air cards and we have Network Fleet, which is our GPS.
Okay,
And it costs, no, we're not at Network Fleet, we're at something else now. Are we, okay, so we're at Network Fleet. We're still Network Fleet. And that is about the same price for that. GPS tracking, excuse me. GPS tracking. It's not.
But our question is, if you spent $4,300 so far this year, that gives you about 8,000 or 8,600 at the most.
Sure. And then in 1920, of course, you had fewer units, but
You
you
only
spent
spent
$7,300.
So you add the two units, that would put it up to that 8,600. Why up to 12,000 this year? Or why did you go up to 12,000 last year, I guess? I can't remember why we did that.
There was a reason we did that. I can't remember what it was.
Yeah. And that's just another area where you could probably cut that 4,000 or 3,000 and be safe. I would say from what it looks like.
Unless there's something we're missing
Yeah.
that you're buying, it's in there.
What I'm missing. There's gotta be something I'm missing in there that we haven't done this year. I'll hold off on that one. I'll talk to the IT and I'll come back with an answer.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
We're gonna leave it
Right
until
now.
we hear back, but I suspect that'll be something we're gonna be able to trim a little bit.
0,000.
And before we get down to the next item, protection ammunition. You know, I know some years you've spent up to 10,000. This year you've spent so little. How has the supply of ammunition, has it affected you guys?
Yes, we cannot get ammunition right now.
Okay.
It is
So-
impossible to get.
Okay.
We burned most of our stuff that we had on the shelf this last year to qualify everybody,
Right,
especially the new
right, sure,
reserves.
sure.
So we are down to very,
You're limited.
no
Okay.
need ammo. Well, we need ammo. What was that, Jacob?
Keep at least one.
Is the government involved at all in this as far as any way that they can help through state agencies? Or, I'm just curious,
I would have a better chance of getting a helicopter than I do getting ammunition from the government. And I'm not joking about that because
I'm just curious.
I could go get a helicopter through a program where we get some of our rifles for,
Right.
so we don't have to pay them. I could come and do that easier than I could get any ammunition.
You know, because from what I can see on the news, there's a real shortage all over the nation. What happens when it comes time for certification in the next year? If there's still a shortage, what will that do to law enforcement as far as training?
We buy our ammo through, state bid too, so if we put an order in, we might get a couple hundred rounds here, a couple hundred rounds there.
We've even gone to
The
Walmart and Easter's to get stuff off the shelf because we couldn't get it anywhere else.
Okay, I'm just curious.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Okay.
Yeah, it is surprising the government doesn't have a repository.
Yeah,
For God's sakes, they've got zinc. I mean, they've got zinc, they've got about every precious metal
Yeah.
and no bullets. That is
Yeah.
surprising.
I just find it, yeah. I would think for law enforcement, there would be something, because I know we talked about this last year, but this year it's become a very much an issue, so.
Yeah.
Okay,
So if you could find it, are you gonna spend 18 grand between now and June 30th of 2022 on?
18 grand.
well, you've got 900 from this year, or 9,000 this year, and 9,000 next. Will you spend that much money?
It's gonna be dang close. It truly is.
Okay.
I think, didn't we just get something in? What, do we have targets or something?
We're just getting a little bit trickling in, a little bit trickling here. I mean,
So far, you've only spent $738,
$738,
which is.
according to this. Now, we
we got something.
we've got a couple things in since.
You've only paid for this through,
December 31st.
yeah, through the end of the month of December, you've only paid for 738. So
So it didn't change any in the month of December?
I have no idea. Apparently not. Apparently you didn't spend any money. This was dated 1/8, so we haven't paid any
Are
bills.
these numbers effective 1/8 or 12/31 on the budget, year-to-date budget?
Yeah, so you haven't
It
spent any
would be
money.
1/8, okay.
So,
Any claims or anything that went through
yeah, they would have
our
been on.
payroll. as-
Now, what we just did last week may not be in there, but it'd be close. So anyway,
And that's all bullets basically are related to that?
Bullets, targets, cleaning supplies.
Cleaning supplies, mostly bullets.
bullets.
Okay.
Hey, this is a side topic, don't want to go there, but sometime, and this is a reminder, when you talk to conservation, is there a way that the use of the gun range can be altered in a minor way as to allow them? I know you don't want people to know when you're out there, is what I've been told, but is there a way to come up with a date or a number on the calendar that would be your time that you would reserve, whether you're using it or not, so they can kind of plan a little more effectively? It sounded to me like they have some issues of not being able to open the gun range because of the open-ended date that you have to use it whenever.
I don't think we ever use, I think those are like Wednesdays and Saturdays. Like every certain, we don't use them on Saturdays and Wednesdays, I think we try to go on like a Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, or Friday.
And maybe I misheard, this sounded like maybe there was a need for another conversation about how you're gonna schedule the gun range.
Who do you want us to talk to, with John or?
Yeah, I'd talk with John probably, just to make sure that
We'll call him and make sure, but we usually call, make sure it's open for us to use.
Okay, I couldn't misunderstand.
This last time when we had, Jace Randall, when we wanted to get him qualified, we did call and say, hey, can we use it like on a Thursday?
Right.
He said, yeah, nobody's using it, so we gotta use it.
Okay, well,
And we were out there, or was it a Tuesday night?
It was a Tuesday night, we loaded that night.
Evening. We get down before dark, but yeah.
sounds like you guys are working it out. Thank you.
Okay.
Let's see, motor vehicle sheriff, new car, which you talked about the new car, but I don't know if you'd seen the budget line.
Mm-hmm.
When Jacob asked about the vehicles, were you looking at that 80,000?
Yeah, that's one, so you bought, is it 37,000 they pick up, is that what that is, the one, what you already spent this year? Or the previous?
You've bought one pickup already this year.
And I don't know why they haven't come out of there, because in December, that claim was paid December 15th, and they cashed the first check, or the check for both of the differences, December 20th.
What was the claim total?
38,
Oh, so 37,206, so maybe that
Plus the
was.
two vehicles that we traded in.
Right, so that is for two.
So that is for two.
Okay.
That's accurate, the 37.
Yes, it's for two.
You won't be buying any more than this
Not
year.
until June 1st, or July 1st.
And you're planning on buying two more?
We try to keep two up, that keeps our fleet there, it keeps our maintenance.
So
costs down.
in theory, the 80,000 is if you have to buy everything, if there's no trade.
Right. To a point.
Yeah, and that's what, in theory, why the 80,000, because in reality, you bought two with trades, you only spent 37,000.
Yeah, plus the old one.
Right.
Then you figure in, like I said, when you go back to radio and related
Right, yeah,
equipment.
but that's without, that's just the vehicle that we're.
That's just the
looking at.
vehicle, that doesn't include radio and related equipment
Right.
for the upfit that comes out of that line item also.
So, in theory, then the vehicle, you could probably lower that if you wanted to on the budget, because you assume you're gonna get that good a trade again, correct?
Cost us about $19,000 a
Right,
vehicle.
right, so,
Now that, the,
29 something versus about 10 grand for a vehicle is what we get, 10 to 11.
right.
so all this just dumps like anything else. When, like this year, if you don't spend any more this year, you'll have 43,000 that'll be
that would go back
Back
into.
into next year.
Right, right.
Now, we still have, with that being said, off that 80,000, we still have to pay for 2 updates.
Yeah, but
that we've
that's,
not been billed for.
but that's up above,
25,000, and that could be as much as 25,000.
but that's.
But it's a different line item.
That's a different line item.
Separate.
That's why you see 80,000 that comes in that new vehicle for the update. Because on the radio and related equipment,
Mhm.
there was $25,000 in that.
Right.
And that fixes every one of our, well, we've got 11 or 12, 11 trucks. 11 trucks plus walkies and everything else out of radio and related equipment. But when you throw in up to possibly 25,000 a vehicle for an update.
But
Stripping
again,
up this
in this
truck.
line item, you're not planning on that $25,000 update out of this line item, or that number would be larger, yes. You've got another line item, radio update.
Yeah.
But that's why the 80,000 is there, because that puts in part of the update, because it may not cover the whole update. So that way we take it out of radio and related equipment also. We take it out of 2 line items for that bill.
Well, and maybe I'm the only one, but that confuses the heck out of me.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, to me, that's,
That after 13 years, you've learned to take what you can out of what fits to make it work.
What is the rotation right now on a pickup? How long do you think?
4 to 5 years.
5 years.
It depends on where we're going.
Which ones you're driving and when?
We get just over, start to get over 100,000. Basically what I was told, Jacob, and I think Chuck and Alan, you've heard this one. So what I was told by the representatives from every company, whether it's Chevy, Ford, or Dodge,
100,000.
every mile you put on a vehicle, normal, is like 2 to 2.5 times what a law enforcement officer puts on the vehicle.
Yeah, I believe that.
Believe
So
me, I-
remember what the trade was, just for what, how much they gave you?
About 10.5 to 11, maybe 11.7.
And you stripped, somebody else strips them down?
We have a company out of, right now, we're going with a company out of Baxter, Iowa, called Keltec. We were going with Jones Automotive out of Omaha. There was some issues there that we were having with, after a couple years of the work and some things. Jones was very good to work with, don't get me wrong. Very great service. Some of the things that we found with Keltec is we don't need the service once in a while. And if they have a problem and it's their fault, they come down to nothing. If it's not their fault, that's where the price comes in, at $400 and some just to come down.
What, do they charge a lot to strip it down? Is that much?
They get it,
That's included in that
that's
25,000.
included in the 25,000.
That's in that.
They send us a strip and that, and then we have stripes on top of that, that we pay for at 168 a truck. Those come from Iowa Prison Industries. That's who makes all the stripes for all the sheriff's offices you see across the state. We do a lot of work with IPI, which is Iowa Prison Industries. If we can get anything through them, we can usually get a discount on them, so we try to do that.
so go back then,
If you do, Chuck, though, move back to 1920, they spent 120,000. I think that was the year we bought 3. Because we had one that blew up or something happened. I can't remember what. Back in 1920, we must have bought 3 on the new trucks. Because between the rural basic and the other, we spent 113,000. The year before, we spent 109,000. The year before, we spent 79,000. So
here's what we might have done.
I'm guessing that the radio expense, the upgrades on those 2 trucks, if he just bought them, we may not have seen the bills for those. That's why. we
That
haven't
bill
spent as
passed
much-
through the bank in 20.
We haven't spent as much money.
right,
It may not have shown up on this sheet yet.
okay.
Or it may have gotten put somewhere else. I don't know if it would have gotten put.
Put it elsewhere, maybe.
I don't know where it would have gone because,
You're talking the $30-some thousand bill for the 2 trucks?
yeah, and that's there, but the radio upgrades may not be on here yet. That's
No,
why.
we haven't got bill for those yet.
Yes,
We
see,
just picked one
so
yesterday.
that would make a difference of what the total
Okay.
expense would be.
So probably in line, then the next question would be, is this a year where we flip-flop some of that back into rural basic?
Yeah.
What we have been doing on rural basic is if the deputy in rural basic is due,
Then we do.
then we
this.
take it out of that.
Okay.
And that's not the case in addition?
Not this year.
Okay,
Okay.
all right.
There, I think we're on the 2 years that they're probably not gonna get one. Now, with that being said, something happens, they roll one, or we hit a deer and it gets totaled, or for some, God forbid, any accident where a vehicle gets totaled, then that would rotate in to that position.
Do we know on our insurance package if we have, not gap insurance, but is it actual cash value on all of our property that you guys drive? Do you know?
Actual
Is it ACV, like he tolls a pickup, are we just getting actual cash value, or is there any policy enhancement that we can buy on these newer pickups that would give us a replacement?
Take your shoes off, you'll feel better.
What? What are you laughing at, Charles?
Me. I told him to take his shoes off, he'd feel better.
I believe on the vehicles it is a replacement, but it's usually when you use it's more, it's not.
Yeah, it's not total.
We still have our deductible to pay. Usually we have those a couple here in the past, and usually the insurance isn't too bad to work with about that. We have our deductible to pay on the difference, because depending on whether it's comp or collision, and then they usually pay, it takes a little while sometimes. They pay for the outfit and the strip. Once in a while, we get stuck with $168 stripes. But then we have to find the vehicle, we have to go do all that. And in the middle of a budget year, trying to find a vehicle, sometimes, I know we spent about 3 months trying to find a vehicle to upfit. So and sometimes your equipment gets damaged. Looking back on some of this in 18-19, I think was the year we were over 100,000. Was that the year that the conservation got that one pickup?
And that may have been why.
All the equipment in it?
Yeah.
That could be.
Yeah.
So speaking of equipment, I think I'm fine. My questions are answered on vehicles, if yours are, Jacob and Alan.
The only other question on vehicles, speaking of conservation, next year, we may want to look at another, they may.
21, 22?
21, 22, they may be ready for a new one, another one next.
They wouldn't need the light.
That's this
This budget.
Yeah.
That's this budget.
Oh, is it this budget year? But it's already too late.
21,
for this.
22 that we're figuring, right?
Yeah, for the new year. Because this year, they're already switched. So you don't have anything left.
Until July 1st of 2021.
Yeah, right.
I think that's what I thought,
Yes.
July 1.
He thought he could wait until then.
They don't need lights. This is just a replacement. They don't need all the lights and everything else. So you can keep the.
Yeah, we usually keep that, and if conservation gets it, we just.
On
which minus our new digital radio.
Which
Oh,
budget?
okay. So it doesn't,
Which budget?
that part's not expensive, huh? The lights part.
Conservation?
No,
On this, yes, on
on
page
the
7.
sheriff, on the 80,000
Right.
for 2 vehicles.
2 vehicles with
Vehicle
lights.
plus upfit.
Yeah.
But that was not, last year we took one of the trades out on that. So that was not, that's without, like, if you don't trade anything.
Right.
No, that was the year, last year we did.
No, 2 years ago was.
2 years ago, 18, 19.
Yeah.
But in 18-19, it was 38,000, which was one,
No,
without
I'm
trade.
showing. Under my 18, 19, I'm using, at a rural basic, it was
13.
61,900, and out of general basic, it was 48,400.
So I guess the question is, if conservation needs one, potentially, if you're gonna get rid of one, you might check before you.
Yes,
use it.
yes,
Because then they
yes.
can always, when we do an amendment, we can always reallocate, instead of
Right.
getting that trading value, so you might be short 10,000, like say.
When we go to trade.
Right,
I see what you're
yes,
saying.
when you're
Let's
ready
say
to
just
trade.
don't trade them, if you could talk to conservation.
If
I
they
think
need
that's what
one,
they're-
and then we have to go. with
And then we'll just have to fix it.
If it's a bare stripped vehicle, then if we have to start buying all the extra stuff to go in there,
Right.
No.
then that goes up more.
They needed just a utility pickup to drive around for some of their special needs. And they may have to buy it sooner than you trade next year. But if they don't, make sure let him know when you're doing stuff.
Because that's what I usually try to work is in
Yeah.
January, February.
Right.
Get a hold of the dealership and figure out which one we're sending. Because that way, hopefully, last year it wasn't, We'll threw that one off too, but hopefully then shortly after July 1st, I'll have two vehicles ready to go and I can get
Yeah, well, make sure you visit with John about that
Okay.
also. Okay?
and what he's gonna want in them. Is he gonna want the
Yes,
radio?
He doesn't want, I don't think you'll need anything in it.
So it could be a stripped out. You
Yes,
just put yeah, just a pickup.
Just a pickup, that's all he needed. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Air cards, just for my clarification, they are utilizing, they are giving you the ability for the computers to be used anywhere in the
Yep.
county. Okay.
We just
So
did an
they're-
accident report yesterday down at Champall, right there. It got sent directly through Mock and Trax, which is a program in there, back to the office. Tony printed it off, put it right in front of me. And no, if the press is listening, I did not get a press release out on that yet.
So, just for,
Like, been real busy yesterday.
I know one of your goals in putting the computers and the air cards in that was to keep officers
Out
out and about. Are you seeing that happen?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Our time at the office, sometimes the jailers complain about that they don't get to see deputies very often that come in and
That's okay.
converse, because it's almost like being a dispatcher by yourself, except that you get to go during the hour, on every hour, and walk around and make sure everybody's sleeping at night or whatever. And then they do call in and check on them and go from there. It's one of those things where we have one person we have a limited staff at the sheriff's office jail at times. And that's why we have it secured with cameras and locks and everything else.
Okay, let's go to page 8, jailers. Are these numbers, I see, is that an additional jailer?
We got that. We're still trying to get that one.
Okay,
Per se?
still looking, okay. So,
Yes.
yeah, page 8.
What page are we on?
Eight.
Okay, I don't know if I'm looking at the same thing.
So-
Our figures on this might be a little bit off. The first line item on page 8, what are you showing? I show
38,350 for Aria Brownfield.
okay, because I'm showing 38,995.
30,
Melissa, what do you got? 38,350? 350? The last one in 143?
Pardon?
143?
143.
where are you getting?
Yeah, that's last we
Think
did.
of, you see where I got that 143?
Not the 143.
Okay, so go 0, 1,000, 0, 1,000, 100, 0, 5, 140.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's Aria,
Oh, 143, that's it, right here, you mean that number right here? 1, 6,
38,350.
Yeah, 38.
38,995. What's the next one you got, Melissa?
31,912.
That's for the new jailer you don't have.
Okay,
Gary Pullman, 39,130.
130?
Yep.
Oh, this is the initial one. I sent you one after I got you.
Don't leave, we're gonna print
We
you
can
one.
work through some of them.
We're gonna print it.
Yeah, we'll get
A lot
it ready.
quicker.
But the numbers will change slightly. However, my question on these jailers, in the case of Amy,
Yeah.
10.43% increase. Some
Where,
of them,
where? Amy Hetherington?
Amy
Yeah.
Harrington,
Yeah.
showing a 10.43% increase in salary.
And then one above her, 3.98, 3.65 for Gary Pullman, 3.9 for Brownfield. So
You show them
why,
at a 4% increase.
yeah, just curious what happened with Amy. Is there a reason why hers?
Went clear up.
Yeah.
Because I'm not showing it. That's why we're a little bit different on numbers.
They're gonna print.
We figured them, and this
They
could
should
be
be all at 4%, correct?
all four is what they were
Yes,
supposed to
yes,
figure.
yeah, okay.
So while she prints that up and brings it upstairs, let's take a 2-minute bathroom break or two.
Sounds like a game plan.
Okay, who wants to go first? Flip a coin. Oh, wait, they got guns, they gotta go first.
But they got no bullets.
Well, we don't know that.
Yeah, we gotta wonder.
We don't know if they're Don Knotts or not. I'm not taking my chance.
No.
They got vests on, I couldn't punch them hard enough.
The weather must be gonna change. Us old people have arthritis.
Yeah. I got measles.
You get used to it.
Arthritis,
It doesn't mean you like it, Jake.
Yeah,
You get used to it.
this seems better than that, I'll say that.
So I'm not standing up there fighting this whole thing. Or do you have the numbers up?
Why would those be away from the 4%? Why would have they been away from the 4%? I noticed that when I was looking through it at lunch. All the labor, materials, why weren't they at 4%? Most everybody else has been pretty active.
9, 40, and 45. And then we have 223. And then of course the shotgun, we have to go.
No, that's fine. I just curious. That was, no, I know. You always get too much going on.
Last year, $9, well, this is great.
You know, we were just talking about it. Growing up, I can remember one of the neighbors, did two sons. And, he had said, what are you boys doing? You don't have to be, I said, we're supposed to be nice. He said, well, go for it, fish in the fall. So we go to buy $5 by a brick. Thunder cat. And we could have fun all weekend. You know, we all have.
Kim is really, and she adjusted the budget based on if they're paid day, afternoon, or night,
Oh.
and changed some of those rules. Well, it's,
Well,
and I think last year then, we had more food, you know, like the holiday days, the overtime. And I think maybe, no, but I don't think that ever got fully, like when she did the recount, a couple of times, I didn't let her adjust. So I don't think it was, I checked with her, she didn't think there was.
It wasn't something
But this is
special.
a 4%, it's just, I think it was just because she's just on it. Cause I had her do all the recounts on everything.
Yes, Kim.
Kim's our payroll.
So we can blame Ken.
No, I don't like him.
How did we not see this April bill coming? I don't know how I didn't see this coming. I mean, so it just happened.
I mean, I see the gas.
How you doing, John?
Yeah. You know, I go to diesel, we go back over the road. So.
I have a feeling the next 4 years.
So, and then also, one of them was on an
But I mean,
18.
over the road diesel, I see it go up, and it depends whether they're mixing with addition, straight number 2, or 37 years here. It's, I mean, in Shenandoah, that's 10 cents a gallon difference between the car troll out there and the one. Downtown, same as at 170 downtown.
The school. It took me a little bit harder than the
School today.
Usually by now, we're higher than the low.
Oh, I know.
So I'm going to 1 and 4 micron filter in the
Otherwise, it'd be built up.
I'm curious.
No, yeah.
$68 or something a filter.
Yeah, and that's the first thing you have to do.
I mean, if it was $5 filter, I wouldn't worry
No,
about it.
I know.
And
The
they're-
hydraulic filter for my skid loader, I think is about $77
Mhm.
for one hydraulic.
Yeah.
Trying to find a way to get that cheaper.
You work on diesel engines?
not yet, a little bit. Not very
I'll
much.
work on what I have to if I don't.
I'll change fuel filters and
Yeah.
do that, I mean, like.
Oil, fuel filters, welding, anything like that. Yeah, Rick's has got plenty of my Bobcat running here this year. What do we take to that, Chuck?
Yeah, go to the restroom. You're right back in the room. I had a nice lunch, I'm still hungry.
Snack here, that's your.
Oh, yeah, lots of snacks.
What brand of skid loader do you have, Jacob?
John Deere,
No.
for a long time. I don't
You
know what I do without.
You only go green?
No, it's
Okay.
just, it was
Okay.
low hour and
Gotcha.
reasonable. Now that I have one, I've had it about 10 years, I would get rid of tractors. I use that thing every day. I'd like to have another one when they really went up. Super. Since I bought it back in 11.
How about it?
No.
I'll have you okay tomorrow.
So, are we gonna work Friday, do you think? Or
Well,
Monday?
I have Thursday still pretty open, so I'm not putting, I thought I'd just throw anything we have left on Thursday.
Okay.
Because really on Thursday, the only thing I have is public health and, I think it's matter of health.
What does that mean for next week? Does that mean another list next week or what's that mean?
I'm sorry.
What does next week look like then?
So then Tuesday, I'll probably plan on Tuesday, and then if you have, anything else to finish up, but other than, I mean, hopefully we'll be pretty close to, unless you get some major issues coming up Thursday, you can discuss the bulk of your stuff, and then if you need to, we can review discuss Tuesday again, but.
I'll be out of town next Wednesday through following Monday.
Okay. I'm really hoping, I mean, we've been really good that way, I hope by next week we'll have to close this.
Okay.
Unless you guys have any major issues in the next 2 days, but. I mean, JD often has to come back, but, JD sometimes has to come back, so,
When are we gonna get him, tomorrow?
yes. What's been hard part about that is I can't really throw him on Thursday's agenda. If he needs to come back, because it'll go off tomorrow morning. So.
Oh, okay. So, all right, we'll get the guys back in here. Get it going. What's that? So are they impeaching today? I haven't looked at any of the news. Has anything happened in DC today?
No, everyone, worried about this weekend.
Which is we,
The same thing will happen at state capitals across the country. And,
What, has there been a call for March on the Capitals?
yeah,
Who called that?
all those dark underlying people have the same concept that caused last Wednesday to happen. And with Virginia and Maryland are gonna send 10,000 National Guard troops total.
Sorry, I'm in my house arrest. We're trying to eliminate that 25 minutes I got left for the rest of the budget.
I could go to 10 in a New York minute. All right.
So
What were we at?
on page 7, I think the question was on the jailers.
Did you give me a copy?
She's bringing it.
Okay.
I think we are back on
So-
page of that.
What?
You want to explain?
Yep, so on some of these, like Kelly Acres, the reason there's a lower is because she replaced somebody that was being paid at a higher wage. So it's one of those times where we shifted the name, but the history of somebody else is still there.
Okay.
So that's on some of these.
That might have been on
side.
Amy. Well,
Yep, and then
then.
she works days, so the day, afternoon, night also changes that too. So based on who she replaced and where they were previously, that impacts it. So.
Amy and,
And then Amy's was different because on 8/21, she got $1 an hour raise. And then she worked afternoons on
hasn't brought it
1/3, and on 2/3, she worked nights.
well, and that, if you look at, so here's the thing, Aria's been here just a little longer than Amy. Well, yeah, a lot, probably 4 years, 5 years
Yeah.
at least. But they both work nights, so they get that
Yep.
shift differential for that part.
Right.
So, that I don't know why her pay raise is so much greater than the others.
On who?
No,
Amy?
Is she talking about?
Amy was the one that got the $1 an hour raise on 8/20.
Huh?
Amy got $1 an hour raise on 8/20
She's not talking about that.
of this
She's
year.
not topped out yet, is it?
No,
I didn't catch that, I'm sorry.
she's not topped out yet.
Okay. I don't know.
That's why she got the $1 an hour raise.
Yeah.
So but still, they still confuse me why it shows more.
I mean, we can go read through, refigure all
Amy is a
the,
new hire. Amy is a new hire.
Araya, or not Araya, Katie Akers is our newest hire. We have not hired one.
Right, so the reason her percentage is less, is that what you're questioning?
No, I'm looking at,
Amy Hetherington, why is hers more than, would you say, Chuck, a 10%?
well, it's 10.43% increase,
Over from 33,000,
234.
Did she replace somebody
Amy?
recently, or has she been here for a
She's
while?
been there a year or
She's
two,
been there 2 years now.
she wouldn't be topped out yet, would she?
But she's not topped out.
So she probably got a cost of living. She did replace somebody in 1920 from a salary standpoint, somebody was making 41,000.
Yeah, she did. That was, Jennifer.
So that's the issue of
Yeah.
reusing the same line and take some of that history?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
So like, if you
that
look back
history's
5
not
years
gonna
ago,
be-
if that line went with somebody who was here 5 years ago,
Yeah.
that's what I was telling him on some,
Yeah,
like,
that's,
we've now tried to, like, when Jace was hired, we set up at the very beginning for Jace a
Brand
new code that's
Yeah.
just him.
You can't do a history on her line item.
That's why I said on some of these others, we've just switched them, so like if Joel, if somebody replaced Joel, we just switch those. So we're trying to get away from that now
Yeah.
because that history sometimes is deceiving. So we
So
now
is-
try to ask if.
And we can refigure this out, so I'm not gonna argue that, whatever they come up with, is what they come up with.
Okay.
On that.
Well, let's get that refigured, then, we can move on. I mean, we'll wait on the printout. We won't wait on the printout, so let's
Yeah.
just go to the next items.
okay,
Page, where are we at? Page 9?
Nine.
Is there anything?
I didn't see anything on that, but
The food provisions, looks like we're, right on target there.
I will say this, during COVID, we were up
early,
Mhm.
and then we dropped, then we kind of dropped, then we went back up over the summer. Right now, we're getting down in that lower part of the valley, but usually after, if I look at trends, usually late January, February, March, April, we're on a rise, and then we'll start a little bit drop in the summer, and then we'll come back up in the fall.
Okay. So you feel good about that number?
That number, we never know. I do know, and I don't see it on here, we just bought a bunch of more mattresses, because you start getting some of these people that have been in here.
Yeah, we
20
just signed
times.
off on that last week.
Those high-priced mattresses we sold.
Yeah.
I'd like to find somebody to make one that they can't rip,
Yeah, it'd be nice.
and we've looked.
Any other questions on page 9? If not, I invite you to go to page 10. Again, the guesstimates on the apparel seem to be a little high to me, but
We'll go through that, and they'll do their ordering. We usually try to go towards the end of the year to see where we're at. I mean, if their uniform starts getting ratty, or they catch it on something, we'll do a jail check or rip it somehow, or starts to get pretty faded, I tell them, get the uniforms. I mean, they do their own laundry and they do a good job, but trying to get, sometimes, you know how clothes get when you wear them 5 days.
Mhm.
It gets a little, especially if you wash them all the time. They start off with very few. So we'll see. That might be something there, but we'll have to wait and see. That number probably will go up. I mean, you see in 1920, we had 1,500, we used it. We're adding a jailer in, so there's a chance, depending on the size of the jailer and what we have for inventory downstairs of different sizes. If they can't fit into something we got down there, we're gonna have to buy 3 pairs of pants, 3 short sleeves, and 3 longs.
okay.
And we have gone back, instead of the Class A, like you see me and Charles wearing today, we have gone to a polo and a pair of ripstop BDU pants, which makes it a little cheaper. And they're in the jail, in the civil, the front office. So we did switch from that years ago, because now these shirts, as you see Charles and I in a shirt, that's about $100.
Mhm.
And the pants are 75 to 90. And that's just the shirt and the pants. That doesn't include having that put on. They have to change these epaulets. They have to put anything on the side that we have or whatever. It's getting, there's a reason that you'll see some departments go to a different uniform than a Class A, like the Sheriff's and Deputy Association recommends. The jail, that might come up a little bit here in the next 2 months. So much we can't, Dr. Dentist, you know, seems like everybody that comes in has an abscess too, and needs to pull. The good thing is, we have a dentist in town now that is pulling them instead of us having to take them to Council Bluffs for an oral surgery. So that has dropped a little bit. Now, if somebody has a root canal, I don't know if he's gonna do a root canal. But so far, he's been pulling teeth pretty quick. They need it, I don't fix it. You come in and you got a cavity, you wanna pay for it, that's fine. You want the county to pay for it, that tooth's coming out, so I won't have a problem with it again. I don't care if it's 2 front teeth. We don't fix teeth.
Kind of harsh.
That didn't happen when you were an inmate.
So do you think that it could be the 30,000, then if half a year took 15,000, is that the line we're on?
Where you at?
I'm on the next one, I guess, hospital, I'm not on the dentist.
Where's he at?
He's on the very next line down, the hospital and emergency treatment. Because we're already there, that could.
I'd like to say we don't fix your boo-boos either, but unfortunately I can't do that.
I mean, that, it could be double that.
It could be double. We've seen it, well, where does it go back?
18 that one year.
Well, it's been more than that. We did
We're
30 or
already
40,000 if I remember
We're
correctly.
already at 16,000 this
Yeah,
year.
this year's the worst by far.
Yeah. Well, like I said, you get some of these that have been 8 or 9 times, all of a sudden they've got you know, something going on. And the bad thing about that is if somebody comes in under arrest, we hook them into that jail. let's say they were in a fight, whether it was with law enforcement or somebody else, and they've got a concussion, we gotta get treatment. If they got bit by a canine, we gotta pay to fix that. And the good thing is, the hospitals in the county are only charging us half of the bill. But if we don't pay that bill, there was a case in the county just north of here, where one county was housing another county's inmates, the other county said, under code, I don't have to pay that bill. That didn't go so good for that county, because yes, we did have to pay that bill. It's a bad thing. But can you expect your local hospital not to pay that bill? If we take them out there, if they're in our custody, care, and control? It's a tough thing to go under. And I don't do anything unless I have to. Anything else on those?
I don't see anything I have questions about. Ready to move to number 11?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, your building. and
Maintenance increased
repair.
$27,000. So building maintenance, we don't know exactly what's gonna happen.
Has Delbert been here yet?
Is what?
Has Delbert been here yet?
No, February.
February.
It'll be here in February. We did, out of building maintenance comes also our computers, our servers, or stuff like that. Chuck and I talked briefly, and we looked into the cloud update on a couple things. Tony's still checking into that. With one of them is not capable of being a cloud-based. Is it our our digital allies or our arbitrator. One of them is not capable of doing the cloud-based. Digital allies are body camera. Panasonic arbitrators are in-car vehicles. The other one, we need to upgrade. It's been numerous years since we've upgraded the towers, printers. Printers we try to do when they go bad. We're talking more like screens. We seem to be having a problem, some of the keyboards. And although some of that doesn't add up a lot, when you start doing.
Are you guys building repairs?
Yeah, that's all under building and repair.
57,000, that's how we're looking at.
57,000, yeah.
Okay.
You're paying for keyboards out of there?
Yeah, computers. We don't have a line item for computers under the jail.
Would you put that under office equipment and furniture?
We don't.
You might want to consider that.
You might want to just
Yeah.
consider that.
Yeah, that really would be office equipment, furniture, I would think. You could. Yeah.
We can juggle, we've always
Yeah.
taken it out of building.
No, I was just thinking in the future, you might.
And we take our service contract for, Shieldware
Out of the building,
out of building maintenance.
Yeah. That would be
office. That
And
would
that's
really-
always where it's come out of, so that's why we put it in.
and again, I
It
understand
doesn't,
how you
yeah.
get in that habit, but it would make more sense. I mean, you're sitting there talking, I'm thinking, wait a minute.
You'd rather see that come out of office equipment and furniture?
I think
What we
it'd
call it office equipment and computers.
Well, equipment is your computers, furniture would be your chairs if you have to
We gotta
buy.
do some of that with.
Right,
Some
so
things, 'cause
you could easily switch that around. Your computers really would be more considered office equipment, I would think. You know,
Okay.
It might be.
Yeah, it might be easier for clarification if somebody just looks at this, but I don't know how many people ever see something this individualized.
Yeah, I don't know who's doing your coding when it comes over on the claim, and Jen probably does a lot of it. But if Jen's on vacation or gone and somebody sees,
that's Tony who does it at office building, because that's where it came from.
okay, well, or whoever does it, if whoever that normally does it would get is not there, somebody's filling in and would get a claim and say, well, there's a computer, I'm guessing 9 out of 10 people wouldn't think to code it as a maintenance item.
So you wanna move that computer stuff down there?
Are you thinking 27,000 and that stuff
Contracts,
for all those roughly.
Okay, we know all those contract fees.
So contract fees and everything else, you want to move them down into
Office.
that too?
I don't know why we never,
Never
We
cost.
just
I
need to
didn't
put
realize
city-
you were putting all that stuff out there.
yeah. Then again, the $30,000, I always just thought that was building expense, yeah, repairs. So,
No, we've
Yeah.
purchased a lot of,
yeah, because I don't,
drills.
yeah.
Well, of course, I mean, you can make a case for that because
Yeah.
it relates to
The
Well, that's
building.
that's why we
building.
kept that building maintenance down so much, because a lot of times we'll do as much as we can ourselves.
Right.
Sure, sure.
But buying a computer tower doesn't.
You don't see that coming out of building maintenance,
No.
you rather see it come out of office.
Yes.
And that's where office equipment, we figured that was like your desk, file cabinets. You know, maybe a
Yeah.
calculator, which.
I mean, or I can set you up a separate line that would be like your office and data processing, which would be maintenance equipment and repairs, but that would be like more data, so that would be more like your computers and stuff like that.
Where are you at?
I said I can set you up one,
A different line item?
yeah. I mean, you really, I
That
mean,
just said
it's,
computer equipment?
well, it doesn't, it says office and data processing, that's what the code says, or that's what it says in the software.
Office and data processing?
Yeah, but it's maintenance equipment repairs.
We can
I mean,
switch, yeah.
It just, when you're, like, when you started talking, I was like, what, why would he have those, and, like, it just makes more sense for it to be. And two, I mean, as long as you leave the same
I'm okay if you
amount,
want to open a new line item and put that in there.
and you can try to put stuff in there next year, and then it might be, you still might have, like, even if we break it out and do 27,000 in one and, what, 30 in the other? You just go ahead and still use that line for all the stuff, because then you can adjust the next year, you know, so what I'm saying is even if you hit the 27,000 and say you actually have 35,000 that's actually data, and then you're under, building maintenance and repairs, say then you're short there, that's okay. But then the next year you'll know, instead of doing 20,000 there, I should have done 25. Does that make sense?
You want to send me that, what you were just talking
Yep.
about?
Yes.
We got to get better acoustics in this room.
Well,
Or
they-
bigger loudspeaker,
Huh?
bigger loudspeaker.
Yeah, I know, it's sound in here is
It's
horrible.
a tough thing, this, I know,
Sound in here is bad.
I do.
Well, it's that feminine tone that we have been trained in.
Anybody else got anything else on that one that we'll try to change? So we're going to open a new line item
Yep.
for
Yes,
secure
correct.
data or whatever.
Yep.
So we'll still have the office equipment furniture. We'll have computer data, and then we'll have building maintenance repairs. Is that correct?
Well, I thought she included, her suggestion, I believe, was to include office furniture and data, but maybe not.
I took it as she had three. I took it as she had three.
Did you have three, Melissa?
No, I was gonna leave all of these, the two we had, but I was just gonna break out under maintenance, repair, the building one. It was 57,000. You think approximately 20 or 25,000 is actually data, computers and stuff?
Probably somewhere between 20 and 27.
Okay, so you could do 27,000 on that new line, and keep that other line down to 30.
So you would put the office equipment furniture, the
Leave it the same.
63605.
Leave that the same.
Leave that how it is, and then your anything computer related or data related, like a server or anything like that, is gonna go towards this new line item.
So you're gonna create a new line item.
Yes.
That's 27,000.
Yes.
And then the other one.
So we'll have three.
But then at the end of the day, like, put all of the server, all of the data, anything that's computer related, even if it's over the 27,000, stick it in the new line item that's for data. Because you're probably
Okay.
gonna run short.
Of
That
that.
extra money than on the other line, and it might just be next year, then it might be, you'll have to adjust it a little bit, you know, you're gonna have the total cash there.
Easier for us to track moving forward,
Track.
how to budget for it next year.
Out of some of that, we're looking at, and Chris kind of implemented that, a new phone recorder.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna wanna have to tell Jen, so she knows to start at the July 1st, paying those computer related
Got it.
services as of this new line item will be
Yes, yes. So our phone recording system is very antiquated, like 2010, I think. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. We have to check it quite often.
Okay.
As you heard Chris talk, we're looking into other things. If dispatch does go to the state system, which would record all phone calls, all radio traffic, everything, that means they're gonna have a phone or a phone recorder that's opened up. That might be a way for us to,
Take their phone recorder.
since it's county-owned property, use that in the sheriff's office.
Okay.
If not, if they don't get that done, we're gonna have to look at a different system. And it's-
Right.
Do you have it accounted for in this budget anywhere?
We can't get prices from them.
Okay.
We're looking at anywhere from 5,000 to probably 30,000. If we go to a system, Tony and I have talked a little bit. It kind of works, but after between 8 and 4, on Monday through Friday, excluding holidays, we have somebody there that just, secretary, does all the paperwork, does all the coding, bills, claims, civil paperwork, and answers the phone. Unless we're in there, then that's where we step in. And we'll pick up if we've got 2 lines ringing. If we ever get to a new building and that person, we put dispatch in that building, that would be part of dispatch at that point to answer the phone and dictates whether it's civil, jail, law enforcement, where it goes. We talked about Shenandoah PD does it. If they don't have somebody in that front office, their phone's transferred to dispatch. And then dispatch calls them on the radio. That's great. The Shenandoah PD doesn't have a jail, but we need a phone 24/7. It'll get answered by a jailer or something if we have somebody coming up there, because the jailers don't have a walkie they have a walkie, but they don't do a lot of the communication on the walkie. That's something we're gonna have to look at.
All right, here on page 11, we start in on Lyle's salary, he's got 4%.
Is that figured right? What do we have for that?
4%.
84,520.
Now, how come that one's figured right, but everybody else is figured low?
Well, if you have some of your jailers, some of them.
I'm joking.
Switch from afternoons or evenings too, so.
So the next one, you have
And just
4.6.
one point, go back, she mentioned the word jailer, reminds me, when we had that discussion about the percentage being all whacked out, that was because of the dollar increase that you gave her, and actually, Lyle,
We had taken that back out on this copy that I
well,
had.
that's not what I wanted, not the point I wanted to make. On the jailers, that is per the discussion that we had with Chris, really, that's a board decision. On the jailer salary, for you to give her, I mean, that's fine, but moving forward, I don't believe that that's appropriate. I think that should come to the board.
Are you talking on the one jailer?
Yeah, on the one jailer where you gave the dollar.
See, we're still trying to figure out where that went, because they weren't all figured at the same.
Well, you gave her an increase of $1 an hour back in August, as I understand it. You authorized an increase of $1 an
That
hour.
might have been, I'm trying to think why we would have done that. And I don't know.
And maybe I'm misunderstanding, but I think that's what happened. It's no big deal. It's water under the bridge. But moving forward, I think that's a board's decision on, much like on the salary table for dispatchers, if that makes sense.
Yes and no.
Okay?
So if it's in the budget to do that, and it's under our office, then I still have to get approval through the board.
I think it depends. If it's a certified law enforcement officer, I think it's different than if it's a jailer. I need to reread the code, but I believe it is.
Reread that, because I'm not understanding it that way classified. And that could be a discussion we could have down the road.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring that up because we need to clarify moving forward, I think, just so there's no misunderstanding. We're all on the same page.
We can take a look at that.
Okay, thank you.
For the next one, under secretary, what do you have for salary?
45,247.
Huh?
No.
No, they did not.
No.
And that 45,247 has a 5.25% increase. Why is that?
5.25.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what we asked. I don't know.
Who is that?
That would
No, you're only
be,
supposed to have 4% raise.
yeah.
Jen Sands, I think, is that who that?
Jen
Jen Sands.
because I had 46792,
46792?
That's even higher.
which would be even higher than what you
Yeah.
had.
That is
This is what the board was given.
But the problem is, it went down from 19, when did Jen, how long has she been?
Jen,
Jen, when,
year and a half.
okay, so would she have gotten bumped up? Did she get certified at some point in there?
There's no certification on
Or
it.
there, because she started in, if she started in 19, the budget was at 42, well, she was spent 42,534. And
It
they,
went down, there is one right in there, so she did drop from the previous one,
yeah,
because the previous one had 3 years of experience,
okay.
4, 5.
In the current year, we're at 23,000 this year. So they're on course for 46,000, aren't they?
Yeah, well,
Does
yeah.
that make sense?
Well, it's 54%, so no, not quite. She'd be,
How is that? It was only supposed to be 42,000.
Yeah, I don't know on pay periods if there'd be an extra pay period
Maybe
in
an
there or
extra
not. That'd be the only thing. I can't remember.
Because again, on overtime, I try not to get the civil able.
Yeah, so,
well, 42,992, it was the budgeted amount for that position.
Yep.
And if that's the budgeted amount plus 4%, it should be 44,712.
Should be what? What do you?
44,712.
yeah,
If it's going off the budgeted amount, but that.
Is insurance figured in that?
no.
No, this
No,
is just
that's
straight
down below.
salary.
That's just salary. So you come up with 44 what?
712, but we'll let the
Yeah.
experts at numbers do
Yeah.
that. But
There
if
may
the
be-
budgeted amount was supposed to be for salary of 42,992, you had 4%, it comes to 44,712.
She brings us our message on that.
So, but that brings up a good question. Melissa, you got your calculator? What's on that salary, 23,306, which is 54% of the budget? Does that add up to 42,992 and 100%? Okay, on the gen line item.
That doesn't include this.
She's at 54% as of the 8th day of January, and the amount paid is 23,306. Would that be inclusive of some overtime, or how does that project out
Shouldn't have any overtime.
for the actual?
Holiday.
I'm guessing no, she wouldn't have holiday either.
She gets holiday.
Right, but that would already be figured in with her.
Well, there's no other place to figure it though. We don't have.
Because
a-
she's not working holidays. Like, she doesn't come in and work on a holiday.
She gets the 8 hours.
Right, but that would already be figured in her, salary line item. The only time we figure holidays separate is if like you're a 24-hour, so like your deputies would get holiday, which goes through your overtime line.
And that's what I'm saying, is Chuck's just taking what the old salary was, times 4% and going up. That doesn't include any holidays that might come into that.
No, it would.
It would?
Yep. So she's at 2084.
But that's your salary. Then you still have holidays on top.
45, yeah, that's right. I mean, that's a 4% increase. I think it's due to the fact that last year, you guys budgeted for 42,992, and at some point, she must have got a merit increase this year. I could call and double check. But so she's currently right now making 2084, which is 43,513.92.
Okay.
So that exceeds that budget line item there.
Okay.
So that's why
Oh, okay.
So, yeah,
it shows over
Five.
5% because at some point this year she was given an increase, I'm guessing. I can pull that up as well.
From the, what?
She's gonna look in payroll and
We
make sure.
did, there was something back there where she got an increase.
She did get an increase,
In a
I
board
remember, yeah, early in the year, yeah.
So that would be why, because last year you would have budgeted for
Yeah.
the standard increase, and then if you gave her one additionally outside of that, it would have not been reflected in the budget. So that's why then this year it looks like it's a 5.5, because we're taking her from what she's actually getting currently paid times the 4%,
Yeah,
which is the 45,247.
right, okay.
There's gotta be a computer formula to figure out people's salaries. There's gotta be somebody out there who's big one.
Well, no disrespect intended, but I'm guessing when you retire in 4 years, budgeting will not be on your radar.
No. I will not attend one of those meetings.
Chicken,
All right, let's go to page 12. Try to get Lyle out of here before supper time.
yeah.
Good, because I got council meetings tonight.
Anything look unusual, the Hyper's contribution
It is large.
is about right.
You ready to go to 13?
I am.
Yep,
One thing on 13 we changed was, office equipment under administration.
okay,
If you look, we added a little more.
500 more.
We got a couple of chairs that are broken down under Jen's or mine. In my office, I think we're still running the metal chairs with the 1980s
Mhm.
upholstery on them that don't quite, we don't have duct tape on them yet, but we do on one chair or stool in the office.
Okay,
All right, let's go to revenue. Oh, you're gonna get those new sheets.
So basically, even with this increase, what are you showing for a total budget on mine?
200,000, oh, I'm sorry, 1.933436.
1,933,436.
Yeah, you've got it on that new sheet there.
Oh, you got 200,000. What's that, 200?
But that was the changes. you
Oh,
guys
okay,
did.
okay, sorry,
It's
that's right.
It's real time.
Yeah, sorry.
Real time, so.
Yeah, you got the newest.
So that is less than a 2.2% increase. And we figured in a 4% increase on salary. So basically what I'm getting at is
Thanks.
overall, if I'm reading this right, and that could be wrong, there is a
Well, no, it still shows.
$34,000 increase in my budget.
Careful.
Is that correct?
Very how?
34,000.
Yeah.
You have me down, oh, you have, wait a second, what am I looking at here? I'm looking at 05, the sheriff total.
Because
You have
what you gave
200
me is the same as what I've got.
I have 1931236. That's a 1.79 increase.
Yeah.
So last year's was 1,897,189.
Yes, that would be understanding, on the revenue side, plus the road.
But we didn't talk about revenue, I'm talking about expenditures right now. On what my expenditure increase is. It's less than the cost of what a 4% raise is, correct?
Correct. And the majority of that probably, especially with your larger department,
Held the line or lowered it without.
that insurance.
Insurance really made a big
Really
difference.
helps people.
Yep, give me your copy and I'll put.
She's got it back,
Oh,
she's full it. But that's the same as what I've got right here. what she gave
So
me.
$30,000 difference between last year's budget and this year.
Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, 36.
Yeah, that health insurance thing,
Saved.
That's pretty, yeah, that's pretty good though.
Yeah, 34 or 47. Now, with your revenue change.
I said 30,000 lower. when I-
Oh, gee, go. Moving already.
Take the, we're on the middle there. That'd be even better, wouldn't it?
Okay, so we're done with expenditures, correct?
Yes.
That's gone.
and just so, real quick, I was punching holes. This number is correct, 1933436.
That's what I've got.
1933436.
Yeah, that's what I've got.
This is what you still have?
Yep. No, 1931-236.
Say it again?
1931-236.
That should be what this is.
So it's even less.
Yeah, $34,047 more than last year.
How much?
$34,047 more than last year.
Of course, again, keep in mind that 1.91% increase is based on increase over budget.
1.79.
Or 1.79 is the new number, is over budget. So it may even be better if you end up under budget.
Right.
No, that's, we always try to.
But I think.
We're misers, we look for the best deal, but we try to be local too.
I think overall though, I mean, I think a key part of that for every department was the fact that when we did, with the health insurance came in and we, all the employees participated and helped get that 5% insurance decrease. And then on top of that, then that qualified us for another decrease as well, then because of our usage and everything. The impact of that, we can see in every department, especially in Lyle. Lyle has probably one of the larger departments. That's a huge cost savings that, I would say that all employees help contribute to that savings by, participating and doing those things. So.
That's something we'll try to do. COVID was a little rough this year, trying to get all that done, but we did.
Yeah, and I thought our insurance was good about, they changed mid-year about, having to go and get the actual, going to the doctor, and then they changed and said, no, you can do another program instead if you're not comfortable. So I thought our insurance really tried to work with us this year too regarding COVID.
Where you going, John? You tired already?
No.
Yeah. He's gonna drive home before you get back out there.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Give us all a head start.
What do we want to go to? Before we go to revenue real quick, what this board would give some thought to if and when you want to engage a meeting with the Samuels Group or any other jail builders to get that process started. I know we did not deal in this budget with the cost of any such study, but is everybody okay with hearing a presentation here in a few weeks?
Doesn't cost anything to hear another.
Doesn't cost anything to
I
hear.
think that'd be all
All right, so I'll reach out to Greg and Samuel and just hear what they've got to say and see what they propose.
Or something, or possible study to see where we're at.
Yeah, see where we're at.
I think myself and our staff know where we're at, but I think the rest of the county, and maybe they could present a little better than I can. Presentation's never really been my strong point.
Well, none of us have ever been through that, so having someone guide us, we can either buy into what they tell us or tell them to take a hike, but I think we should listen. So I'll try to get that on the agenda in early February.
Perfect.
Okay. All right, revenue. So you sell a lot of cigarettes and candy in the jail?
We dropped some, and I'm going back and looking where we're at this year. Looks like public safety and legal services, sheriff's fees, serving notices, that's down. We dropped it 57% on our revenue. We went from 35,000 to 15, just because of where we're at right now, not knowing where COVID. Now, sometime we're gonna have to start seeing the sheriff's sales, the people not paying their bills, all that paperwork's gonna come back up.
Okay.
So I've always tried to estimate my revenues low, because I would rather achieve over than I would be an underachiever and think, okay, we don't have that money. Again, that goes hand in hand with the next one down there, 05-116, about halfway down, general basic fund, safety, legal service, sheriff fees, mileage expenses. we're serving, when they come in, Jen gets them, I mean, when they hit the mail, she's got them out sometimes within 5 minutes, ready to be served. And we're getting them out there, getting them served. I don't know, we're just not getting them in because the state has suspended so many things on them. An increase, weapons permits, if you look, I did bump it up $1,000. That's one thing we did not close for was weapons permits. You can still come in and get your weapons permit. Some counties went online. We have a barrier in the front. We had masks on. We required when they walked in the door to have masks on. It takes very little time to fill out paperwork if you already have a weapons permit. If you don't, you fill out the weapons permit, we take it, we run the criminal history through dispatch, and it comes in the mail now. We don't get the money like we used to when we were doing the permits right there. You could get a card, you could pay $15 extra, have a card like a driver's license. State took it over a couple of years back with that service, so now you don't have a photo ID. So let's say I've got a social security card I stole from Chuck. Let's say I got a modified driver's license from Chuck, and now I got a weapons permit from Chuck, but let's say you're a convicted felon. You can still pass off as him if it looks right, because that ID was issued, when we were issued them by every county, does not have a photo. I don't agree with what the state did, but the state did it, and that's what they're gonna do.
So I can't get this anymore when I renew.
No,
Nope, you get a plastic card.
they don't want a picture on it. And it comes from the same people that send you your driver's license. But don't throw away that ticket as junk mail if you've asked for it. Okay, they get $25 for duplicate.
Okay.
Any more questions on page 1?
Nope, I don't.
Page 2. Decrease again in legal services, prison reimbursement, work releases. So during this pandemic, we have not had as many people sent to jail. We're one of the few jails that's still taking in what they call minimuses. In other words, a court order to serve time, because we don't want to be one of these jails that when all of a sudden they lift it and say, you have to serve your court order. We've got 35 people in there and we're running like hotcakes, not keeping up, but everybody's got a doctor appointment and a bill, and all we're doing is being, all the deputies are doing is being taxi services going across the state. So we've tried to work that through and keep our numbers low and tell them when they can come in. Been pretty fortunate on that, I will say that. Pretty much all the way down, it stayed about the same. Page 3, if you're ready. Yep. Page 3 doesn't change. I would hope to see, now that we're going to be back up to a full-time deputy, but they also took away our $5 surcharge, didn't they?
I don't know what status on that.
I think the court took away our $5 surcharge on every citation. Therefore, that might go completely bye-bye at this point.
So say that again, every
Citation that we issue, county enforcement surcharge $5. So let's say Alan speeds. So Alan gets a ticket, it's got a court fine on it, and from the county, we had a special county enforcement fee of $5. So when you paid your ticket, $5 came back to the county, general fund, straight to us.
And that's going away? It could have, let's put it that way.
My understanding was there was a.
Is that the only money that's from a citation that the county would get?
They get a small percentage.
A small percentage of it?
Very small.
Where the city, if the city would write a city ordinance, they would get the majority of that money. So all your traffic infraction, your trespass, most of your unjailable offenses, littering, stuff like that, would go on city ordinance. Now, there is part of the code, when I first became sheriff, I tried to get the county to do all that. Okay, that's gonna put more money back in our general fund from different infractions that the county attorney has to prosecute it anyway. Because he's the county attorney, whereas like the city attorney would do that. There's a thing in the code, unbeknownst to me at that time, that was pointed out to me that the county cannot do. Well, why is it what it is? Now, with that being said, if we would, that's on traffic counts. If we would go after offense ordinance, in other words, offense ordinance where if you have roaming livestock, comes down now to
your township trustees. Taylor County proposed it. I'm not looking at the guy that occasionally once, maybe twice a year has cows out. I'm looking at the 8 to 9 times out of the same field or pen that we have cows out, or sheep, or goats, or hogs. I think if you're gonna have the responsibility to have livestock, or donkeys.
Or donkeys, yeah.
If you're gonna have the responsibility to have livestock, you are responsible for your pets. I'm not talking the occasional guy. And we understand when it hits spring and nothing's greened up yet, and your field is bare, and you're putting on 50 head of cows, you're putting 3 to 4 big bales a day out, then it's gonna be hard to keep them in. And if it's muddier than heck, it's gonna be hard to get them out of that field and put them, we understand it.
So the county gets money on those type of calls?
Because if we would put a county ordinance in.
Oh, I see.
For that. And I'm not looking at the money so much as I am protecting the citizens of our county. We have a problem, and I'll just say it, on Highway 2 right now, halfway between Shenandoah and Spring, pretty much, where, there's some wood, because it's been a couple weeks, where we generally had a pig, a donkey or a goat out there right on a state highway, and trying to get him convinced that his fences needed fixed. We would go talk to him, and he just didn't understand why they were out, the owner did.
We actually have a copy of that ordinance that Taylor County tried to present to their board. If you'd like, we could bring it up and present it to you guys one of these days.
But I want this understood. This isn't against your average person.
This is a
to
nuisance.
say Your fences need fixed.
A nuisance.
Get them fixed.
Yeah.
Or you're gonna have a fine, because the trustees, the only fine they can levy goes back on the property taxes if they pay somebody to come fix the fences. And it's a nightmare to go through that whole round, to have the fence viewers come out, some of the fence viewers, the county attorney's gotta get involved. It's gotta go through, and then you have to go through the court system to do all that. Whereas if we had an ordinance, if we catch your livestock out, I'm not looking to take anybody's livestock, I want that purpose. So if you have your livestock marked, or we're pretty sure where they came from, if we have to corral them and take them somewhere, you're probably gonna have to pay for storage or whatever, and show proof of ownership on them, which is fine. I don't want to become a livestock bearer.
Right.
But that's something down the road I'd like for you to look at. And that's figured in one of the animal investigations.
Okay.
Just in case. But we haven't been out for somebody not feeding their cattle for a while, which cost us a lot. Yeah, we got reimbursed, but it didn't have a line item to come out. Or somebody abusing a dog that we have to take to a vet, or something similar. Those are things that you never know. We've been there before with our expenditures.
So is there anything we can do as a board to advocate on your behalf at a state level on citations? Because to me, if we have 10 or 11 deputies and we want them out keeping the road safe, and we spend the time and spend the money to equip them to be there, and we're writing citations all day long and we're getting zero out of it, that's wrong.
Well, we're getting a little bit, but it's not very much of a percentage. I'd have to check with the clerk to see what our percentage of that citation or that fine is.
Well, if your sheriff's association has any information on
I'll get a hold of them and find out.
who or how to,
It'd have to go through our lobbyists that we pay for,
okay,
and see how we can find that, and ISAC would be someone up there to talk to on trying to get their lobbyists to go through that.
Right.
And maybe a combination. The problem is, when you start talking state, if the court system's getting that money on fines, because I see it every time I'm in court. Let's say, Jacob, if I can just type something, so let's say Jacob's in court, he gets a fine in district court, and they say, oh, I can't pay for it. So they waive the fine. A lot of times they'll waive the court costs. They won't waive that court-appointed attorney fee, because otherwise the state has to pay for that. And then they're wondering why they don't have money. Well, I'm sorry, if you can commit the crime, and you get money somehow, you can pay for it. I don't care if it takes you 30 years to pay off a $5,000 fine, you can still pay that fine.
right.
It's part of being
responsible. That's my opinion,
Mhm.
and other sheriffs throughout the state feel the same way as I do. I'm getting off track here, we get back to budget.
Okay, well, one other, when you're talking about the livestock ordinance, doing research on that, continue to do research, if you would, with Brenda on the UTV, because I think that's,
Getting them licensed to be on the road.
Yeah.
yep,
Now, the UTV can be on the road at this point.
as an ag, if you're not, if you don't have a sprayer in the back, you're illegal.
Or if you don't own the property to go from farm to farm, you're illegal.
Okay. And I think there's enough of them in non-ag hands that they would like to be able to enjoy them without being illegal. And I don't know if it's good or bad. I know Mills County seems to have some success with it, but it might not be where we want to go. But if you could assist in the discussion with Brenda, because it would all go through her office, it may be something that we'd want to look at as well.
That's something Carl and I will sit down and talk about.
Okay.
And we'll see where it's at. We'll also take a look, I'll try to talk to like, former Sheriff Goose.
I've got their ordinance if you want it.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
See how much problems, like, and Travis hasn't been in that long water up there. So.
But put that on your radar if you would, Lyle. And you're right, I've gotten off track. Let's get back to this.
Okay.
So you're projecting, you're projecting a decline, a decrease of 32% in revenue.
Yeah, and that is a decline from.
You had 20,000 in miscellaneous, which I'm gonna guess,
In what?
20,000 on page 2, you didn't get that in the budget, so I'm gonna guess that's it, maybe, was that CARES money?
We got 20,000 that goes back into the budget?
19,885 that's on your revenue, that you're not having in this year. And it wasn't budgeted, but it was received, I should say.
Where is that?
8490.
Yeah, 849005, it'd be fifth one down on page 2.
Yeah, I don't have that. Oh, I do, but I don't show anything in there, so.
No.
What is that, 10 grand?
20,000 that you received so far this year.
Did you say that's CARES?
I have no
I don't know
idea.
if he's asking.
I don't know. But that was
We'll take it.
Any idea what that might be?
849005, $20,000 we received. I'm not showing it on my sheet, but my sheets were printed off 1/12/21.
but your big drops in the budget, you dropped 20 off of the serving notices and you dropped 12,000 off your mileage and expense.
Yep.
For sheriff fees. That's a big difference
Yeah,
in your budget.
in the revenue side, I agree.
Yeah, on the revenue
Yeah,
side.
right. 849005. Yeah. Shows receiving $19,885 this year.
19, what was that?
19,885. Yeah, 849005.
1,000,
General Basic Fund, Public Safety, Legal Services, miscellaneous. I see it now.
That wouldn't be the 10 grand we got from that grant yet, would it? No.
No, this was 19,000.
But on this printout, we have 3 identical lines. Only one shows revenue. The other 2 are blank.
Actually, there's 4.
Oh, there are 4. You're right.
4, yeah, 4.
Pardon me?
Maybe that was Lyle's bonus.
Yeah.
I doubt that.
Slush fund.
If it was, it doesn't show up in my check anywhere. Or any check, or my bank account.
Should have kept,
Okay, just a second. Yeah. 19,000 something. Yeah. So what?
That's not the one where we got
reimbursed for not getting that equipment, was it? That'd be $11,995, if I remember. The night vision.
It was 11,984, so it was for that company.
That's the reimbursement you got.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, okay, so that's what it is, okay. so-
Okay, thank you.
Then we put that in a line item for a budget amendment.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay, let's go to the K-9 budget, shall we? And then we'll approve both simultaneously.
Did we do special investigations yesterday?
Yes.
Yeah, and do you have any questions on that? I think it's just kind of,
There,
kept the same numbers in there, and they're guesswork at best.
There's not much in there.
We're gonna go to K9.
K-9, then we'll approve both of them.
K9 went up, from 3863 up to 9937.
I just budgeted, I think, for the remainder of that balance, so if you.
Oh,
choose
okay,
to
gotcha.
budget-
So K-9 went from what?
Nothing. It's, budget is 9937, but you said it was a difference of the, what was in the original?
It's just the remainder of, I try to look every year of
Of
approximately.
what's left in that fund?
Yeah.
Okay.
Based on what he thinks this year he's gonna spend total, so, because I can't have a negative.
Yeah.
Balance, so.
And that rolls over, correct?
But, yes, it's a restricted fund,
Yeah.
so if you budget that you're gonna spend $7,000 this year and you only spend $5,000, that 2,000 stays in that
Goes
fund.
back into next.
And every year it should have at least so far $1,500. When you see those calendars
Mm-hmm.
that have our photos on it? Yeah. So what we generally get, depending on how many people advertise, we have two separate calendars of advertising going out. Most counties just have one, but we've got enough support throughout Page County to have two. So half of that money goes towards the K-9 fund, and the other half goes towards the reserve fund. Both are, the K-9 and that one helps us out tremendously. It depends, I think since we started doing it, it's been averaging about $1,500 for the reserves and $1,500 for the K-9 per year.
Okay,
I'm sure that there's people that don't like seeing some of our faces, but we do appreciate the support that comes from all the businesses that go into that. All-American Calendars, we went with them. There were a couple other companies out there, but I heard some horror stories about them. This was a newer company when we started going with them. They have since prospered and enlarged. It never fails that something gets messed up on one of them every year, at least one. This year I had one, I believe it was Morrison Roofing. I got a call the other night. Tucker Morrison said, I don't know where that came from, but that's not us. People are calling, so I've got to call that. That was going to be part of my call today, but unfortunately we got busy with some other things.
Yeah, it was a little messed up.
All-American and see, unfortunately, once the calendar goes out.
Yeah. Well, it was a little messed up this year because he could never get, due to COVID, he was really struggling with getting to all of us businesses and getting money picked up. And because I think I'd written my check out clear back in September, October, and I finally got the bill when they sent the new calendars, and I just sent the check. So it was kind of a struggle for him this year.
This year was very difficult to do that. It's kind of like, I thought about not doing it this year. Kind of like we haven't had the Crime Stopper golf tournament for a couple of years. First year was the flood over Fremont County, this year's COVID. And I don't know where we're gonna be after this coming year. We'll see.
you mentioned the reserve fund. Where is the reserve fund in the budgets? Or is it?
I believe it's 501c3.
Pardon me?
501c3.
Okay. So how do you, who manages
They have what's the word I'm looking for, administrative board. They have a president, vice president, treasurer, secretary.
among your reserves, and they handle the follow-up on donations and the tax, documents? Okay. Excellent. Any questions about the canine budget?
Nope. Feed the dog.
How old is the dog now?
8. I think, and
How much longer?
Lucas, I think the first time this year when Scott went to get him out, usually Lucas is, if you've ever seen Lucas, he's got more energy than I've seen. You look for that in a good hunting dog or a good dog like this. So Lucas this year really didn't want to go to work one day. Scott got him up. He kind of looked at him through his kennel. Usually when that door's open, he's gone across the floor. And he just kind of looked at him and got up, stretched a little bit, ate, went back and laid down. Usually Lucas is ready to go. So Scott and I have discussed that a couple times throughout the last 3 months. It's a tough thing because just like any dog you get used to, it's hard on Scott for that point. It's kind of hard on us, but you know, Scott said so far that's the only day that he's done it since we got him. He says, I don't know, maybe he wasn't feeling good. We did have a confirmed hit the other day on where the PD stopped. I don't know, Rob wasn't available or something, they called us. Scott was out. And boom, found the Charles Bucket dope. We found narcotics, illegal controlled substances. So his nose is still working good. I know
Good.
Channel's having more problems. They're doing canine.
Yeah, because they just switched, didn't they? Didn't they get a new one?
They're working on it.
Yeah, they're working on it, yes.
And their dog is about the same age.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Over there, is it a biter?
No, he is not an apprehension dog.
No.
And it is a, you know, they're looking at something Lucas does very good on everything that we ask him to do when we get called to do. It's a tough thing. The last time when we looked at a dog, did not want an apprehension dog. I still don't know if we want to go down that road with the liability of an apprehension dog.
Yeah.
Some people have a different word for it, but I know that if you're gonna try to take that dog places, you've gotta have a huge liability, and throughout that dog's life, somebody's gonna get bit that didn't need to get bit, whether it's an employee, a family member, or something, because that dog is trained at certain times to apprehend or latch on and all that go. And it does a good job, and it's trained to that. I don't know if in the next 4 years, if I'm ready to do that, I probably not, to be honest, for an apprehension.
But you foresee a canine in
If
the
something would
sheriff's
happen,
department
we
of
would
some sort?
Yeah.
What is one cost to replace this one?
Depends. You're probably looking anywhere from, I think Lucas was
Between 6,000 and 8,000.
6,000 and 8,000.
Plus.
And Lucas has some health problems throughout. I mean, we have he's a lab, but I've had labs and I've never had a lab smell like that. He has shedding problems. His stomach, I wouldn't say you couldn't go on a roller coaster ride, let's put it that way. We're constantly cleaning our cage from heading to a call somewhere, not being able to hold anything down. With that being said, Lucas does a very good job when it's time to go. He knows when to go. But I think we probably look at 10 grand plus training.
Yeah.
Of course, that's really the start of it. Your officer and your equipment is probably the bulk of the.
That won't be a $29,000 pickup. That's usually about a $36,000 Tahoe. The good thing is we have equipment that can go, the cage, it's got the bowls in it, the sliders and the locks and the doors and everything. That as long as they're working, you should be able to go. I think that is
It's a 16.
16
It is a 16.
with 72
3,000.
or 3. It's something you still drive. Scott does a lot of training on duty also. So you probably won't see the mileage on those and do others, so.
Okay.
It's what we try to do and get things out. At that time, we'll cross that bridge when we get closer. And that's why we're putting the money in there at that, to try to build that fund, because we had a lot of gracious people donate to get that kingdom. And we do utilize it every time Scott comes to work, he's on duty. So it'll be hard.
if it's time for Lucas to go, but we know that it comes and goes.
Well, gentlemen, thank you for your time. Do you have
Yep.
any questions for us?
Nope, so we need to look at a couple things here. We need to look at, starting down air carts. Charles has written down, the ammo, see if we can get the ammo.
Yeah.
Ammunition. Conservation, talk with them about aid planning.
And maybe, that's already been handled, but just make sure that they don't feel constricted in the use, is all I was concerned about.
Conservation also, the jail, or the truck.
Vehicle,
the truck.
yep,
Talk to Tony, I guess, about computers.
yep.
On top of that, move the computers from building office to the new line item, she's already gave us. Samuel's group, we'll talk about that. Check with the clerk and see what we are exactly getting. Look into the UTV ordinance as well as the animal ordinance, and, go from there. Basically, more information on the dispatch.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yep,
some market study survey.
We can do a little thing down the road.
Yep, yep.
See where we're at.
Yep.
Okay.
That's
And
pretty much it.
any of that information you want to send to us at any point in time, you get something, just send it, email it, it's fine. Just send it to,
We'll talk to
send,
Sam. We'll try to
yep,
get-
yep,
we'll put together.
Yeah.
go from there.
Yeah, and hopefully in a few weeks, we can have enough data to have another meaningful discussion.
yep, yep.
Sooner the
All right.
better.
All right.
If I come up with some answers on some of those, I'll get them.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds great. Need a motion to approve both the sheriff and the canine budgets, please.
So moved.
Okay, motion by Armstrong, second by Holmes. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Well, guys, been a long day. Appreciate it.
Still got probably
Public
need to-
comment.
Yeah, public comment in minutes.
Public comment time, if,
There's one thing.
oh,
And it might be, she wants that, you guys probably the same email from Mary Omar. Did you get that last week or something?
yeah, I got an email from Mary
I have
Omar.
it too here, I just don't know if she wants to come on and say anything about the alert, county alert that goes out concerning coronavirus.
Can you put on your, I'm having a hard time hearing you too.
Yeah,
I took it off when we were done, sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
well, I followed up, I talked with Mary, and if she had
Okay.
something she wants to say.
I
but she
didn't know,
told
I
me-
just, everybody just get that though. I
Yeah,
had an
she
email.
told me she had opted out, and I think that Chris and, the folks at Public Health got together and they made a decision to send it out once a week, I think is what they,
Okay. I
it's
didn't know
their, it's
that.
their boards that control that,
Okay, I didn't know how that worked. I don't know.
so. Oh, that was a concern that, we received electronically that, we're sending out non-emergency information on the Alert Iowa system and wasting taxpayer dollars, is basically what she told me, she felt. And I explained to her that Public Health and EMA drove the alert system. And I alerted them and had them talk about it. And I guess they informed me that they made a decision to do the COVID information on Mondays only.
Okay.
And so hopefully that, works for everybody. Any other comments? Did we get minutes from yesterday? We did not, did
No.
we? Okay, so,
Okay, so we won't worry about approving minutes then.
okay, all right. Motion
Thank you,
to,
gentlemen.
thank you. Well, thanks, Charlie.
I'll make a motion to dismiss.
Okay, motion to adjourn.
I'll second that.
Have a second?
Okay.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Okay, tomorrow we're going to be here at 9:00.
Oh, it's 9 o'clock tomorrow?
It's what it says here. So
I'll try to be here by 9.